Okay, everyone. Hello, my name is Hossam Hussein. I will be moderating this session where the chairpersons are Dr. Didem, who is a lecturer and the head of Department of Architecture in Bursa Technical University in Turkey, and Dr. Flagidimos, who is also a lecturer in the International Hellenic University in Greece. Our dear professors, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hussam. I just want to give a little introduction about me. My name is Didem Güneş Yılmaz, and I participate from Bursa Technical University, and I'm the head of architecture department. And today I will give also a little presentation, and the first presentation is mine. And then after follows Dr. Georgios' presentation will come, and this will be about next generation collaborative design platforms. And the presentation will be about the computer-aided design tools along with the artificial design intelligence and today's augmented reality tools. And later on, Dr. Ömer Özgenç will be presenting, and his presentation will be on mapping the interaction between research and education fields in sustainability in architecture. And also his paper will present some outcomes drawn from big data on two fields of research in architecture, which are sustainability and education through bibliometric data analysis. And the third presentation will be Dr. Milorad, and he will present about the grading discrepancy in architectural juries and his experiences from a summer school in Alanya Hamdullah Emin Pasha University. And after these four presentations, we will run little short question and answer sessions. So we will first play the presentations video, and then we will continue with all presentations, question and answer sessions. So I think I will play the videos. So I will briefly share my screen. Hussam, can you allow me to share videos? Thank you.
Nice.
I can see it. Okay. There's a sound in the background. Whose microphone is on? I think it will make it difficult to hear it. Georgios, is it yours?
No. Just I opened to say that I'm closed.
Yeah. Okay. I hope this not will burn any difficulty to hear the presentations. Okay. Okay. I shared my screen. Can you see it? Okay, I start to display it. This presentation is mine, and hope you will like it. Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
Today I will talk about the future principles of structural design and ethical methods of architectural students. I'm the International Technical University and working under the Department of Architecture.
Dr. Didem, I think there's a problem with the sound is not coming. So I think the problem is when you shared, if you stop sharing, the screen. And
Yeah.
then when you now share again, you will find a window. Before selecting the window that you want to share, you will find a box in the bottom left corner, which says
I found the problem.
share
Okay.
sound.
Okay, I think I found the problem. Okay. Sorry about that. Here we go again.
The same. Maybe, can I say something? Maybe to volume up your speaker, to hear your voice from speaker, maybe.
My speaker is just at 100. How can I don't know how to. Yeah, it's in 100.
Did you allow the computer sound to come from the sharing screen? Once you share, there is a little box on the left bottom corner before you share your screen. Once you click on this share screen, then you will find a window where you select which window you would like to share of your desktop.
Yeah.
Before doing that,
okay.
there is
Share
a little
sound.
box
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
left bottom corner.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Is it okay now? Today I will talk about the teaching principles of structural design and rethinking the methods of architectural students. I'm Didem Güneş Yılmaz from Bursa Technical University and working under the Department of Architecture. With the beginning of the 21st century, the digitalization of all kinds of knowledge in any field began to feel more evident. Architecture and construction sector were developed together accordingly and took the process of design and how to construct into digital world. Today, there are unknown numbers of software used for the purpose of architectural design, visualization, and rendering. Digital tools enable architects to design buildings they long dreamed of. In the professional business world, they necessarily cooperate with structural engineers. This is a significant cooperation because both disciplines have an invisible impact on buildings as one decides the conceptual language and the appearance character inside and outside, while the other decides how the building will stand and so how to construct on site phase by phase. Researchers highlighted the specialization of two disciplines as a disadvantage based on the fact that architects deem structure solely a technical issue, whereas engineers began to see architects as design artists with no boundary of principles and economic issues. Also, Guthrie wrote, architecture and construction management students can often graduate with a weak foundation in structural engineering, leaving them less than fully prepared to take on their future roles in industry. The accumulation of knowledge increased sharply with the help of technology and professional awareness in the 21st century. As educators, it is necessary to discuss the conventional methods in today's world. Statics and strength of materials and building analysis are the theoretical courses taught almost in all schools. However, they are often delivered by engineers and leave this integrated to other departmental architecture courses. Some researchers outlined the issues from the perspectives of architecture students. Students are unable to relate lecture courses to their design studio. Students show less interest to lecture courses and deem as an independent part of their design education. And students lack knowledge transfer from theoretical courses to design studio. Similarly, other researchers also highlighted the problems in general. Students struggle to understand formulas and mathematical equations in solving structural problems. Students are often taught only simple beam and column structures, whereas inadequately taught of indeterminate structures, which are more complex. Students separate structural courses from design courses, although instructors make an effort to make it easier to understand with graphic and illustrations. Design studio is the skeleton of the whole curriculum in which students are expected to blend all the knowledge they acquire through diverse theoretical courses. However, structural design often remains as a part that can be left to a later stage, and critically design studio lecturers often do not want to put pressure on students since they do not want to limit the skills of students. This also returns to another problem that students begin to think structural design is not crucial since the marks are largely depends on their final architectural presentations. The problem of the gap between the theory and the practice also exists in the education of structural engineers that cause the lack of understanding each other's perspective in design when step into the professional world. The argument for the past 2 decades was to adopt multiple mediums to teach topics to architecture students, and the course of the structural system were in the stake to see how this multiple method could work, since it was understood that as long as it remained on the theoretical mode, students should not grasp the topics and value the course less than other active learning-based courses. A researcher suggests a model to deliver technical courses. The model is a combination of problem-based learning and game-based learning, challenge-based learning, and constructive approach. It leaves the course instructor only as a facilitator, and students work in small groups in which they exchange knowledge with each other. A researcher also explored the effect of multiple mediums of teaching. He experimented with the final year engineering student. He utilized site visits, tutorials, workshops, 3D computer models, and model systems and web videos, along with the theoretical lectures. He concluded that the students' capacity of understanding increased considerably, and particularly technology-based mediums had higher effect than hands-on activities and traditional lecturing. In Bursa Technical University, in the Department of Architecture, we began the structural related subjects, begin with the second semester of the first year. Statics and Strength of Materials is a course delivered by a lecturer from the Department of Civil Engineering. In the same semester, students start to learn digital tools, for example, drawing in AutoCAD, basic modeling with SketchUp, and board composition with Adobe Photoshop. Construction Technology and Materials is a 4-semester round course and combines all construction technology building materials. In the third semester, students continue to develop their digital skills as they are taught ArchiCAD and basics of rendering with computer-aided design too. And also building physics, including topics of illumination, isolation, acoustics, and so on, are taught in the physical environmental control. The subject of the paper consists of 2 courses, Contemporary Structural System and Construction Technology and Material 4. The first was delivered to the second-year student in the spring semester of 2019 and 2020, and in the spring semester of 2020 and 2021. The latter was delivered to the third-year students in the fall semester of 2020 and 2021. The academic calendar of each semester consists of 14 weeks and 1 additional week of midterm examination. Final examination week and submission dates are exclusive to the calendar and takes place in 2 weeks. In the Contemporary Structural System course, which is a technical elective and opened for the first time in the spring semester of 2019. In total, 42 students enrolled, and all of them were the second-year students. This is because the 4th semester is the first one they start to take the category 2 technical elective courses according to our curriculum. The course has no prerequisite. The course is divided into 2 parts and focused on teaching mainly large superstructures, and in the second part, tall buildings and their structural configurations. On the right side, you can see the examples of the models of the students prepared. The first line is examples of the tensor structures, and the second is the examples of pneumatic structure. And these are the successful examples that I collected from their work. And also during the course, students are asked to design a roof and a facade structure, which is an envelope structure for a stadium. And these are also the examples of this task. You can see on the right that the Kyiv National Stadium image was also given in the midterm to sketch and to configure the details of the structure, and students were asked to sketch small details from the structure. And on the below also you can see the examples of tensile structures. And also in the second cycle of the Contemporary Structural System course, students were asked a rather smaller scale design, which was 8 meters to 18 meters with 5 meters of height. You can see the examples of such a frame structure. And this is the general evaluation of the contemporary structural system course. And you can see the overall score is 3.15 out of the 5 scale measurement, which is satisfactory results. And the highest score was given to the statement 3, which says, which scored 3.32, and it's about the documents of the course and the videos used, and the other lecture notes were up to date. The students scored 3.32, and the second highest score was for the first and the second statement, which are about the students were available to find the weekly plan in the Moodle system, which we use in the Bursa Technical University. And the second statement is about the weekly plan conducted according to the first week explanation. And the third highest score in the test was the eighth statement, which is the lecturing recordings and other documents were available to access anytime on online education system. So considering the online education system, I think we began to use more technology-based tools, and students and the universities also started to evaluate more, focusing on them and to evaluate the efficiency of our teaching and students' activity through this score testing. So you can find the other results and other course details in the full paper. So thank you for listening, and please refer to full paper for further details. And if you have questions, I like to answer it. Thank you. Okay, so we finished the first presentation. Sorry. Okay, I close this one. Georgios, I didn't have your link. Could you please share yours?
Yes, now I have my presentation in PowerPoint because just I save it now. Yes,
Okay.
I had the sorry for this because I don't have the link because I done the vaccine and I had for 1 week some allergies, so I didn't have the time to finish my presentation, but I can present it now in real time.
Okay, let's do this way. If you agree with me, I display the recorded presentations, 2 presentations, and leave you the last one because you will present live. So it may take longer than this. So if you allow me, I play the third one. Okay?
Yes, okay, no problem. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I continue with Dr. Ömer Özgenç's video. Was this one? Yes. I began to share some. Oops. Okay, I continue with this one and hope you enjoy.
Well, hello. My name is Ömer Özgenç. I welcome you all to my presentation. First of all, it is my privilege to work with my dear professors Nur Çağlar and Işıl Ruiz Bayoğlu. I'll begin with the title of the research, which is mapping the interaction between research and education fields of sustainability in architecture, a retrospective timeline. Then I move to the outline of the presentation. Firstly, I'll begin with the introduction, then I move to methodology, then I'll share with you the results, and upon the results, there will be some discussions and conclusions. So to begin with, the integration of sustainability knowledge into architectural education has received great attention since the early 2000s, and we are witnessing an exponential research growth that aims to bring the concept to the core of architectural education. While there exist diverse meanings of logic of sustainable architecture, we do not know how these diverse research tracks frame the concept of sustainability and on which tracks have gained ground in architectural education. So we need a clear and broad picture of intersection area shown in this figure. So an initial literature review of this intersection field, which is sustainability, architecture, and education, indicated that the studies were immensely isolated and prevented a holistic understanding of research field. So the majority of these studies were related to formal learning environments, curriculums, course contents, architectural design studios, etc. At that point, the literature review was insufficient to identify the interaction between the educational perspective of sustainability and sustainable architecture with diverse meanings and objectives of sustainability itself. So architectural education is also replete with diverse challenges stemming from existing curricula, course contents, durations, and places of learning. I'll continue with the research questions, and I'll be mentioning orally the objectives. As you can see, there are four main questions that this research is constructed upon. As the objectives, the research attempts to make a comprehensive review of the existing researches in the field of architectural education with a focus on sustainability in architecture to answer these questions. So the research focuses on the exploration of the interaction between architectural education and architectural sustainability. The intention is to investigate thoroughly the current intersections of architecture, sustainability, and education in the academic research field. So this study intends to contribute to the current literature by visually presenting and comparing the bibliometric data of sustainable architecture and sustainability in architectural education research fields. Finally, it aims to present a retrospective analysis to provide the basis for discussions of the status quo of sustainable architecture and sustainability in architectural education. So, in this table, you see the overall view of the structure of the study. Let me say that doing a review is a tedious work in the information age. Information and communication technologies have broadened our access to research outputs and diversified our collaboration platforms. The world is changing so fast. This research uses bibliometric data analysis to cover such a broad range of studies in both fields and to provide a general understanding of the evolution of sustainability in architecture in pursuit of its interaction with education. So this research intends to use visual tools to present the bibliometric data to be more comprehensible, because the existing literature reviews do not present a full picture of the state of the art of interaction of sustainability, architecture, and education from its advent to the present. Hence, this research aims to create an inclusive mapping and understanding of the trend and status quo of sustainability, architecture, and education. So, here in this table, using the bibliometric data analysis allows for the construction of a network that is based on the input provided by the accumulated papers. These inputs are keywords, authors, countries, organizations, and so on. So to this end, this study first superimposes the accumulated charts analysis, which comes from bibliometric data to identify fractures or alterations in the two fields. And secondly, it creates two timelines, which based on these two fields, sustainability in architecture and sustainability in architectural education. So finally, the study overlaps these timelines to compare and contrast the key trends in both fields to illuminate how the research fields relate to one another. So here in this table, you can see the types of the analysis. This table explains the relationship between methods, goals, and tools. It's an in-depth overview of the methodology. As can be seen, there are four main tools that is used that are used in this study: Weaver, Tableau, Gephi, and Sitespace. These all tools serve a different purpose. So in the next chapter, a detailed methodology will be presented. For each subsection, the page is split in half to cover both architectural sustainability and sustainability in architectural education. Sustainability in architectural research on the left side, sustainability in architectural education on the right side. So initially, the citations displayed by the Web of Science according to the search criteria were exported to store all the outcomes as a single document. To store all citations, a bibliography management tool, Zotero, was used. After the collected data was stored in Zotero, the required import formats for the bibliometric visualization tools, such as Weaver, Sitespace, Gephi, and Tableau, were identified and data transferred to these programs. On the right side, again, to store all citations, a bibliography management tool called Zotero plus Mendeley were used. However, while surveying the outcomes, the incoherencies throughout the papers were identified in terms of the sustainability in architectural education topic. So primarily 600 papers were manually reviewed, and according to the research criteria, the total number of records reduced to 260 papers. This manual elimination process was crucial for the outcome to be consistent and coherent. So here you can see the keywords co-occurrence network. This analysis studied the distribution of the most frequent keywords, investigated through keywords co-occurrence, which means that the keywords that appear together in the same paper. The aim is to highlight the most relevant research topics in the area of sustainability in architecture by focusing exclusively on the author keywords appearing below the abstract. This is another product of the Weaver program tool, the reference co-citation analysis. Each note denotes a document showing the name of the first author, the publication year, and the abbreviation of the source. Likewise, the note size denotes the number of citations of each document. So co-citation relationships between two documents are represented by the links between the notes. Here's the reference citation bursts that indicates that the scientific community has paid or is paying particular attention to these articles at each interval of years. So to analyze the keywords citation bursts, co-occurrence in Sitespace, the study set the number of years per slice to 5. Here you can see the clusters determined in the co-citation analysis. Weaver determined 14 co-citation clusters according to the co-citation of these references. The cluster size equals the number of the member documents. This table shows these clusters, which are sorted by size. These clusters are then named by the author based on the document abstract analysis. These are some representations of the policymaker that is essentially guide and lead the academic research in case of sustainability. What I mean is the fundings and the general approach towards sustainability. This is the first timeline. The topic is the sustainability in architecture. For creating the timeline, the study used the following data as layers: the determination of key events that may have impacted on the research field, such as politics, scientific declarations, actions, and conferences. Secondly, analysis of keywords with 5 years interval. Thirdly, citation bursts of keywords. Fourth, citation bursts of co-cited publications and clusters determined by the co-citation analysis. And then lastly, analysis of the terms that were expected to have frequency. While terms framed with black box on the timeline did not yield an expected occurrence, terms in orange box indicate terms for which the field may expect new research fields. So it's the second part of the timeline, and that is the timeline in the topic of sustainability in architectural education. The process was the same. The both topics used the same layers for the timeline. Now I will be listing some statements that intend to overview the outcomes of the study through the research questions mentioned earlier. So these implementations are just meant to provide an insight into the final research. So I want to start by saying that from the late 90s till the late 2000s, the field is replete with research on public policy and governance. This may imply that the field aims at creating ground for governing the policy decisions and guide new research fundings. Topics like urban resilience and sustainability are getting an increased focus in the field of 2016. Their main difference draw back to the early 60s, Jane Jacobs, Kevin Lynch. It can be called as the Back to the Future. Another topic is the scale of is smart cities integrated with the big data analytics. Parallel to this topic, the study determined that terms like big data analytics and Internet of Things have mean years of 2017 and 2019. So from late 90s, given the increased number of publications of sustainability in architectural education, citation bursts occur since 2015. Between 2010 and 2015, research topics concentrate on education about energy efficient building design. After 2016, the study determines a boost in urban scale examinations. So these are some of the outcomes that may be read from the superimposing timelines. In the slide, you can see both timelines superimposed to one another. So these are some of the discussions that may come out from these visuals. So to conclude, this study focused on interactions and correlations between architectural education and architectural sustainability. Since both concepts and the literature are tremendously extensive, the main concern was to handle the amount of the data. To do so, it aimed to propose a new methodology that utilizes the various bibliometric analysis and visualization tools. Finally, this study first superimposes the accumulated charts analysis, which derives from bibliometric data, to identify the fractures and alterations in two fields, and secondly, creates two timelines. The overall intention of the study is to present a retrospective analysis to provide the basis for discussions of the status quo of sustainable architecture and sustainability in architectural education. Hence, it can unroll how the relationship between architectural sustainability and architectural education was compromised and evolved since the introduction of the concept of sustainability. Moreover, it can provide different insights for the future. Another topic was the methodology. Regardless of the context, this study presented a methodology for the reader to be able to apply in different research fields. And finally, this is an ongoing thesis research, so more detailed and developed work will be published soon. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, and we'll share Dr. Milarat's presentation. Oops. Should. Okay, I think this one, yeah. Dr.
My name is
Milorad.
Milorad Pavlovic, and I'm an assistant professor at Alanya Hamdul Emin Pasha University, Faculty of Architecture. Today I'm very glad to share with you the advances of my independent research in the field of architectural education. Now, at first, the presentation is structured into 5 sections. After a brief introduction, I would be glad to introduce you the methodology and the analysis of the application of the study case, with some result and some discussion for further developments and conclusion of the research. As we all know, design studio course, it's a complex environment characterized by the participation of many different disciplines. Some of them are more developed in the theoretical courses, some others directly belong to the field of application. However, whatever methodology or whatever approach we are following, critics, juries, and grading are a part that we cannot bypass. And at the moment, if we observe the technical and the scientific literature, we can see that the amount of scientific publication in this specific context is quite limited. But besides, we all know that also the grading in especially architectural design juries, it's a matter that is highly influenced by a subjective interpretation, and also the parameters and criteria that jurors might be considering, or the responsible lecturers of the course, sometimes are extremely variable in their definition. So therefore, this research, starting from these prerequisites, addresses mainly to the educators of the design studio courses in architecture, preferably at the bachelor level. As the aim of this research, an analysis of grading discrepancy in architectural design jury has been performed. This methodology is based on the analysis of the grading by means of the percentage error and tolerance limits. And as I said in the beginning, the whole procedure has been applied in the Design Studio Course Summer School 2018. The analysis and the methodology has been applied in particularly on 3 groups of students: freshmen, sophomore, and junior students. As regards the lecturers, throughout the whole process, 2 lecturers used to be responsible for each of the groups, whereas 4 lecturers used to join the final grade. As we mentioned in the beginning, actually, the studio course itself, it's quite a complex and as an example, complex environment, and also the criteria and the requirement are pretty variable each time that we are setting it up. So, as an example, here is proposed the juniors course organization, in which the course has been organized in the manner divided into 3 parts, each part consisting on 5 weeks. So this means that at the 5th, 10th, and 15th lecture of the course, a jury has been done, midterm or final jury, each of them with different requirements and different parts of the development of the project. So, as regards the grading scale and analysis that have been adopted, the grading scale in this case consists a series of intermediate steps which varies in between 0 and 10 most of the time. This is the reason why the tolerance limits have been imposed between 0 and 10. And as very well know, the other method of analysis that has been adopted, the percentage error, it quantifies the absolute value in between the accepted value and the experimental value. So therefore, in this specific case, as the accepted value, it has been assumed the jury's grade, whereas as the experimental value, it has been considered each grade expressed by each juror in every of the juries. And here we can see the example of analysis applied on the case of freshman students, in which we have the grade discrepancy and tolerance analysis performed. So at first, starting from the up, we have the 2 midterms, and then we have the final jury. So what we can observe, starting from the tolerance analysis, is that only 20% of the grade fell into the tolerance limits. On the other hand, it is also interesting to observe how the average grading discrepancy error, it was pretty high in the first midterm jury, an average value between 30 and 40%, whereas in the second midterm jury and in the final one, it assumed values that vary between 10 and 15% for the 2 lecturers. As regards the case of the sophomore students, here we can see that still the grades that are falling within the limit of the tolerances are very low in terms of absolute numbers, so we are talking about 25%. Whereas also in this case it has been recorded how the discrepancy errors, it's much more higher in the first midterm jury, in the order of 20 or 30%, whereas it decreases in the second jury, going below the level of 20%, and also for the some of the lecturers it was within the limit of 10% also in the final jury. Here we have the group of the junior students, which show a more stable grading variation, but however still the average discrepancy was recorded in the order of 20%. Either we are talking about the first midterm jury or the second midterm jury, whereas in the final one, again, we are assisting to a lower discrepancy, with the values that varies generally between 7 and 19%. Successively, analyses have been done considering all the midterms and all the final, independently from the class of the students. And in this case, again, we are assisting to an average discrepancy of 20%, and something like 26% of the grades that are falling within the tolerance that have been defined. And lastly, here we have all the final exams that have been done. So we are talking about a group of 29 students with 4 lecturers involved in the jury. And as a result, what we have obtained is that almost, let's say, 30% of the grades are within the established tolerance, which is a level a little bit higher than the one that we used to see till now. But however, still, it suggests that only 30% of the grades are within the marks, which is telling us basically that still the decision taken by the jury is extremely important in the final decision of defining the grade. And as finally, what we can observe from this research is that an average error discrepancy that affects the studio course juries has been recorded in order of 20% for the midterm juries and 13% for the final juries. Whereas, coming to the analysis of the tolerance, what has been found out is that only 1/4 of the grades is falling into the tolerance range, which is basically telling us that if in a general studio course jury we have 4 lecturers that are involved, probably only the grades expressed by one of the jury members correspond to the grades that are assigned by the final decision of the jury. So, in order to overcome this issue, my proposal would be at first to perform this analysis on a higher number of the juries. But more importantly, the analysis has highlighted the necessity of defining a standard designs method that will hopefully reduce these gaps, and that will have a chance to be applied more efficiently in the design studio course jury. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Milarat. And I think we can continue with Giorgio's presentation. Will you able to share?
Yes, yes, I'm ready.
Okay. I think you are able to share, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right.
Okay. Okay. You see my no.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Yes, it's coming to
Okay.
my screen. Yes, I can see it now. You can start, but just please stick with 10 minutes, okay?
Yes, yes, yes, of course, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, just to check. Okay. Okay, just I said it's okay. I have an already presentation. I will share the link, I believe, after the this round table, or you can find my full paper whatever, but now I will start to show an overview of new technologies and architectural programs about presentation for a new proposal for a collaborative or a new approaches of next generation design platform about the design process. So about these slides, this red dot, I designed this diagram to say about the collaboration of many domains, like, of course, the human, us, the user, the designer, that you can see, the computer, the database, all the information, because all these things that I will say in the next slides are information, are database. And of course, the project, the 3D model, that it's the main object of to design with the design process with software programs. So of course, the design process have many levels that it's like discipline and with many these points that collaborate each other. All these design process have a start and final stages with many domains that I said. You can see the complexity of all these stages that and there is not only the architect or the designer, is many of engineers, of developers. It's an integrated process with construction result, with coordinator, with many teams working for all this production. All these things, because it's a computational design, is about CAD, computer-aided design, with all these stages. It's an overview of the stages of a digital process. You can see concept design, the engineer, the parameter, of course, the construction details with CNC, CAM, computer-aided management, build information modeling that you will see in the next slides. Show the clever and proper use of various programs and technologies, of course, can bring the desired result in a quick and easy way. That is the red point for all these new approaches, of all these new design programs for the architectural process, of course. Just a little bit overview, just for 1 second to see the majority and the so many programs that we have and all the tools of designers. You can see 100 of programs, and maybe more and more every day. The technology, you understand that it's a growing and more complex program, new research of university, of many programs. All these various programs is extended. This is tools for Grasshopper and Rhino. So we have a tremendous number of programs. This is one slide about the flexibility of Exchange file, about the most famous program that I done a research in many European countries. You can see the most famous program of every domain, and with this path, with this extension of files, we can have import and export to collaborate program. One example is the famous 3D Studio Max from Autodesk that I done a diagram in Excel about the import and the export of the extension of the files that we show. With all this research, we can find a road, a path about the communication of the program, 2D, 3D, virtual reality, building, BIM, building information management, to bring together all these programs, CAD programs that I think with these slides, it's the majority of all the students that use in Turkey, in Greece, in Poland, in Spain, in everywhere, I think so. That we done a research for 5 years in my university in Aristotle. Now I'm lecturing in International Hellenic University. We can see the phases of the design process. These plans are mine from when I was student and now like professional. There are many software strategies about how we can start to design. About first of all about the concept, the construction details, and etc. etc. So more deeply in machine learning and all this sector, all this software produce files, and files are a database, and not only the files, but the materials, the libraries of texture, the everything are a database. So for a new approach, for a new design method, we can have interactive and on real-time database with the cloud servers that do not have 10, for example, 10 terabyte of memory, and to co-working with other team engineers. So like me, an architect, to draw the architectural project, and in Bahrain to work the same project about the construction details for a project, for example. And the BIM industry technology, it's very important about this. You can see all these development that the sharing of engineer, of people, of industry and domains. I'm a little bit hurry to have an overview because there are a lot of technologies that combined in this research. So all these, the BIM, it's very important to, and we have the opportunity to manage all these discipline that we show. You can see all these diagrams. Okay, this is a project about how work behind the scenes about all these all these programs about BIM, Revit, CATIA, SolidWorks, Archicad. There are so many programs. The construction of files. And of course, all this technology, there are so many development, and there is a prototype, a protocol IFC file that you can see that all these files, these protocol IFC files can combine in one project everything. Google, Cinema 4D, everything, database, OBJ, CNC, DWG, everything. And of course, now we have the OpenBIM. OpenBIM is like open source, that every user can develop new tools, everything, everyone can have the custom tools for his own platform. So it's very important to combine the VR, augmented, all these with goggles or with a pad, with a tablet. We can have real-time virtual tours. So it's very realistic to have a program that interact in real time in different places in all over the world. And the internet is it's so fast. Okay, I will not show this slide. With the cloud now, we have so many high speed about VDSL or optical lines. So I think nowadays the cloud services with the architect or with other engineer, it's very realistic in 2021 and over. I will show, okay, you can see, or I can share this PowerPoint or PDF or to give you, but I want to summarize in the end of the end of the slides, that all this combination of all these slides and technologies, we can bring the AI, the artificial intelligence, with the human interaction, with all this knowledge, with the computer development, with these technologies, and with a new real-time database, we can have artificial intelligence, and I think the main key of all this is the combination of all these technologies, because we believe that all these fundamental technologies are combination, like how can I say? Like when when the Ford build a car, it's we have the roads, we have the chassis, but the combination of all these technologies combine and construct the car. So with this example, we can say that with all these keywords, BIM, scripting, with all these already technologies, we can have, and with a development of algorithmic code, we can have a collaborative parametric design method. I think that
okay.
I finished.
Are you finishing?
I finished. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Georgios.
Thank you.
For your presentation. I think we have a few minutes before starting the second round. So we can do a short question and answers roundtable. Do you have any questions for the 4 presentations that is being played?
I do have a question for Georgios, actually, if possible.
Thank you. Of course.
Please.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for your very interesting presentation. And I do have actually more a kind of personal curiosity. I mean, you were mentioning the open source software,
yes,
which are widely available, we know, but however, up to my experience, even though those software, they are freeware, let's say, most of the time they are running on commercial operative systems, such as macOS or Windows.
Yes, or in a browser, in a common browser. Yes, of course.
Okay, but what about the free operative systems, such as Linux? Because for Linux, for example, the availability of CAD softwares, it's extremely limited, and the possibilities are comparing like the AutoCAD of 30 years ago. So my curiosity is there any plan for development of softwares for the Linux platforms in the future?
Your question, it's a very in a deep knowledge. Yes, you have right, and I can say that.
Secret knowledge.
Yes, I raise my hand about this question.
That much I didn't expect.
Sorry about that, but you have right. Okay, you have right. Yes. I think that there are many limitations about that. Yes, of course. I often use the Red Hat about Linux. Yes, it's a little bit difficult. I can have an
so we can say that at the moment there is no an important interest, let's say, from the software producers for the Linux platform.
Yes, your answer is that you say already. Yes, you have right.
Okay, I was hoping to have some further.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a very good question for thoughts. We have food of thoughts about that.
Because my starting point is, if we are proposing a freeware software,
yes,
why can't we run it on a freeware operative system as well?
Yes, yes.
I mean, it seems linear as a reason.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Milorad and Georgios. I have also a very short question to Ömer Özgenç. I was very interested in your presentation, but I need to ask, did you make a difference between the education in undergraduate education and the postgraduate education when you're searching for these keywords of sustainability in architecture? Because two degrees have their own like very different level of education and teaching, and the postgraduate is more professional level. So did you make any difference between these two degrees?
Well, actually, the work itself focused on the undergrad
Okay.
studies. So the focus is all about the undergrad education.
Okay.
May I add something?
Of course.
We haven't really differentiated between the first and the second cycle because at the end of the thesis, our aim is to focus on the undergrads in the first cycle. But given the breadth of the profession, so you have the to practice in Europe, even though all the schemes are different compared between countries. So at the end, our intention is to differentiate between which level is impacted on which topic, because sometimes, for example, in the timeline, for example, there's research on materials, and materials, for example, they do not represent themselves in the first cycle. I mean, in Turkey, things are quite different because at the end of the fourth year, you are directly licensed, unfortunately. But in a way, so our intention is to locate, for example, in which schools, let's say for polytechnic schools, which topics are found themselves inside the scientific literature, and for the undergrads, in which areas are more, I mean, the teaching content and the methods and strategies focus on which topic or which impact, I may say. Thank you.
Thank you. So
may I have a question to you, Professor Yilmaz?
To me, okay, brief one. We need to pass the second round. Yes.
I think we need the discussion anymore. Yeah, okay. I think your deduction, I mean, it was very valuable. I have a question: whether did you conduct any interview with the students? Because the in terms of questionnaires sent to students after the classes ends, they do not represent the real impact on the students, because in our school, for example, students must complete these questionnaires to see their grades, their final grades. So they sometimes...
Same for our school.
So I think, I mean, do you plan to further conduct any interviews with the teaching staff and also with the students?
Thank you. And I actually present more detail in the paper, but I just conducted like unofficial views from students. And for example, for my course of contemporary structural systems, I like this semester I delivered the second round of this course with the new students, and with my like experience from the first round. For example, the task and assignments, some students found it very loaded for their like level of, I mean, second year students, and their like lack of knowledge of structural design in the previous years. So for example, in the second round, I just have some like reduction in the task and number of assignments, and did some like, you know, more simple task rather than going big scale, large structural system design. So I will see the results in the end of the semester, hopefully.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to reading them. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's continue with the second round. I need to share it as well. That belongs to Dr. Yasemin Burcu Baloğlu. I begin your presentation. Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Burcu Baloğlu. I'm going to present our paper titled Explorations in Teaching Interior Design Involving User Perspectives, in which we discussed our tutoring experience in second year interior design studio with my colleague Cansın Yılmaz. The aim of our study was exploring the contribution of a user-focused design studio model to students' approach to the stages of design processes, learning outcomes, and engagement to the project course during an online education period. Within the scope of the study, second-year interior design students were assigned to real artists and product designers as clients for a workshop for creative production and showroom project. So we basically tried a new model to conduct the studio where real clients were integrated into the process. Understanding how the intended users would interact with a designed environment and analyzing their needs are recognized as essential factors that influence the decision-making processes in design projects. On the other hand, it's a challenging process because the clients and the users often differ in their preferences from the designers, and they may not even perceive the same design features as do the designers. Accordingly, the skill to involve client and user perspectives is believed to be necessary for communication in professional practice. Our proposal was in fact based on this approach. In a conventional studio, typically, the framework urged students to propose solutions to design problems in hypothetical and propositional projects. This structure is often developed in a similar way to professional work practices. The studio begins with a research and understanding phase, then it moves to an iterative design process and culminates with documentation. The critical position of the user requirements in professional practice indeed has reflections on design studio methods like some other aspects such as the analysis of the functional requirements, site, building typology, orientation, structural properties, and services. Some instructors prefer to follow a user-designer relationship model for design reviews, where the instructor acts to represent a user or a group of users and discusses the design from a user's perspective. However, in these cases, the instructor keeps the role of the expert, so even in this tutoring method, it is not possible to eliminate the effects of a professional view on the feedback given to the students. Accordingly, this approach still lacks the components to introduce students to the perspective of a real client. So within the scope of this study, we tried to test a user-based model in Design Studio. The students were assigned to real artists and product designers as clients for a workshop and showroom project. They were asked to collect information about the needs, requirements, and expectations of the clients they were assigned to and integrate the collected data in their projects. The design studio was held online through a digital platform due to the precautions taken for the pandemic, and all of the clients were living abroad. Accordingly, the students had equal opportunities to contact their clients through emails, social media, and online meetings. Students' feedback about their experience while developing their projects and studio outcomes were analyzed at the end of the semester to evaluate the potentials of the proposed approach. The title of our project was A Designer Space in Tophane. It was integrating two different functions, creative production and display of the products, to be accommodated within a 2-floor height space in Tophane, Istanbul. Within the scope of the design studio, students were expected to develop an interior design project for a functionally hybrid space to be used by a particular product designer or an artist that they were assigned. 34 students in the studio were divided into two groups with 2 lecturers. 17 artists and product designers were selected by the lecturers through a preliminary research, and they were assigned to the students in 2 different groups in a mixed way, so that 2 different students from both groups studied the same designer. A detailed document about the assigned clients, including the websites, brand names, contact information, was shared with the students, while the rest of the research was conducted by them. The students were encouraged to reveal items designed and produced by the designer, the design philosophy behind the final products, and the unique methods used in their manufacture. Additionally, the projects were expected to provide comfortable and functional spaces for creative work and an engaging atmosphere while serving as a window to the designer's world. The required functional program that was given in the project brief included areas or spaces to accommodate design processes, the production process of the actual products or mock-ups, displaying of the products, selling of the products, and some other additional needs. The building we worked in is located in Karaköy Tophane area in Istanbul. You can see the photos from the facade and the interior here on the left. And this map here shows the location of the building indicated with yellow color. Tophane is indeed one of the oldest commercial settlements in Istanbul. So we have followed the qualitative research approach to understand and interpret the outcomes of the user-focused studio model through student feedback. We have conducted a questionnaire that included open-ended questions and additional sections asking for written narratives about the students' experiences during the studio. Students were directed questions that aimed to explore the content of their dialogue with the clients, the mediums they have utilized to reach out to clients, the ways they have integrated the information they have gathered in their projects, and their overall evaluation of the user-focused studio experience. In fact, arranging online meetings with the clients was not obligatory for the studio. However, many students preferred and achieved to do that. 25 of the 34 students stated that they have contacted the product designers and artists through various mediums, including social media, email, video conference applications. Analysis of the responses indicated that the process had primarily contributed to the 3 stages of project development. These prominent themes emerged as analyzing the user profile, determining the program based on designers' production methods and special needs, and developing the conceptual approach. Having a general understanding of the user characteristics by researching real clients was one of the main contributions to the design process. In a conventional studio program, students determine the primary and secondary user groups as an outcome of the hypothetical process that is intertwined with the development of a conceptual approach and a scenario. Different from this usual studio structure, this time students had the opportunity to get familiar with their clients and made their analysis of the user groups which overlapped with the needs and interests of their clients. These user groups mainly constituted of the customers and the staff who work with the designer. Another essential stage of design process in the design studio is developing a conceptual approach which is an abstract idea that evolves as the design grows and addresses the essence of the design problem with creative solutions. In the case of this project, just before coming to the stage of concept development, students have studied the working principles of the designer, the materials that she or he uses, the production methods, and even the lifestyle of the clients. Their responses underlined the significant reflections of their research on the clients and production stages on their design decisions during the conceptual development phase. Another critical contribution of the process was gathering of the data to develop a unique special program in each project. They were asked to design the interior to accommodate both production and display functions. However, the range of the professional works of assigned clients was changing in a diverse spectrum, including various types of design fields such as product design, furniture design, fashion design, pastry art, and floral design. The responses of the students highlighted the influence of their dialogue with the designers on the formation of the special programs. Here we see a poster from a project produced within the scope of this studio. The space is designed for a lighting designer, and the students developed this display tunnel for lighting fixtures to exhibit them in a dark environment in line with our dialogue with our client. And these are some plan and section drawings from the same project. In this project, the student was inspired by the curvilinear forms and shapes of the cakes that are produced by her client, Dinara Kasko. She got feedback from the client for a few times about the functional needs of the program. And we see some other images from the same project. This space is designed for a floral designer. The students created a custom system with rollers to show floral designs and set a strong relationship between the display and production areas. Students' comments also highlighted the contribution of the dialogue with the clients to making these design decisions related to ergonomic considerations. Some other drawings from the same project. To summarize, during the project experience with our proposed models, in comparison to the preliminary research stages conducted in a conventional studio, the students had to handle a more case-specific research on their clients. By the nature of this process, they had more opportunities to learn by research and get engaged in the project with the knowledge of the program's needs and requirements and feedback they gained from their clients. A limitation of the proposed model was the length of the time period used for research and communicating with the clients. Some students asserted that they had to spend long periods of time for the research part and consequently they could have less time for the design part. Another shortcoming was not all of the designers and artists who accepted to play the client role shared the same amount of information about their works and requirements. On the whole, responses to the questionnaires showed that students appreciated the integration of user perspectives to extend their conceptual approaches, proposals for the program, and decisions on the special organization. The study revealed that a deep insight into the user's perspective supports the entire design process to keep the design focused on delivering compatible special experiences with the needs, motivations, and expectations. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you. And let's continue with the following one. Okay. That belongs to Mohammed Minir Keleshoğlu, I think. I share yours as well. Give me a second. Oops. Where'd it go? Yes. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammed Minir Kereşoğlu. I graduated from master's degree in Computer-Aided Design and Architecture Department in Yıldız Technical University. This presentation is a result of my master thesis, a study on digital low-poly modeling methods as an abstraction tool in design process. We saw low-poly models in various areas of the industry and design. When we observe the development of these forms, they produced in digital environment by 3D modeling software. Generally, those objects are simplification of an original form in nature or environment. Then we observe abstraction methods of an existing object made in traditional design process, for example, by hand drawing. And we notice some similarities between two processes. For example, in Cubism and abstract art movement, abstraction is a method to reveal new geometry. To do this abstraction in digital environment, we use low-poly modeling. There are different methods in this process, like manual modeling from scratch, polygon reduction of a high level of detail 3D model. In polygon reduction process, there are some algorithms to reduce polygon count of an object automatically. When we analyze these algorithms, there is a phase that reduction of the polygons is made. It's called operation. There are three main operations. First one is edge collapse. In edge collapse operation, two neighbor vertices of a manifold topology collapse and a new vertex is revealed with a new location. In vertex removal operation, a chosen vertex is removed from a model and a new structure is built. In cell collapse operation, a geometry is divided by equal cells. If there is more than one vertex in a cell, they collapse and a new vertex with a new location, as you see here, is produced. In this research, we have two hypotheses. First one, there are similarities between polygon reduction algorithms and polygonal abstraction when we compare their working methods and the final products. Secondly, geometric change, level of fidelity, number of polygons, and file size affect performance of a polygon reduction algorithm. Algorithms provide different efficiencies as a result of the change in this criteria in different level of detail. To prove that, we did a case study on these algorithms. First, we analyzed current 3D modeling softwares that had polygon reduction tools. As you see, some of them are Blender, MeshLab, Maya, Rhinoceros. Each of them has different tools that use three polygon reduction operation that we analyzed before. For example, Blender has decimation collapse algorithm that contains edge collapse operation. We choose one algorithm for each operation. In this study, from a 3D sphere mesh model with polygon count 1280 by using decimation collapse algorithm in Blender software with edge collapse operation. Pro-optimizer algorithm in 3ds Max software with vertex removal operation. And finally, vertex clustering algorithm in MeshLab software with cell collapse operation. 15 low poly models were produced from each algorithm. Tables with results of 3 criteria are made for each algorithm. These criteria are geometric change of the output models related to level of detail and level of fidelity, polygon count, and file size of the model. In the first step, we analyzed 15 low poly models in different level of detail. Then we choose 3 of them to compare different states of abstraction. In the first stage, there is no geometric change and full level of fidelity. Then the geometry started to change and level of fidelity started to drop. In the last stage, low poly models in low level of detail transform to a new geometry, and there is no fidelity means that new objects couldn't resemble to the original one. We did these analyses for other 2 algorithms also. Then we compared algorithms with each other in 2 different levels of detail, high and low. We choose one model for each that represents that level. We compared these low poly models in terms of level of fidelity, geometric change, edge flow, and symmetry. And this one is for the low level of detail analysis. These are the same results, criteria. When we rank these algorithms according to their performance, each performance is high in different criteria. Blender decimate collapse algorithm with edge collapse operation preserves geometry better. However, MeshLab is effective to produce new geometry. 3D Max Pro-optimizer algorithm with vertex removal operation gives outputs that have least file size. Blender and 3ds Max algorithms can create models in large range of polygon counts. However, MeshLab software's algorithm is limited. Blender decimation's outputs have more straight edge flow. As you see in this example, they are more straight than the other ones. In conclusion, in the abstraction and polygon reduction methods, in other words, in analog abstraction and digital low poly modeling methods, we saw 4 different purposes. In high level of detail, to produce different styles and topologies of an object. In half level of detail, to produce different forms and geometry from an object. In low level of detail, to produce new forms and geometry that resemble to the original object. In lower level of details, to produce different typical forms and geometry that not resemble to the original one. Blender decimate collapse algorithm is ideal to produce low poly model that has least geometric and topologic change. 3ds Max algorithm is ideal to produce model that is efficient in terms of speed and working on it in a digital environment. MeshLab clustering decimation algorithm is ideal to create new forms in design process. Blender algorithm is recommended for abstraction of whole shape process in design. For designers that create 3D organic models, 3ds Max Pro Optimizer algorithm is recommended. MeshLab clustering decimation algorithm is recommended in design process that artificial intelligence does by itself. Also, it's recommended for design process of a new original form. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you as well. Let's continue with our last presentation. Yeah, this one. Okay.
Hello everyone, it's me Ahmed Hasab, and I'm here about our paper recommendations to increase the graduates' employability rate. Our paper structure is introduction, findings, conclusion, and finally will be recommendations: what, how, why to do. So the report aim is to give recommendations to the career department at the university, increasing the employability rate of the university graduates and their ability to find work after graduation. The findings: there is several factors that affect the graduates' employability rate, and this can be improved based on two dimensions of constructive alignment. The vertical dimension is about assessment and student engage and comment on his own work. And horizontal alignment is about learning and continued professional development. And regarding the findings, factors affect the graduate's employability rate: the gap between teaching and learning, professional development of the 21st century, competences, and soft skills. And all of these will increase the employability rate. Firstly, the gap between teaching and learning. The gap between teaching and learning will shape the student's skills, and this can happen easily by student involvement in the educational process. The involvement lack of assessments that merge realistic workplace skills and immersive seminars, and facilitating class group work, also industry-related events on and off campus. Also, there is a steps of reflective approach focused on experience, developing the assessment. Firstly, identify characteristics and then reflect industry on learning, collect student feedback, improve constructive alignment, implement and evaluate learning feedback, analyze qualitative responses, reflect and identify the proposed future research. And after that, professional development of 21st century competences. It's about integrating learning and work. It's obvious from the interviews resulted, HR administrators and public services, HR staff with experiences, that portfolio, on-job experience, and academic achievement is so valuable variables in the architectural graduate recruitment. And also 60% of the responses suggested related topics to practicing or real-time projects, summer internships, and increased exposure to the market. And the interview outcomes is stated based on a sample size of 100 participants. Also ranking the skills of the most from the most significant to least important in working in the 21st century environment. So it is from time management to problem solving techniques. And after that, soft skills are required, and how to integrate the soft skills into with the job market requirement. Soft skills are required to graduate students by organizations CHE, LAM, or NETAIA. 30 skills mentioned between these organizations. And finally, conclusion, teaching and learning. It's about teaching and learning, student involvement, learning and work integrated, and soft skills and job market. And all of these will shape the student skills. For the recommendations, employability assessment in the curriculum clarify to the students how assessment and interactive lectures is very helpful in alignment between the skills and industry requirement. Emphasize learning more than teaching and being assessed through different levels towards employability, and availability of individual assessment factors in different situations, context, or even professional positions in a real educational experience. And through scaffolding skills, tasks, and functions for assessing the content of learning and the meaning example of assessment assigned, designed for the secondary student slides, you can see in the assignment one, site set out, and context analysis, and in assessment two, construction technology, national, international context, and in assessment three, design and construction with client and context management. And after that, if we look at this chart, it's about student feedback on improving their skills by learning unit evaluation. Their responses was about professionalism and personal attributes, work independently and in groups, problem solving, analysis and inquiry, and finally communication. Exercising real-life projects in an interdisciplinary environment by introducing real-world problems in the design studios increases student exposure to the market by facilitating summer internships and increasing the training period to few months instead of few weeks, and organizing workshops. Develop international, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary courses by worldwide collaboration. The engineering disciplines getting involved in the teaching, invite professionals to join the teaching staff. Site visits to important projects and construction sites. Organizing events and guest lectures, training that trainers and provide continuous professional development. Developing the undergraduate educational programs to cover the key skills needed. Soft skills module in the curriculum, as example, the module developed by higher educational institutions, HEI, in Malaysia, 2006. Make the process easier in joining training, technical training, provide innovative training programs. In entrepreneurship, provide programs and training about soft skills and life skills, linking the industry with the educational institutions. Thanks. And this is the references. Thanks.
Okay. So we finished the presentations and we can start for question and answer sessions for the last three presentations. So do you have any questions? Anyone there? Okay, I can have some question for Mohammed Minish.
Hello.
Hi, Mohammed. I was very interested in your presentation because, like, in our school, I'm not the lecturer of these courses, but we try to teach our students like programs, architects as like version of BIM and also Rhinoceros and Grasshopper and so on. So your presentation was about like, was the purpose to understand which like formation model is good for free-form finding? Was this your purpose, or which like have to say which like mode deduction is good in parametric design, is like a version of generative design, did you look for?
Thank you for your question. My purpose was in modeling process, especially in design, we do some abstractions. And nowadays, there are, for example, also AI, but before the AI, we have algorithms that calculate this reduction automatically. So I want to see that are these algorithms, can they make the abstraction effectively? Like, for example, in my results, the meshed up algorithm gives very different forms. For example, you give a high detail model and it gives you abstraction, but also a different idea for example, styling. Or, you know, in a design process, for example, you make a new form in product design. For example, you make a glass, but a different shape. And when they ask you, how did you do it? I improvise, or I use the forms of a bird, for example, to this. Like these processes, I want to see how the algorithms works.
So it means it's a way of generative design you look for, right?
Yes, yeah, we
so
can
how, like what to an extent it generates the abstract design, right?
Yes, like this.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And also for the first presenter, Yasemin or Johnson? Yasemin, okay. I also taught for interior design students, and for an architect, it's a very different experience for me because it's more detailed and their vision of design is quite different than us. I was just questioning that specifically on online teaching methods. And you assign different designers based on, like, I mean, how did you think that the students can connect them, like on social media? For example, did you find the designers through, like, that student can connect them on Instagram or like other like web pages or email through? And like what kind of information they needed to acquire? I mean, did you orient it to students to what kind of information they need to start their design?
Actually, we kind of orientated them because the functions were very different. Actually, the project was involving two main areas, one production area and one display area. So at one place, there was this creative production phase of one particular product. This can be a kind of floral arrangement, or it can be a lighting fixture or a ceramic, I don't know, vase, whatever. Each product was, for each product, the needs of the area were very different. So they kind of search for the production methods and also the display needs for these different product types. So they kind of engaged more into the functional needs, which indeed was very good, which was indeed a very good experience for second year students, because, you know, they are trying to get themselves familiar with the anthropometric issues and all these stuff going on. And we kind of, actually, we just chose the designers thinking that they should be from very different disciplines. I don't know, different areas, fields of design. So the first, the most important criteria was that, and they kind of, I don't know, explored some ways to connect, communicate with the designers, each of them. Some of them used Instagram, some of them just emailed them. Only one or two cases were kind of, they couldn't get any response. In some cases, we changed the designer also. And yeah, it's somehow went well.
Okay. Did they have any chance to present their design for that specific designer? I mean, did they get any feedback at any stage of their design during the term?
Yes, some of them did that after the feedbacks, and but unfortunately, we just learned students' experience from the students actually only. So yeah, they. I mean, they were very proud actually because of this experience, and yeah, they overall got very good feedbacks from the designers. Designers were also very interested in the project process.
Yeah, okay. And connected with the other presentation with this, modeling softwares. For example, product software, product design, what types of software you use for second year students? Because like my interest is more like how to teach this, softwares, and sometimes it can be early to teach through softwares, and sometimes it's too late to trespass these skills to the students. So like, which did you restricted them to use some sort of softwares for their product design, or did you allow them to use any kind of tools they feel like very casually use?
The question is for me or?
For Yasemin, sorry.
Okay. You said a product, so I think it was kind of ambiguous for all of us. So in the second year, together with the studio, they are taking AutoCAD CAD lessons courses actually. So they are kind of synchronized. At the beginning of this semester, they are mostly trying to develop hand sketches and some collage works to kind of talk about, to explain their conceptual idea. And then they move on with CAD programs, and we also help them in the studio to develop their skills. They are using AutoCAD and Rhino mostly. And also for the collage works, they learn Photoshop in the first year. They also use Photoshop for the collage works.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Okay. In between you, there are any questions, guys? You can pose if you want. Is Ahmet there? Ahmet Hasaf? I guess he's not here. Okay, I think we can conclude our second session as well. Thank you very much for your presentation and submitting through on YouTube links, so that's worldwide we share our experience of teaching and education and researches. And it's a good platform to share on this 4th International Contemporary Urban Affairs Conference as well. And hopefully we will also get more details on our full papers, which I'm looking forward actually. So have a very good afternoon, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, welcome.
Okay. Again, thank you very much, dear Dr. Didem, Dr. Gurgis, for this very exciting session. I think we will go directly to the next session on architecture and technology, environmental aspects.
Okay.
Where the chairs of this session are Dr. Shaima Fayed, and the co-chair is Dr. Asulin. Let me introduce them. I have the privilege to do that. Of course, our dear colleague, Dr. Shaima Fayed, is a lecturer and a researcher at Building Technology Department, Architecture and Urban Design Program at the German University in Cairo, where she teaches undergraduate sustainability and digital design studios and environmental systems in architecture, and Dr. Asule, if they're here with us, is a lecturer also in the University of 8th of May, Department of Architecture in Algeria. It gives me great pleasure to be the one introducing you. Thank you very much for being here. I will be only a moderator. If you need any support in anything, I'm here. But of course, thank you for accepting being the chairpersons of this session, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Dr.
Dr. Hussein, can you hear me? Is the sound okay? Dr. Hussein, thank you so much for your introduction. It always gives me the pleasure to join with you and participate with you in different aspects or different medias. I'm so pleased to be part of this international conference on contemporary architecture and urban. It really brings, it's a kind of bringing the leading academics and scientists together to share their experience and research results. This is very important for all of us as a research and academia to build and discuss the latest research and development, new ideas we already reached. Thank you so much for your introduction. I also have the honor to have Dr. Asula Ditia from Gulm University, Algeria, with me in this session. Dr. Asula, if you are here, it's very yes, nice to meet you here. I have attended several the sessions for you, the previous sessions for you. I'm so happy to be or honored to be with you today, Dr. Asula.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you also for Dr. Hussein for the introduction. I'm here to helping you to assist to the wonderful session, inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah. For me, just a kind of brief before starting the session or giving a wrapping up about the two rounds that we are going to deal with. Generally, the session is about environmental aspects and sustainability, where I can see that sustainability is a kind of buzzword that already infiltrated many industries. With the construction, as we know, as it being a major contributor in the global energy consumption that is rising very changes in our climate nowadays. Sustainability is reflected in different aspects. We can see that in building materials, construction, resources, or even the design in general. We have a great role in implementing the idea of sustainability. Sustainability can be this word or this terminology is very wide scope that should be applied on different levels in architecture or in the space, starting from the scale of the city, the scale of the city to our internal spaces. We have a challenge as an architect to produce a smart design and use available technology to ensure and generate minimal harmful effect to the ecosystem and our communities. Today, I can see that the session, we have diversity in the topics in our session. We have to explore more about sustainability or aspects in design. We have 6 papers. They are interrupted. We will be interrupted at the third paper, after the third paper, with a round table for questions, for question and answers. If you don't mind to start, if you have any questions to start for us or to write for us during at the chat during the presentation, so that we can easily communicate it to the authors. They will be with us during the 10 minutes after 3 papers. Then we would move on to the second round, where 3 other papers would be represented. Generally or very quickly, we can see that we have at the first part The first paper is an investigation into echo of the principle of suprematism on architecture. The second paper would be spatial evaluation based on the volume of its space utilization in low-income rental flat in Dukatka, Jakarta, Indonesia. The third paper will be about investigation of indoor air quality in university offices, the case of Bengal University. So we will start with the presentation for our first paper. Dr. Asula, do you want to add something before starting our presentation? Okay, I will start sharing. Can you hear me? Is the voice okay? Can you hear me now? I will start sharing the first presentation by May Hassan from Alexandria, Egypt. Suprematism in Architecture Principles. Please.
Dr. Shaima, sorry, I think the voice is not coming from the video. Please, if you stop sharing first, I will tell you how to activate it. If you can stop sharing,
okay,
and then share again. But before sharing a window, you will find a small box in the bottom left corner saying share sound.
Just a minute, Dr. Hussein, from the left corner.
Click on share screen, but before sharing any window, you will find a little small box in the bottom left corner.
Okay, the mute from
did you get me? Yeah, if you
from the audio system.
No. And on Zoom, share screen on Zoom, share screen.
Okay.
But then you will find another window will pop up on the left bottom corner.
To share the sound. Yes, okay, fine. Okay.
Yes.
Please let me know if it's working well.
Good afternoon. My name is May Hassan. I'm from Alexandria, Egypt. I'll be representing my team. The title of this research is an investigation into the echo of suprematism principles on architecture. As the title suggests, the design of this research is centered around the critical analysis of suprematism's principles' influence on the realm of architecture. Holding the margin of postmodernist movement is the driver of this research in exploring the physical and symbolic effects suprematism has on architecture. So let's begin. For a person that is incredibly still, the surroundings and state are a radical transformation. It is a literal threshold seen not as a final destination, rather a temporary stop on our way to somewhere else. The space also marks a moment of internal transformation as one's identity shifts from a person to that of a wanderer. The new art of suprematism, which has produced new forms and formed relationships by giving external expression to pictorial feeling, will become a new architecture. It will transfer these forms from the surface of canvas to space. Since Malevich's prophetic creation of suprematism, he predicted that it will lead to new architecture. Subsequently, the scope in which architecture is viewed has changed dramatically. Despite worldwide steady interest into suprematist works and a great number of insightful and deep research, it must be acknowledged that the ideas in the sphere of architecture are almost poorly studied. A considerable number of architectural students, architects, and designers around the world who admire abstraction and weaving art into architecture generally find it difficult to discern the principles of designing form. The focus of this study is the generation of suprematist architectural form that is roughly a new domain in both practice and theory of architecture. The paper studies suprematist print in architecture because it's considered the mother of abstraction. Therefore, this study aims is to find out the principle of generating creative suprematist architecture forms and to investigate whether there are more form principles. This prompts the formal language of the paper. The objective of this paper is to reach a solid pattern that could aid architects to unleash suprematist architecture. By putting that into perspective, the acumen of suprematist patterns and techniques can aid architects to explore the assortment of suprematist architecture. As for the methodology, firstly, content analysis was conducted through categorizing data and phrases under different themes and clustering them into variables. An exploratory method was used to figure out the formative ideas, the formative design of two suprematist projects. A thorough analysis of two distinct suprematist examples was conducted based on a multi-qualitative study. By using descriptive and analytical methods in which the qualitative study notes common patterns and themes. As for the patterns of suprematism principles based on literature, number one is abstraction. Abstraction embodies abstract lines, shapes, and surfaces. It is regarded as an engine of discovering space, principles of research, and a way to unbound invention. Number two, distorted perspective. Suprematists instead merged in some of their works between additions or subtractions, with distortion or twisting, resulting in producing new and rebellious forms. Number three, fragmentation, which renders the cracking of a block, making it porous, then a new organizational pattern is being created, giving birth to new geometries. Number four, the idea of ground and gravity, which is defying gravity. The idea of ground is a critical issue for most suprematist projects. Generally, in the works of suprematism, utilizing tilted columns and juxtaposed surfaces characterized by motion, power, and energy are the key. Analysis of form. This part of the paper addresses some techniques that were used to help generate the later inferred analogy. Some formative ideas were suggested by Clark and Pose that could be helpful in making some advances in the process of designing. Others were gathered from principles of form stated by Cheng. Each point is firstly explored in isolation and then in relation to other issues. This data is studied to discern the strength and to identify the dominant underlying thought of each project. From the analysis and the resulting party diagrams of each of the discussed buildings, similarities and differences among the designs can be pinpointed. The research analyzes a series of suprematist examples. That manifestation did respond to a particular status, which is interested in merging the languages of art and architecture subsequently. For the first example, which is Lenin Institute by Ivan Leon Dove, in 1927, Ivan toiled the concept for a research complex as his thesis project at architecture school. The Lenin Institute, as it was named, housed facilities for the development of science in Moscow. The institute is constructed of a sequence of clear primary geometrical forms which are pronouncedly put together. This diagram illustrates the attempt of dissecting the Lenin Institute project using the formative ideas addressed earlier and formulating a concluded party diagram that showcases the multiple studied aspects of the project. This table explains the relative ties conducted based on the previous discourse elaborated in the previous section. Based on the previously inferred deduction, Ivan employed a significant pattern that is brilliantly and thoroughly mimicking the unleashed principles of the pioneers of suprematism into the realm of architecture. The deduction manifested clear pattern that could be roughly bounded in multiple points, which are the implementation of abstract forms, the technique of playing with light, layering of platforms, the use of fragmentation, porosity connecting the inside with the outside, creating an illusion of a distorted perspective of three vanishing points, the act of instability and the tendency of defying gravity, and finally, using geomimetic tectonics to give the stir of futurism in the creation of the outworld architecture. The second example is the Peak by Zaha Hadid. The submitted design proposal for the Peak illustrates a leisure club that is designed by Zaha Hadid. Hadid did address suprematist geology in describing the proposed design. In addition, she mentioned that the architecture is like a knife cutting through the site. It cuts through traditional principles of organization and reconstitutes new ones, defines nature and resists destroying it. The party diagram illustrates the attempt of dissecting the Peak project, utilizing the formative ideas discussed prior to this section, and formulating a deductive party diagram that showcases the multiple studied aspects of the project. This taxonomy explains the relative ties conducted based on the previous discourse elaborated in the previous section. The Peak project exploits a pattern that aided the foundation of the creation of principles of suprematist architecture. This deduction manifested a clear overlap with the Lenin Institute project, which sharpened the deduction of the solid pattern that is used to aid the birth of suprematism architecture. From the analysis of the two previous projects in the previous section, patterns in the design consideration of the various architects were identified. Similarities in design approaches appeared among many of the architects' works, independent of time, style, location, function, or type of building. The similarities can be grouped into dominant themes or formative ideas which were conceivably used in the generation of suprematist buildings designs. These points were discussed earlier. So the new findings are play with light. Alteration of masses under the element of daylight is one of the techniques used intensively by suprematism architects. However, the factor of shadow adds motion and aliveness to the elevation. Number two, layering. Layering in painting is the application of multiple layers of colors to give the painting a sensible depth, while layering in this part of the study means dealing with building floors as separate entities or levels to slowly ignore the grid below. Third new pattern is porosity. The essence of porosity is the study in in this study is connecting the inside with the outside via landscaping the project. Finally, geomimetic tectonics, the merge between geology and architecture tectonics, creates a rather metaphysical prospect for suprematist architecture. The term geomimetic tectonics is the binding of both realms, sparking suprematist architecture. It doesn't mimic nature, but rather grasp its mechanism. To conclude, while efforts are being made to extricate these patterns, researchers are deficient to reckon the echo of suprematism art movement on architecture. The approach to the study which is presented here is a radical one, but commensurate with the issue. The eruption of the deducted pillars of suprematist architecture was driven by the analysis of the works of multiple suprematist architects and artists, and the unraveling of the common pattern that was lurking beneath the surface of their works. Accordingly, it is expected that through comprehending these patterns and techniques, many aspects might be clarified, and this might help architects whom are interested to explore the assortment of suprematism architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. We are gonna move to the second presentation. And as we said that we are going to have all the discussions.
Yes.
At
Can
a
you?
round table.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Noral, you're saying something?
No, no.
Okay. So we are going to move to the next paper. Will be introduced by Nural Han, University of Indonesia, Faculty of Engineering. The focus from Indonesia. The title of the paper, Spatial Evaluation based on the volume of its space utilization in low-income rental flat in the kota Jakarta, Indonesia. We will start the second paper.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me as presenter to this conference. My name is Nurul Halam from Universitas Indonesia. I would like to share with you our research about space utilization in one of low-income public housing in Jakarta. In this presentation, we want to highlight the issue of the lack of space for storing items in residential units. We also propose to analyze the space based on the volume of the rooms. So, why are we focused on the subject? It began with the COVID-19 pandemic that has forced most people to stay at homes. Kunzman argues that people often become frugal after pandemic and choose to store essential items for the next crisis. Moreover, the stay-at-home policy increases the activity in the house. The government also advised people not to shop often. Driven by the desire to stock goods, people shop in large quantities to meet their needs during the certain period and trigger the increasing the need for storing space. However, the storage space is often ignored in the residential design process. The Commission for Architecture and Built Environment in 2009 reports that living in small houses is difficult. One of the reasons is due to the lack of storing space. Inadequate storing space scatters the items in the house. A crowded space can also affect its occupants' physical and mental health. Rees found that excessive clutter led to mental illness and caused negative emotion in children, such as frustration, sadness, hatred, shame, and guilt. Cross et al. Said that cluttered space disrupt residents from carrying out everyday activities such as cooking, cleaning, and others. Some studies found that the lack of storing space in the house drives the residents to store their items outside. However, like studies focus on how much space the residents use to store and place their items. This paper seeks to explore how much space the residents use to store their items. We aim to determine the proportion of storing space, living or activity space, and the remaining space. We propose an analysis of space by using the volume of the room, since space is used horizontally and vertically. For example, using a wall shelf to keep some items. Data collection was carried out before the COVID-19 pandemic occurred. This research was conducted in the Rumah Susun Kemayoran, a low-cost apartment building in central Jakarta, Indonesia. This apartment has three types of size, namely Type 18, Type 21, and Type 36. For this research, we only observed Type 21 and Type 36 as a typical units with living space and surface area provided as bare space to support the domestic activities. By focusing these two types, it will be easier to observe spatial usage patterns. This research used a mixed method of qualitative and quantitative methods. We took several visits to all units to collect data through field observation and interviews with the residents. We took a photograph and took accurate measurement of the space and all the items placed in the apartment units to get the quantitative data. The data observation focused on how residents utilize the space and use the items combined with the data measurement to produce three-dimensional modeling. Then we use computer software such as AutoCAD and SketchUp to model condition of observed apartment unit. The 3D models include the spatial arrangement and the position of the resident items. Afterward, we define the space utilization by drawing a mesh surrounding the space or items in the unit. The meshes are divided into 3 groups based on space utilization category: domestic space, storing space, and dead space. You can see them in the table. Domestic space is routinely accessed and used by the residents for daily activities. Storing space is used to place and store items. Most of these items have no standard regarding where to put them, such as clothes, decorations, photos, and others. This space doesn't always have to be furniture. The surface of objects, such as tables, top of the cupboard, the floor, is included. Finally, that space is neither the domestic nor storing space, such as space between two furniture or inaccessible spaces. We did not include walls or room partitions for calculating the volume and using descriptive statistics to determine the proportion of space utilization by residents. Due to the time constraint, we only discuss about the volume calculation. The detailed explanation about the units will be available in our paper. This page shows the calculation of space utilization volume for total 15 units. The upper table shows the calculation for type 21 and the lower one for the type 36. And these are the results. The average of space utilization in type 36 was more significant than type 21 in terms of volume because type 36 had a larger area compared to type 21. In terms of volume, the average type 36 used more domestic and storing space than type 21. However, proportionally, type 21 used more because the residents tried to use the limited space. It also explained that the dead space in type 21 was lower compared to the type 36. And then for the next 2 slides, I will only focus on discussing about comparison among units in type 21. Further explanation about the units will be available on our paper. In the study, we found that the number of people living in the flat did not affect the storage space size. Unit 20D had the most considerable storing space even though a single resident occupied the unit. Unit 20D had many furniture and storage areas such as shelves, cupboards, and cabinets. Storing space in Unit 21D was almost the same as Unit 20A that has 5 residents. Unit 21D used storing space more than 20A, 20C, 20E, and 20H, which has 5 residents. We also found that the amount of storing space did not determine the arrangement of items in the unit. Unit 21A was the most disorganized, even though it had almost the same amount of storing space with Unit 21D. 5 people occupied Unit 21A and Unit 21C, but Unit 21C looked more spacious and organized. The storing space for Unit 21G was less than Unit 21A. However, Unit 21G installed the top cabinet that was attached to the ceiling, added more storing space, and also giving them a clean look. Unit 21A only used open shelf that has limited capacity. The objects of the shelf were not neatly arranged so that they look a bit chaotic. It reveals that arranging items doesn't depend on storing space and number of residents. The item placement is very dependent on the residents. So what are the conclusions of the study? First, the recent pandemic has increased the need for storing space. The issue of storing space usage is problematic because it depends on the characteristic of the resident. However, by understanding how the residents use their living space, we can reveal how much space they can use at best. Second one, The residents adapt and expand their storing space by placing items on the floor, which means that they simply maximize the utilization of horizontal surface. They also use the wall for shelf or hanging items. Therefore, it's important to understand the use of space by volume, not by spatial area. And last, we found that more than a third of the room was dead space that was inaccessible to residents and was risky to become the place for pests and germs to grow. It was clear that when appropriately used, that space potent to become storing space and offer a solution to answer the issue of space scarcity. However, we do not recommend using the entire dead space because a room still requires air circulation. The study opens further research to find the right proportion to use dead space to solve the shortage of storing space in low-cost apartment buildings. Thank you for listening to my presentation. If you have any question, you can contact me via email shown on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for Nurnhelm. Then we will move to the third paper. Our third paper is about investigation of indoor air quality in university offices. The case of Bengal University. It will be introduced by Dr. Farihan Chern. She is in mechanical engineering, which is very interesting to hear that. Her area of interest is heat transfer and fluid mechanics. She worked in academia at Mechanical Department, Bengal University. I will share the screen now to start our third presentation, after which we will start the roundtable to open discussions.
Hi, everybody. Before starting my presentation, let me tell you something about myself. My name is Ferihan Çulun. I am a mechanical engineer. My area is heat transfer and fluid mechanics. I am working as academician at Bengal University Department of Mechanical Engineering. As you know, thermal comfort and indoor air conditions affects mental and physical performance of the users. People spend most of their lives indoors, so it is necessary to improve living condition of indoors and provide users comfortable. Extremely hot office can make you sleep, or extremely cold office can cause you to be distracted and unable to focus on your work. Low moisture content can cause dryness on lips, faces, on skins. High moisture can cause you feel overwhelmed. So in this study, the thermal comfort conditions of academician offices of Faculty of Engineering and Architecture were investigated in scope of air temperature, humidity, radiant temperature, air velocity. In generally, we can count 6 factors of thermal comfort as air temperature, radiant heat, air velocity, humidity, clothing, and finally metabolism. In this study, 4 main of these factors discussed. As you can see on the screen, engineering and architecture building of faculty. As you can see, this is a block and it is curved shaped, and it is parallel to northeast and southwest direction. And this is B block. It is perpendicular to A block, and it is parallel to northwest and southeast direction with a rectangular shape. You can see floor plan on the screen. Measurements were taken in 9 offices. Offices which numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4 are face northeast. Offices which numbered as 4, 5, 6, 7 located in the intermediate corridors. So they are called middle offices. And finally, offices which numbered 8 and 9 at southwest directions. As you can see from first table on the screen, temperature, relative humidity, and dew points of January and February. You can see average values from in these lines. While the temperature value is with the standard range, the humidity value is below the standard. As you can see, the average temperature of January 24.7 and relative humidity 17.7 and temperature of February 25.9 and relative humidity 24.3. As you can see, temperature of January and February, both of them are among of the standard limits. On the other hand, relative humidity of January and February, both of them are below of standard limits of ASHRAE. As you can see from figure 3, the relative humidity and dew point values are on the same chart. As you can see, relative humidity southwest is the lowest value, and relative humidity northeast is the highest value, and intermediate office values are in between both of them. And as you can see again from the same chart, that dew points values similar characters to the humidity values. As you can see, related figures, figure 4. Relative humidity is maximum in offices in southwest directions for February, and relative humidity minimum in offices in the northeast. And related dew points values are similar to relative humidity values. We can see mean temperature values from figure 5 as shown on the screen. As you can see from related figures, comfort temperature of north is the lowest value. Then the comfort temperature of southwest is the highest value of January. Yes. Another comfort parameter, comfort temperature of February. As you can see, comfort temperature of February on the screens. It has similar characters with January charts. comfort temperature southwest is the highest value. Comfort temperature of northeast is the lowest value, as you can see. We can see from the screen second table, table 2, it's called mean radiation temperature. Northeast offices which numbered 1, 2, 3, and middle offices which numbered 4, 5, 6, 8. Southwest offices which numbered 8, 9. And in of all them, the middle offices temperatures are the highest, and all of them are in limits among all the standards of ASHRAE's. Yes. Another parameter of thermal comfort is air velocity. As you can see from the screens, figure 7, which called ambient air velocity. Ambient air velocity in meter seconds units, and its value is between 0.19 and 0.21 between that values, and it is among the standards limits. To sum up, the mean temperature values of January and February both were in 24.7 and 25.9, and these values are in standards, among of the standards values. The radiation temperature values were in the range of 22 and 25 degrees on average. The mean velocity values were in the range of 0.18 and 0.21 meter per second. The relative humidity values were 17.7% and 24.3%, and it is below of the standards limits. So there is a problem with relative humidity values. That's all. My presentation has ended here. Thank you for your patience, and I wish you to have a comfortable lives.
I'd like to thank all the authors who presented their discussion, their presentation. Now we are at the time for any Q&A. If anyone would like to ask a question for the authors, any of our audience, I can see no questions at the chat. If any of the authors have questions. Okay, so I have some questions for. I will start with May Hassan. Maya, May Hassan, are you here with us? May, can you hear me?
Hello, Dr. Shaiman.
Hello, May. Thank you for your presentation. For me, it was very interesting. Maybe although it's a little bit away from my scope of research, but what I have stopped at or highlighted your findings. You have mentioned some findings like playing with light, layering, imprinting, porosity, geometric tectonics. These findings, when you mention them and start to elaborating, explaining them, I believe that it's connecting, architecture is connecting, even if it's different disciplinary or different fields and different departments. All of us are focusing on this aspect from his point of view. I can focus on the light from my point of view of environmental. I can point an environmental and social aspect when connecting inside to the outside. So I believe it's interesting to find out that always we have some factor that we will always agree on, that these are the main factors that will affect our architecture. So you can elaborate more on this point. My other question, my second question for me, you have mentioned in your data. In your methodology, it was a qualitative study using descriptive, analytical, and exploratory methods. Can you elaborate more on the exploratory methods that you have used during your study or your research? These are two.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. For me, the presentation were interesting, although it's a little bit away of the scope of either round itself.
Yeah, thank you. For the first question, that's very valid, that play with light is valid for multiple disciplines in architecture. But here in the presentation, it almost meant that we're in the triangle of Vitruvius, the three pillars of architecture: soundness, attractiveness, and utility. This research mainly focuses on the attractiveness of architecture. Maybe it has a multiple potential in other aspects, whether sustainability, whether structure, whether function. But in this paper specifically, we just addressed the form, the beauty of architecture.
Aesthetic aspects. Quality of architecture.
The aesthetic aspect. Yeah. So play with light and geomimetic tectonics and layering and porosity, all this were only addressed from the aesthetic aspects or the visual perception of the perceiver. Okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay. For the second question, the exploratory method was used for the formative design ideas that were used to analyze the examples, the two examples, Lenin Institute and hello?
Yes, I hear you very well.
Yeah, for the two examples, the formative design ideas that was used from the exploratory method, that was used based on the analysis of different books and the trials and errors of multiple examples. We just we tried 8 examples. We just deducted 2 examples out of the 8. And
yes,
that was,
I see.
Yeah, and that was the aspect of exploring the multiple possibilities of using formative ideas in architecture.
Okay. Are you working in the field of academia or just research?
Yeah,
You're working
as a TA.
Okay, great. From your point of view, which level of students we can target to work with them on this approach or this research? Is it high level students or is at the beginning of their journey, architecture journey?
No, I think it might be introduced in the, the history and theory level. It might be introduced to students. It can help with the launching pad of creativity. It can open new scopes. It can open the merge of art and architecture together. So I think it could be helpful if we introduce this to the freshman year or so.
I totally agree with you that although maybe the topic itself is a little bit complex or كده, but I think that the idea of creativity to introduce it for the students at the beginning, maybe not the first semester, first year, but at the beginning in history and theory courses, it will be very useful to enhance their creativity, understand, as I said, the idea from different perspectives and aspects. Thank you, Mai, so much for your interest.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mai. Thank you. My question now, any more questions? Do we have any questions for Mai? Yes, please.
Dr. Shema, is it only for Mai now, or
no,
general?
we have.
If you would
no,
like
no,
to keep going with the others, and then.
Yes, yes, we will move with the other. We will move now with NearnHub, and then we will move with Farihan Chum. Do you have a question for
Okay,
Maya?
because I have a question. No, I have a question to the third paper and another question, a general one. So whenever you find it appropriate to ask, I will. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask just moving in parallel. I will go with the NearnHub, then I will move to Dr. Farihan. Okay, so we can you can ask me first. Like, Dr. Nurha, you're here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like, thank you for your presentation. I'd like the idea of exploring of how you mentioned that we need to explore the space as a volume. I think this aspect should be highlighted because in one of my design courses, I always focus with my students to give them a kind of a confined space where they need to think of the space as a volume, not only as area. Okay, no, we need to think about the whole volume, so that really when the users use the space or adapt the space, they try to adapt to the spaces according to the needs. So you have the research was trying to evaluate the spatial utilization through a mixed method between qualitative and quantitative. At this point, it will bring me to the point of flexible house typologies. The idea of flexible housing typologies, it will allow the user always to modify and expand, adapt according to their needs and economics. I can see that a home is a solid nucleus formed by the users themselves, changing according to the changing activities along the different time. Can you elaborate or highlight on this point related to your research or your presentation, the idea of flexible typology?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think that we tend to overlook the storage design, especially for low cost public housing. When I did this research with my professor, I really found literature about storage space. It's really hard to find about the storage space in the literature in academic review. That's why we try to highlight how the proportion of storage space that when I said before that type 36 tend to use more space because it's larger than type 21, but proportionally, because they have to coping with the situation, so they use more space for storing when you see my presentation before. So that's why we try to determine the proportion of storing space, living or activity space, and the remaining space. That's why we highlight that there's third of the space in the units, so that we can we can research about how much the proportion we can use in the dead space for the storing space. That's interesting that we get I and we had similar ideas about the volume for space utilization, because this is this need to there is like studies focus on how much space the resident used to store and place their items. I think that's from me. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just checking the time for us. We still have 10 minutes, right? I could understand your point of view and the research and how it highlighted the importance of storage spaces in a low-income rental housing. I could understand this point from your research. Maybe it could also differ from a culture to another, from social level to another. This is what I'm trying to trigger a little bit about the flexibility, the idea of flexible housing. Maybe it could be triggered at different culture and different social levels to add more to the idea of these spaces and how it can be differently affected according to the social level and according even to the culture, different aspects that it will literally affect this point, the idea of the storage spaces.
I'm sorry, I forgot about the point. About the typology, I think that's a really good idea to type because it's a difficult to. That's why you said before that people the items tend to place in everywhere temporarily or fixed. That's such as plates. We can it's for we can put the maybe bottles or clothes or other things in different place, but also fixed furniture such as cabinets. I think that the idea of flexible housing is a real that's a good idea, but we have to it's difficult to generalize how much space each family needs for the storing space. That's the next question for this research. I think that's my point. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you. Now, any more questions to Nanha? Okay. So we will move to the last paper introduced by Dr. Parihan Chun about investigation of indoor air quality in university offices. Dr. Hussam is here with us. He wants to ask the question to the author a question. The floor is yours, Dr. Hussam.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Shaima. Thanks, Dr. Parihan, for your presentation. Actually, I am more of an outsider to this topic. That's why I'm here to learn from you all. And I was always interested in these topics to understand. Probably, I have two questions. The first question, maybe it's more related directly to the research of Dr. Parihan regarding the method you used in analyzing the thermal comfort in the offices. And you focused on January and February as the main focal of the study was in winter because of I think because of the weather conditions in your region. But can we apply the same method if it's a summer situation? For example, where we are here in Cairo, we are, and Dr. Shaima knows, we are suffering from this sunny situations in the offices.
Dear Hussam,
are you saying something, Dr.? Sorry.
Dr. Hussam, isn't it?
Yes.
So sorry for asking.
Yes.
Yes. I understand that you asked for winter or summer conditions. Isn't it?
Yes. Can we apply the same methods? I mean, what are the parameters we consider when we analyze the thermal comfort between summer and winter?
Yes.
Is it different, or is there specific parameters to consider?
Okay. The thermal comfort parameters are must taken as a thermal comfort temperature and humidity of air. The first one, thermal comfort temperature. The second one is humidity of air. The third one is radiation temperature. And it is called radiant temperature. And the fourth of them is velocity of air. These four parameters must taken in account. For thermal.
I think that Dr. Hossein, what Dr. Hossein means, he knows that the parameters you are trying to measure are the mean radial temperature, air velocity, and humidity. But he was asking about the factors or the external factors, whether external factors, conditions, or maybe the building itself, the building envelope that affect these parameters. He was mainly asking about these two factors, according to when we are trying to apply this in two different zones, according to your zone, or he is considering our climatic zone is totally differently with a very high temperature during the summer. We are always suffering from high temperature, especially with the bad treatment of the building envelope and the skin. So he's asking about this point. This is what I understand from Dr. Hossein, right? Right, Dr. Hossein?
Actually, when we take for thermal.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, for thermal comfort conditions, we take into consideration these four parameters. But if we must air quality, then we must to determine the carbon monoxide and particles of the airs. So in this study, we take into consideration only for these four parameters.
These are the measured parameters.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Perihan. Actually,
this is main parameters of thermal conditions. Thermal quality of the air.
May I? Thank you, Dr. Perihan. Actually, this is a question not related to a specific context. It's a general question, even just to learn. Even Dr. Shaima can enlighten us or any other audience. I mean, if I want to apply thermal comfort measures on a building with different envelope, for example, such as glass, as we have in our building in the university, for example, in a different context where it's very, very hot, how to apply the thermal comfort parameters on such buildings, or even in such conditions, weather conditions? This is maybe my question.
Can I just answer just quickly about your inquiry, Dr. Hossein, because I think that we have 2 minutes to start the second round. Excuse me, Dr. Perihan, I just want to explain for him just something very quickly. Okay, the idea, the thermal comfort is a target. This is our target. the thermal comfort, the mean radiant temperature, the velocity, the space, the air movement inside or airflow inside the space is our target. The humidity is the target. These are the targets we were trying when we are measuring. We start to analyze the external factors, the climatic zones according to different climatic zones, and how it affects the internal building. So the thermal comfort is a target we are trying to reach inside the spaces. Okay, so this is a target we are trying to measure. We need to see the factors or the parameters that affect, for example, according the solar radiation, the direction of the wind, the window to wall ratio, according to different orientation, the insulation, the roof treatments. So different parameters affect this thermal comfort. So the thermal comfort is a target we are trying mainly to reach. And maybe I am trying to so this parameter we are measuring to know even whether we reach the thermal comfort inside the space or not.
Yeah, thank you very much. So so in this case, we are targeting a spatial conditions inside a room or a building.
Yes.
So is it not we don't reach this target in so many cases in such hot areas, for example, in Cairo? Is it because of the cost of these things, or
we didn't reach because of I think it's a hierarchy. It's we always, when we explain it to the students, it's a triangular hierarchy, because we didn't start with the basic elements of designing by climatic architecture. Okay, orientation, window to wall ratio, respecting all this, then applying passive strategies that could be applicable in different buildings. Then we would move to another scale, for example, adding renewable energy sources to reduce energy consumption in the building. So it's a hierarchy of triangular we were trying to follow. The main idea that we didn't start with this triangle. We almost generate concrete boxes of total glass facade, so it totally affects the balance. Then we will start to try to find the solution to solve the solution we are creating. This is the problem. We never reach it using air conditioning system, because we totally unbalanced the design at the beginning. We didn't consider the construction material. We as I told you, different aspect, orientation, window to wall ratio, insulation, different aspects we didn't consider. Then we find that the end that we totally affect the thermal comfort. Then we move to the air conditioning, applying this or affecting the energy consumption, or affecting generating high energy consumption in the buildings. This is the problem, that this is a target, and we totally didn't, when we start design, we didn't focus, we didn't even put this into consideration when starting our design.
May I add?
And the professional firms are aware of these things, or do you think there should be an integration between academicians who are experienced in this with professional firms to integrate such parameters in construction?
This point especially, I have been discussing just a day before with one of the master students. He came to me to tell me market is totally different that you're teaching to us. Therefore, I told him, yes, there is a gap between what we are teaching. We are asking you to do a lot of studies. We are sustainability by climatic approach. But when you go to the developers, you are facing with totally different approach according to the market. There is a gap between these two aspects, the academia and the market. It's totally, there is a gap. And I told him this part should be well studied and see where is the problem. To try to link this gap, we are moving in. I believe that we're moving in a direction with the academia and research, and what's happening in the market is totally different. We are just generating blocks of concrete with a high energy consumption, generating CO emission, changing the whole climate here.
Dr. Şeyma, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your important information. May I add something?
Yes, sure.
Firstly, we must we must apply natural ventilation in building systems. If there is if there is no enough conditions, then we apply it forced ventilation systems. Because of natural ventilation is costs have low costs, so we must apply it before the forced ventilation.
Totally agree. According to the bioclimatic chart, we all follow according to ASHRI, starting from Olgay, Giovanni, and ASHRI. We are applying the strategies generated from the bioclimatic chart according to different zones. According to the different zones, we have different strategies that should be applied according to it's hot, humid, cold, dry, whatever the climatic zone is, we will try to apply. What Dr. Hossein is saying, for example, during summer, to apply natural ventilation in Egypt is not that easy. With the temperature outside reaches 42 and more than 42 degrees during the summertime. To introduce natural ventilation or the natural ventilation without the appropriate treatment, for example, cooling down, kind of evaporative or cooling down the air before entering the building will cause a problem, will cause a thermal problem on the inner spaces itself. So at a certain point, we cannot deny that we will use AC. We need to apply the natural ventilation as much as possible. We need to apply the purge ventilation, which is the night ventilation, to cause a cooling down to the structure of the building. So when we start the new day, the structure of the building is cooled down. So natural ventilation definitely is one of the strategies, the main strategies at the bioclimatic charts applied since Olgay. He has first started it, but at a certain point, we cannot deny that we will use an AC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again. Maybe orientation is very important for design buildings with low costs. We must add orientation effects, that parameters too. Thank you for your attentions again.
Thank you, Dr. Farihan, so much. Dr.
So
do you have
for my little English. If only I will help you more, but my English is a little so sorry for this problem.
No, we're very pleased and honored to be with you today as a mechanical engineer. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Dr. Hossein, any more questions?
No, I think because I don't want to take over time, I would like to thank you for this Friday afternoon virtual lesson. So probably later we can have more discussion if there is time. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hossein. So now we will move to the next three papers. The first one is the importance of thermal aspect in designing public buildings along with the temporary structure. I believe Kyrie Sabor, he will introduce for us the presentation.
Yes, I'm here, like one of the authors of this. Sorry. Okay, I think now. Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Kira Stavrov, and I'm teaching assistant at University St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje, Macedonia. And in the next couple of minutes, you will follow the presentation that I was recording related to the thermal aspects in the design of the public buildings that are materialized in timber structures. Yes.
Thank you so much for this introduction. Allow me to share your presentation now. Thank you so much.
Please, thank you. Hello, everyone. Before I begin with presenting this paper, I would like to express our greetings from Macedonia. In this research, we have a joint team between the Institute of Architecture Design and the Institute of Architectural Construction at University St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje, Macedonia. In that direction, I would like to emphasize the importance of this joint initiative and express my happiness in being part of such an interdisciplinary team. Also, I would like to thank the entire team of the International Conference for Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism for providing us this opportunity and being part of this year's conference. As authors of this research text, we would like to express the importance of thermal aspects in designing public buildings along with timber structures. The principal objective of this study is to provide a joint strategy for efficiency, quality, comfortability, and aesthetics within the buildings. The proposed theme of the research is related to sustainability in architecture, and its principal purpose is to express the sustainable aspects of public buildings. The scope of this study is to design a new public building materialized in timber structure. The proposal is expected to have qualities within the architecture discipline. Most of all, authors' expectations are linked to building that is based on sustainability and energy efficiency. The beginning point of this study is that we consider the buildings as closed systems. Given such kind of consideration brings us to a variety of questions and why we need such kind of consideration. One of the reasons for treating buildings as closed system is because it will contribute towards better control of the interior conditions, such as air, humidity, heat, and sound. Establishing such kind of control within the buildings is a step closer to sustaining the order. Thermal and acoustic comfort is in strong relation with the order. That is why we're connecting such an abstract theme like order with utilitarian term such as comfort. From one side, we have theoretical approach. On the other side, our end results has empirical nature that is more elaborated in the results of this study. The discipline of thermodynamics has an engineering and scientific background, but we strongly believe it is very important for the architecture discipline as well. Therefore, this research translates such field in architecture and spatial scale. Talking about public buildings, we're emphasizing such an importance in these typologies and provide such comfort in the public buildings will improve the systems of the public services. The next thing that I would like to outline are the methods and the methodology for the purpose of this text. The proposed topic of this study expresses the importance of spatial values in architecture. From one side, that includes geometry, design, and material characteristics of the public buildings. On the other side, that means structural properties such as components, layers, and finishes that define the thermal properties of the buildings. In that direction, certain methods are applied for the research purposes, such as comparative method of analyze, method of rationalization, calculation model as a result of computer software for spatial and thermal simulation. Given the methods described above, the results for the research purposes, such as comparative method of analyze, method of rationalization, calculation model as a result of computer software for spatial and thermal simulation. Given the methods described above, the results find a place in the design process of the public buildings. And now we relate the hypothesis that is the improvement of the spatial performance as a result of improved thermal qualities of the buildings. The question asked here is how to make a good and quality approach in the process of providing thermal qualities. Another question is how to provide a constant temperature in a volumetric unit with expressed height and open floors. Also, how to accumulate and minimize the temperature difference between the lower and higher point of the multi-height volume unit. To give the answer of these questions, we need a rational, analytical, and comparative approach in solving such thermal challenges. Therefore, the principal thesis of this text can be related to the improvement of thermal, acoustic, and visual qualities of the public buildings with timber structures. This would also explain why we need to consider building physics in the process of architecture design. These diversities of approaches reflects the importance of geometry and materialization within the public buildings. Broadly speaking, that covers placing the thermal and acoustic insulation on the envelope of the solid materials of the entire building. From the previously applied methods, the results that we have dual nature, spatial and architecture. These results show that geometry and materialization are directly connected with the scope of the study. Both of those terms have an important part in determining the following aspects: thermal, environmental, spatial, aesthetics. To ensure that we have applied the methodology, we designed a new public building. The architecture of the proposal is made for competition purposes for a local municipality in the central part of Macedonia. The concept of the solution presents multi-height unit atrium-oriented place. The central place of the building is directly lightened from the roof windows. It should be emphasized that internal covered atrium is a direct result of the applied methodology. The strategy enables direct import of the sunlight within the central place of the building. In that direction, the proposed solution is based on a skeleton construction system with flexible units that can be adjusted to the variety of tectonic concepts. The entrance of the building is distinguished between the employees and visitors. Therefore, we are creating differences between the following units: administrative work, access for visitors, group events, exhibitions, lectures, readings. The observation of this study suggests that the hypothesis is connected to the spatial and energy performance of the buildings. In other words, the relation between the thermal properties and the internal fabric of the building. To make the story short, we have provided the following aspects: access for everyone, daylight distributed to every volume unit, application of the sustainable methods of design, compatibility of materials with different physical properties, visual and thermal comfort. The structure of the building is an orthogonally rotated matrix of reinforced columns and beams. Broadly speaking, the structure is skeleton type with various materials alternations: timber, reinforced concrete, and lime mortar. This approach is followed by the idea of compatibility and sculpturality. On the other side, materializing slab and roof out of timber makes the entire building more vital. It divides the structure between the primarily and secondary one. This combination of materiality and structure degrees stimulates the strength and makes the building more resistant to outside influences. On the most important layers of the structural components is thermal and hydro-insulation. Our strategy is placing it from the outside of the elements. The reason behind this is creating a strong difference between the inside and outside. Such placing of the layers contributes towards better control of the internal climate conditions of the building. This would explain why the buildings are treated as closed systems. In other words, this contributes towards better control of the thermal performances within the building. To conclude today's presentation, we would like to present the results of the study. We have designed walls, slabs, and roofs in details. The next thing is layering each element of the structural component as presenting it in these diagrams. All of this data combined with the surfaces give us the U value of the building. The number is a result of a calculation model that we have conducted within the institute. There are some parameters that we should consider, such as window ceiling, outside temperature during the winter time, that is between -20 degrees and +5 degrees during the heating days, solar gains, and energy loss. Combined all the aspects above gave us the end results of 18.72 kilowatt hours per meter square on an annual basis, that place the building in a category of energy performance. As a conclusion of this study, we strongly believe that providing such qualities would contribute towards a better built environment and overall architectural performability of the buildings. I would like to thank you.
Dr. Shaima, you are muted.
There is no voice, Dr. Shaima.
We move to the next paper. Dr. Hussein, can you please check the chat? Because there is a missing paper or missing presentation. Can you check it, please? We move to the next paper, network approach to understand the impact of human settlement on ecosystem cities.
Okay, on ecosystem cities, actually, according to the last updated program, it was included in the program, but if it's not with you there, I can share it, no problem.
Okay, fine. No, I have the network.
Yes.
I have this one. I have the network approach to understand. It's already with me.
Okay, which one is not available?
I don't, yeah, I really can't get it because he just said that it seems that there is a change in the program and this presentation was supposed to be, has been moved to yesterday.
According to the last version of the program, we have in this in this round, we have the importance of the thermal aspects in designing public buildings along the temper structures.
Yes.
I think it was presented just now by Kire, right? And then
yes.
A network approach to understand the impact of human settlement in ecosystems and cities. And the third is monitoring and landscape quantification of uncontrolled urbanization.
Yes, we have
this
all
is
these
according
papers.
to the last program.
Yes, we have
Yes.
the presentation for all this. Another also called Bahr Sultan. He is the one who had the problem. So I don't know which paper is here. This is the point. I will start sharing so not to lose
yes.
time. So and you can check. Okay. Thank you.
Pointed to the evolutionary outcome of cities. Gregory Bateson has written on how the flexibility of living systems are like a tightrope swaying from one position of stability to another to maintain balance. A key feature of an ecological understanding of urbanism is the capacity to be reversible, evolving, and provisory, owing much to the analogy of nature as a living organism. In increasingly urbanized contexts, there is a need to understand the relationships between ecosystems capable of sustaining a diversity of animal and plant life and the city, the organism that has evolved to specialize in sustaining human life. The city has long been categorized and understood to be a barrier for the movement and rhythms of ecological elements. The origin of the word city comes from the early word for enclosure, and this has manifested itself in the walled cities of medieval and Roman Europe, which sought to remove themselves from wilderness. In despite of this, the popularity of cultivated gardens has proved the determination of European colonizers to bring order and to enforce rule and dominion over nature, and by implication, the native inhabitants. This view of nature is highly restrictive and prohibits the role of organic processes in daily life, making them out to be messy and uncivilized. Kongjian Yu shows the relationship between the prevailing human attitudes towards cosmetic beauty and gentrification have emanated from the view of the human being transplanted to the surrounding environment. Yu describes the process by which native, messy, and productive shrubs are replaced with fancy flowers that bear no fruit, which results in a landscape that is unhealthy, deformed, and deprived of functionality. Sustainability is not just a consequence of passive activities. Nature is a series of overlapping cycles of energy transfers, some of which are self-stabilizing, while others are destabilizing and chaotic. There is a need to understand the value of self-sustaining systems when planning, and to look beyond the immediacy of rapid development, to avoid catastrophic consequences in the natural and human environment. Looking at the design process as a constellated reality considers a multitude of actions and reactions between people, energies, and resources. Within these exchanges, there are synergies and relations which cannot be understood in pure separation. As cities, are in a constant state of flux, what we observe is a temporary moment in a fluctuating field, otherwise understood as a momentary equilibrium of forces between individuals, collectives, and institutions. Researching the potential of flexible planning processes in the global south is considered important because of the poor availability of data and maps in these regions. In Kochi, Kerala, the authors were involved in a research project gathering data for the analysis of the city's urban form, collating responses to a citizen-led survey, and drawing plot boundaries from a variety of primary and secondary sources. The studio considered the definition of livability and concluded that an important attribute of the livable city is its capacity to encompass all of the inhabitants of the city. The threat of catastrophe in Kochi from rising sea levels caused by climate change, as well as the degradation of natural flood defences such as mangrove forests, can be seen as entangled issues relating to the human development of estuarine backwaters. This research points to the potential of the city to be understood more holistically by integrating system dynamics through the advances in computer sciences. Complex simulations utilizing agent-driven algorithms can explore a variety of outcomes based on different variables. Cities can be understood in dynamic urban simulation models for exploring the relationships between organisms, built structures, and their natural environments. The early models used in the simulation and prediction of urban development find their origin in the work of John Conway and his influential Game of Life, which consisted of a two-dimensional orthogonal grid of cells. Each cell has exactly two possible states, dead or alive. A set of 4 rules based on the state of the neighboring cells determine whether the cell will be dead or alive in the next generation. This very simple setup allows a wide variety of different patterns to emerge after the program runs for several generations. This, in relation to the real-world phenomena, becomes apparent when realizing the development of form and land use patterns in cities are, like in Conway's grid, influenced by the interaction of agents through bottom-up processes informed by simple rules. Koenig et al. Proposes an integrated system dynamic simulation, using the stocks and flows approach to represent aspects of urban simulations. They propose the theoretical framework of urban metabolism as a model to facilitate the description and analysis of stocks and flows of the materials and energies within cities. The authors are particularly interested in the interactions of natural and human systems in relation to the rapid expansion and urbanization of Kochi. The development of human settlements at the fringes where humans and animal species coexist has caused severe interferences with local ecosystems. The authors first tested their approach when trying to understand the coalescence of literature sources about livable cities. The approach consisted of a textual analysis, parsing text from literature sources through a word cloud generation script in R, and then using Tableau to examine the relationships between texts. This method allowed for a decentralized analysis of the relationships between textual sources, with centralities appearing as emergent as opposed to the more unreliable subjective narration of similarities. The author decided to take this approach forward by creating a network model for the stakeholders of Kochi for interpreting the ecosystem threats and opportunities and connecting a variety of stakeholders within an ecosystem relating to their common threats and opportunities. Understanding the relationships between human agencies and Kochi goes some way in exploring through systems thinking how the city might be approached by an urban designer. However, it does abstract the network of human actors within the complex system from other life forms and their networks, and there's a danger of seeing the humans above or outside of nature. Collating data for the species network was achieved by the authors through tabulating the 231 species found in a number of surveys for the Mangalavan. Through linking the species based on predation information found on the India Biodiversity Portal, a network graph was produced. The results of this network graph allowed the authors the ability to have greater insights into the ecological scenarios and found that the mangrove species was the most interconnected species through the measure of betweenness centrality and eigenvector centrality. These findings revealed empirically to the authors that the mangrove had a central role to play in the ecological landscape of Kochi. In order to understand the dynamics of human and natural populations, the authors identified data sets capturing human population density as well as green space density in an area of Kochi. Trying to gather this sort of data was important for the researchers, and they had to use novel methods of gathering in this process. For the population data, authors used WorldPop, an open source demographic data set that spatially aggregates census data to a resolution of 100 meters. A similar resolution was derived from remote sensing data sets using satellites monitoring seasonal evapotranspiration, which is the cooling effect of green infrastructure in cities. The resulting raster data sets could be then processed into land parcels using the zonal statistics function. This allowed the researchers to have visualized data sets of the city with live values for biodiversity and population density. After going some way to understand the interdependencies and relations between species and stakeholders, the authors turned their attention to enacting these relationships spatially to the geography of the city. They had to choose a statistical model, and it was selected for the simulation, the wolf sheep predation model, an open source model found on the NetLogo repository. The appropriateness of this statistical model was appraised based on its prevalence in the natural world, but was reconfigured by the authors in a novel way to represent human dependency on nature through consumption of natural resources and the inverse threat of extinction through habitat destruction. The authors owe much to Koenig et al. In the integration of the land parcels and of the urban area as areas of differing activity for different populations. It was anticipated that the interactivity of these populations would point spatially to areas in the city that, based on their centralities, would be more attractive for consumption by humans and nature. The results of this simulation showed that after hundreds of iterations, natural and human populations had clustered in different neighboring patterns across the urban area vernacular. Whereas the natural populations seemed to be evenly dispersed through the city, the human population densities seemed to reinforce the existing data sets. This shows that in areas where humans had vacated, natural populations had stronger selection favor. This reinforces the justification for allowing areas of low utility for human occupation to be left fallow for natural populations and processes to occur. These methods are flexible and can assist different researchers from different backgrounds to work collaboratively on solutions in cities, with an emphasis on sustainable systemic thinking as a response to ecological issues in cities. There's a need for these tools to be open and democratic, as well as being able to be used effectively by planners without technical expertise. This will require further development in order to integrate the complex algorithmic explorations into a user-friendly platform.
Great. So we will move to the last session. Last paper gonna be presented by Dr. Asula Dachia.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Asula, I have the recorded presentation. So would you like to share or keep me sharing it? Okay, I will share the screen.
Could you share it from you?
Okay, great. Monitoring and landscape quantification of uncontrolled urbanization in the Oasis region, application of remote sensing and landscape metrics, the case of Adarar city, Algeria.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Assoud Shisha from Gelma University in Algeria, Department of Architecture. I'm going to present about monitoring and landscape quantification of uncontrolled urbanization in Oasis regions, application of remote sensing and landscape metrics, the case of Adra city in Algeria. So this presentation is talking about the question related to the control of rapid and unplanned urbanization, particularly in fragile environments like the Algerian Oasis regions, and the utility of approach based on remote sensing and GIS methods. This presentation is mainly organized on 5 parts: the presentation of the context and problematic, a theoretical
Sorry for this.
framework,
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work.
Sorry.
Instant correct.
Just something wrong happened. Sorry, I will repeat the screen, sharing the screen from the beginning, so not to lose our concentration with the paper presentation. Just something wrong happened with my computer.
Gelma University in Algeria, Department of Architecture. I'm going to present about monitoring and landscape quantification of uncontrolled urbanization in Oasis regions, application of remote sensing and landscape metrics, the case of Adra city in Algeria. So this presentation is talking about the question related to the control of rapid and unplanned urbanization, particularly in fragile environments like the Algerian Oasis regions, and the utility of approach based on remote sensing and GIS methods. This presentation is mainly organized on 5 parts: the presentation of the context and problematic, a theoretical framework, the presentation of the material and the methodology, result and their interpretation, and it will be finished by elements of conclusion. So let's begin with the presentation of the context, which is a global context of urbanization affecting all the countries of the world. The Oasis regions of the southern of Algeria have not escaped this universal dynamics. A higher urbanization rates compared to the national average is recorded. Monitoring and assessment of its landscape transformation remain a key step for any Oasis sustainability project. The recent advent of remote sensing and geographic information system techniques has raised the expectation of urban planners and the other city actors. The question is how to quantify and assess the rapid transformation affecting the Oasis landscape, which are induced by uncontrolled urbanization. Our hypothesis is a remote sensing and GIS-based approach allows the identification and quantification of spatial-temporal changes characterizing Oasis landscapes. Remote sensing has become, because of its opportunities, has become an essential tool for the study of spatio-temporal dynamic occurring on land territories, like urban sprawl. We have two methods for the extraction of spatial information: by photo interpretation of satellite image and by the classification process which has two main purposes: establishment of cartography of change and thematic analysis like quantification, description, prediction, etc. Landscape for describing urban forms. The contribution of urban landscape ecology display. These metrics, also called spatial metrics, are used to describe the landscape structures by the measurement of certain properties characterizing its composition and spatial configuration. We have three categories of index: shape matrix, the composition matrix, and the configuration matrix. We have also three levels of analysis: patch level, class level, which we have to use in this study, and the global landscape level. The selection of metrics depends on the topic of study, the squal, and the quality of satellite data. Our study area is the Oasis of Adrar, located at 1,400 kilometers south of Algiers. It has a desertic climate. This oasis has undergone a significant population growth, which with a notable negative consequence on the oasis ecosystems and pose many problems. For our study, we have used 4 Landsat images acquired via the USGS, corresponding to the years 1986, 1996, 2006, and 2016. We have used also auxiliary maps as reference documents. Our methodology workflow is organized on 4 main steps: selection of metrics. We have select 6 landscape metrics: the number of patch, NP, the percentage of landscape, P-land, the mean patch size, area mean, the largest patch index, LPI, the aggregation index, AI, and the normalized landscape shape index. As a result of classification, we have obtained 4 thematic maps corresponding to the years of 1896, 1896, 2006, and 1816. As first comments after a cartographic reading, these maps shows a notable growth of built-up area against a progressive decline and the fragmentation of the palm grove. The growth of built-up area is mainly influenced by the road access in different directions. The calculation of error matrix has also shown a satisfactory level of accuracy. The land use and land cover quantification evolution is illustrated in this table and in this table and this line graph. These graphs shows two opposite tendency between the urbanized area and the palm grove area. The urbanized area, the growth of urbanized area is more accentuated in the last decades. The composition matrix has also shows two distinct behavior of the urbanized area and the palm grove area, two opposite process. The landscape configuration matrix has also shown two opposite process. As we can see, a simultaneous increase of the three of the LPA and the aggregation index with a decrease of the normalized landscape shape index, which means a tendency towards a morphological compactness. However, the palm grove has recorded a continuous decrease of the LPA in the LPA index and the aggregation index, with a rise in the normalized landscape index. This means a process of fragmentation or disaggregation of this green frame. As a conclusion, this study has shown two distinctly opposed spatial processes: spread of the urban area versus decline of the palm grove. Over 30 years, the built-up areas has recorded a considerable growth with more than sevenfold, against a remarkable loss of agricultural areas with more than 55%. A variation of the rhythm in the rhythm of evolution, which is more accelerated during the last decades, against a palm grove area, which is more amplified during the first decades. A continuous mode characterizing the urban growth in all directions, with some discontinuous extension, particularly during the period, the second period, from 1996 to 2006. This shows the influence of the road axis in the orientation of the spatial growth, a negative impact on the green fabric. The study has shown a progressive process of fragmentation by enabling of the edges and inviting the degraded areas inside. So this study has revealed an alteration of the oasis ecosystem and the local landscape. This study has also, as application, shown the importance of approaches based on satellite data and landscape metrics for monitoring and understanding urban forms generated by uncontrolled growth. the utility of remote sensing and GIS as effective support tools for urban analysis and making decisions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Asula. Thank you so much. Now we will go, thanks to Dr. Hussein, because we almost exceed the time, but he will allow us to have the time for the round table. Thank you so much for this consideration. Now we will open for discussion. Is there any question for the first paper, the importance of thermal aspect in designing public buildings along with timber structure? Do we have any question for Kiri Savarvu or Kiri Savarvu? Okay. Okay, so let me have a quick question. Kiri, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Thank you for your presentation and for the case study that you have introduced. A kind of strategy for efficiency and comfortability along with the aesthetic within the building using the timber structure material. My question here, during your simulation or the simulation you have introduced, which shown in the diagrams, the diagrammatic for the layer of the construction material with the insulation. What was the main factor that assists in reducing the heat transfer through the building? Is it the materiality or the insulation layer?
Yes. Thank you for your question. Well, since since I am part of architecture field, like we strongly believe that these thermal aspects should be considered in the design process of the buildings. And for that reason, like materials and the components of the layers from all the three components, the slabs, the roofs, and walls, like are from a great importance in providing thermal comfort and considering the thermal aspects. For that reason, like we're definitely one of the main elements is that we place the thermal insulation, and as well as the waterproof layer of the external part of the structure. That's the one aspect that we're emphasizing in this research, and the other aspect is thinking about the materiality and the materialization of the building, because like through thinking through the wood and through the wood application, like we strongly believe that we will provide those qualities in the architecture field.
I could understand this. I can understood that the insulation layer had the main factor in
That's right.
this. Although definitely the timber structure will play an important role even in the carbon dioxide emission and reducing the carbon dioxide emission other than other structure for the building. But I can see that if we can have a comparative or just a diagrammatic between if we reduce the timber along with another structure so that we can have, I know that this timber provide us with the efficiency, quality, and aesthetic using material sustainability in the materiality. But just to consider introducing the idea of thermal transfer within the wooden structure as well, because I can see from the diagrams that the main point of heat transfer, of reducing heat transfer, was in the insulation layer. But generally, thank you so much for your interesting presentation. For me, it was very nice how you proceed with the methodology and the hypothesis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for you providing us this opportunity, because I'm in the very beginning stage of my academic career, and I must emphasize that this is my first actual conference that I am attending, and therefore thank you for providing to me this opportunity. I think it's from a great importance for me.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move to the network approach, to the next layer, to the next topic paper introduced by Seba Rahman. Still
Hi, we're here. Shibu Raman and Christian. Christian, my student colleague, is also here. He's the one who presented the paper. Christian, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Kristen Lacey. I'm from the UK, and I was Shibu's master's student last year in his master's unit, which looked at exploring livability in Kochi in south of Kerala. So yeah, what I presented today alongside Shibu was my findings from my thesis. So yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's also my first conference, so I'm very excited to hear some of your comments.
Any question for the second paper, network approach to understand the impact of human settlement on the ecosystem?
Yeah, just forgot to mention that we're from Welsh School of Architecture, Cardiff University, UK.
Okay. Is there any question from the audience side? Johnny, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting that have proposed the model that combines the speech network together with the land use data. It was very interesting how you developed it in a flexible and easy way to be introduced and predict the complex ecological dynamic on a wider scale for more sustainable planning approach. From your point of view, how can you expand your research? Yani, how can you expand the research already you proposed for us?
So there's two sides to it. One is that we were exploring the potential of using or potential of understanding the impact of human settlements on ecosystems in urban ecosystems, and trying to kind of the agenda was to try and find a symbiosis between the natural ecosystems and human habitat so that they coexist more effectively without the city losing its biodiversity. So a lot of experiments were done by Christian in terms of trying to model them, trying to model the human activity as well as the kind of interrelationship between different species that were found in this particular part of the city, and how that can be expanded and create corridors for ecological expansion into the city. Because the whole idea started from this point that the natural ecosystems and natural environment is fundamental for the quality of life of people who are living in the cities. There was a previous research that we've done, which has identified how a natural landscape has got a better health and well-being benefits for human being in cities, as opposed to ornamental gardens that are prominent in many cities. So Christian's exploration was, is there a way in which we can understand how the habitats are damaged by human activities, and how you can understand the kind of relationships and the sensitivity related to that. In terms of expanding this research, what we hope to achieve is to try and develop this method into a more workable solution for anybody to apply in design approaches, in planning, in exploring those relationships in different types and scales of cities, so that ecological modeling within the city can be more effectively incorporated within the planning process. So that's a kind of bigger agenda. So we're trying to develop this as a methodology that can be applied by wider group of researchers and planners. Christian,
What could be such ecological corridors that you will develop? What could be
sorry, say that again?
Ecological corridors that you would develop in your research, or can be a general, as a preliminary approach for your study?
Could I answer that? Shubin?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
please.
Yeah, I would say that it's not that we're trying to develop green corridors, it's that we're trying to develop a tool and a platform in which identification for biological corridors can be found within cities. So I guess we are looking to use advances within the computer sciences related to network theory, related to simulation, to suggest that in the planning processes, we're not just trying to put a bandage over an area of a city where there's a lack of biodiversity, or there's an increase in traffic, or there's an increase in a kind of poor environment. We're saying instead we're going to model the wider systemic impact of that particular issue, and by using specific data sets relating to biodiversity and relating to human population and those complex issues relating to that, we are trying to create opportunities for finding where animals and humans, or flora and fauna and humans, can interact better within cities.
Okay, I think this is very interesting. Yani, this is what you have introduced or what you have said. This is very interesting, and to apply this in real life, it's more important to start not only in the research, just in the research part, but to be applied. I think it should be a very fast application for such development or approaches that you are doing, because now we are suffering for all the cities that we have, we are living at, we are suffering a lot. I think that now I usually recommend this, that all the studies and research that we are trying to develop should be applied as soon as possible, because now we are facing just the developers that thinking in different way and moving us in a different direction that totally changed the ecosystem and impacted the biodiversity.
Yes, that's very true.
Thank you so much. Any more questions for Shiba and Christian Desi? Thank you so much. Thank you for your interesting presentation. I believe that I will check it once more, because a lot of topics has been introduced in it. For me, it was very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaima. Would you like to, are you finishing this session or?
Okay, yes, we have no more time, right? Okay, thank you so much.
Well, if you still have some points to raise, of course, please do.
Doctor, is there any just question for Dr. Aswila Dachi? Any question? Thank you, Dr. Ashula. It gives me the honor to be with you today, to be in the conference, to participate. Also, thank you, Dr. Hossein, for this invitation and being with you. Thank you so much. We need, I think, to move to the next round because we already take some time from them. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. I believe that always sharing information and what we reach in the research study is important, and what I'm always trying to focus and to emphasize on, that what we are doing should be applied very soon, not only kept in the academia and research only, because this is we are suffering from. Even we are suffering when we teach our students. They totally face totally different thing when they move to the next step. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Hossein.
Yes,
thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaima. Thank you, Dr. Asula, for chairing this session. And we were, of course, a bit late on time, but I think it was worth it because we have all learned very valuable lessons from you. And the most interesting lesson is, as Dr. Shaima explained and concluded, that we need to integrate this academic understandings into profession and to integrate it into the market. So thank you very much for this. And now it's time probably to move to the next session, where it's chaired by the chairperson is Dr. Assistant Professor Dr. Hasina Nafa, and I am the co-chair, but I'm taking this chance, to be honest, to introduce Dr. Hasina Nafa, because of course we don't have time usually in personal lives to do this, but I was very surprised happy when I saw my name under her name in this session, which is a wonderful chance for me to introduce her to you all. Dr. Hasina Nafa is a full-time academician at Girna American University in Northern Cyprus, where she has been teaching for very long years. She has a BA degree in architecture, master degree in town planning and urban design, PhD in construction management. And she is very interested in exploring urban issues, sustainable cities, and city branding. And she has participated in so many a big number of workshops, seminars, and conferences. This is only technical, but to explain or to introduce her in a better way, I may say she's a lifelong influencer that we all learn from her. She has touched every life and every person that crossed in her life. So I was a very lucky person to be a student of her over even starting from my bachelor towards my master's and then PhD. So I have the privilege and very honored today to be co-chairing this session with her. Thank you very much, Professor Hasina, for being here, for chairing this session, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, my Hussam. You were and are and still will be one of the best students I ever had. Okay, so and I can see your academic path is going on the right way. Thank you very much. Very nice to be with you all today. I would like to thank, who is clapping hands? I would like to start by thanking really very much and congratulating Dr. Hurash and Dr. Roxana, who were also my colleague in previous years, for this exceptional, let's say, exceptional organization, which gives actually to many researchers, doctoral students, PhD, master student, the chance to share and discuss their work here and have some very nice feedback. Discussions are going very well. Sorry, I couldn't participate fully because I was teaching at the same time the whole day today. So it's a very good opportunity. And also a very special thanks goes to the German University in Cairo, organizer, and especially to Professor Jose Madrigal, and of course my co-chair, Dr. Hussam Hussein. Okay, in this session today, under the name Sustainability and Urban Design, our participants are trying to reach a very long-term sustainable future in their different type of research. Every research is very valuable, very interesting. And so they were all looking on how to plan and develop urban settlements and community in a more holistic way for a better future. Actually, the dynamism of city represents a major sustainable development opportunity for every one of us, for each one of us. We are looking for a better future. We are looking for a better world. So our objective is basically the same today. So if we get the urban development right, actually, if we do the thing right, city can increase in economic growth, can create jobs, can offer better livelihood, can improve social inclusion, can promote much better living standards. And from the other point of view, from the environmental point of view, or environmental resources use, it can also protect local and regional ecosystems, reduce a lot of problems, and drastically reduce pollution. Okay, but over the past, many mistakes were made in managing urban growth, and we cannot undo the situation, unfortunately, which is actually still impacting on our everyday life. But country might have failed, okay, but there is a great hope today. There is a great hope, and everybody is feeling so sensitive today for aiming for a better future. And this is good. Makes you feel better. Okay, so, and all this research of today and yesterday, we can understand that a lot of academicians, people interested in research, that are very interesting, very valuable topics. Okay, so we will have two sessions actually, with a little round table around the discussion in the middle. So we have 3 presentations and 3 presentations with a little break in the middle. So the main common ground for the following 6 presentations actually focuses on sustainable urban planning from different research initiatives, different point of view. For the first round, yes, we are presenting, me, myself, and Dr. Hussam. And we would like to present to you an experimental urban design studio that we did a few years ago. In this experimental studio, we wanted to educate students, to focus their attention, to raise their awareness on urgent urban challenges and future opportunity that sustainability offers today. Yes, we have too many interesting things. So we wanted to tackle this problem by provoking a very interesting studio where we had quite a big studio actually. We were 45 students, and we actually nearly 60 students, but 45 case study were looked forward in this program. And we decided that, as we all know, actually, the design studio is a very powerful method of education. Very, very powerful. So therefore, this may be a path for knowledge transfer and future application. Our students, wherever they are, will be the leader of their countries. Very clear. But we had in Girne American University, we have a very big advantage. Very, very big advantage. We have students in our university from all over the world. Name it, you find it. Even from Japan, from all over the world. So these students come from different background, different city, different scenario, different complexity. So we created this studio as a dynamic brainstorming experience for them, which we will present to you. So this was a very successful, so these students, whatever they learn, will go back, will be the leader, the pioneer of their city, and are more aware of the situation where our world is going, okay? Our first presentation will be followed by 2 other presentations that will be targeting the importance of green spaces and climate change responsiveness. So the 2 are very close, very, very interesting, very valuable. Then we will have this little round discussion. We will follow by the next presentation, starting with biophilic concept introduction in urban agriculture. Okay, proving where the writer, the researcher believes that to have the potential to provide direct short-term economic returns at a neighborhood scale. Very interesting. Whereas the second presentation on Dhaka city, capital of Bangladesh, we'll be looking at 3 different scales: building scale, neighborhood scale, city scale. And they trust is a teamwork that in order to lead the development into a spatially sustainable fabric, cities should follow a set of codes which are unique to the place itself. And therefore, they propose a contextual tool to code emerging urban patterns of cities. At a territorial scale, we have the last presentation after the discussion, which gives us an overview of urban growth model application in Algeria, emphasizing particularly on its advantages and drawbacks to offer in the future decision makers, policymakers with a better spatial expansion of city scenario for a sustainable future. So, Dr. Hussam, do we see everybody in the room?
Yes, I think
Okay,
almost
so
everybody is
all
here
right,
as far as I see.
okay. So we will start with the first presentation, Master Candidate Mehmet Ali Ak from Izmir Democracy University, Department of Landscape Architecture. We will present the study prepared with Associate Professor Dr. Aslı Güneş Gülbey, whose area of expertise are landscape design, landscape planning, artificial wetland, and phytoremediation also. Dr. Güneş is also the manager of Izmir Democracy University Vocational School. Their paper is entitled Efficiency of Urban Open and Green Spaces in the Context of Sustainable Urban Development and Climate Change. Followed by MSc Elif Güldü and Associate Professor Dr. Çağdaş Kuşlu Şimşek from Akdeniz University Institute of Natural and Applied Science, Program of Remote Sensing and GIS in Antalya, and as well as the Department of Space Science and Technology from Antalya also, which will present a paper entitled The Cool Island Effect of Green Spaces in Hot and Humid City, the case study of Antalya. And we will have the break after these three. Then we follow the second, I will tell them all now, then the fourth presentation, which will be presented by Nishat Tasnim Maria and Dr. Shilpi Roy. Maria is an urban planner from Bangladesh. She is currently working as a research assistant at the GCRF, Center for Sustainable, Healthy and Learning Cities and Neighborhood project in Bangladesh, and her research interests broadly include biophilic urbanism and community planning. Dr. Roy is an associate professor of urban and rural planning discipline at Khulna University, Bangladesh. She is currently the in-country lead and co-investigator of the same Center for Sustainable, Healthy and Learning Cities and Neighborhood. She is also the focal point in Bangladesh for UNESCO IIEP, Local Challenge, Global Imperative, Cities at the Forefront to Achieve Education 2030 project. Shilpi has been working on urban planning and policy evaluation concerning sustainable, healthy, and learning city and neighborhood. Their paper will be entitled Urban Agriculture in the Neighborhoods of Khulna Toward Biophilic Urbanism. They are both from Khulna University. And next presentation will be by M.R. Aparna Rajivan and M.R. Sarita Parambat and Dr. Bejene Kotari from the Department of Architecture, College of Engineer, Trivandrum, India. The paper will be on spatial sustainability as a contextual tool to code emerging urban pattern of cities. And the last presentation by, we have four co-authors, architect PhD candidate, Mr. Lagrib Fouad, who is lecturer at Department of Architecture, Abdelhamid Ibn Bediz University in Mostaganem, Algeria. He is also a member of the Design and Model Lab of Architecture and Urban Form, LACOMOFA, in Biskra University. Professor Mazur Said is teaching at the Department of Architecture in Larbi Ben Mhidi University in Boueghi, Algeria. He is a visiting professor at the National School of Architecture and Urbanism in Tunisia. He is also the head of the Architectural Use, Quality and Built Environment Evaluation Lab, Le CAREB. Mr. Larwi Abdelbasset is an architect, PhD candidate, lecturing at the Department of Hydraulic and Civil Engineer in Gardaya University. And Mr. Benamer Okbar is also an architect and a PhD candidate. Wish you all the good luck. lecturer at Department of Architecture in Abdulhamid Ibn Badis University in Mostaganem. Both of them are members of the same lab, Design and Modeling of Architecture and Urban Form, LACOMOFA, in the University of Biskra, Algeria. And their paper will be entitled Introducing Urban Growth Model, UGM, in the Algerian Urban Planning Practice, Advantages and Drawbacks. Sorry. I think we can start. Thank you very much. We can start with our first one. So, Dr. Hussam, you can maybe share it.
Thank you. Yes, I will start sharing now the first article, Modeling Macro Scale Spatial Analysis through Location Intelligence Application.
Good afternoon. Our presentation will concentrate on a location intelligence application for modeling macro-scale spatial analysis. Today, the politics, needs, priority, and planning itself are in constant change, and obviously new challenges in terms of city planning are put forward. Many cities are working to establish a better quality of life with their population and a better identity of their urban core through the creation of revitalization studies. Given the effort, the importance of cities as significant social, political, economical center, the rethinking of planning comes as a principal moment when urban policies must be able to plan for a sustainable future in relation to their individual needs. The drivers of this study are mainly first focusing on education. The study debates that learning means focusing on the competence among students, whereas educating is what makes future architects distinct. Therefore, some questions may arise. Should subjects such as the science and the art be learned for their intrinsic value, or should education focus on matters which are of technological benefit? The coexistence and growth between softwares and architecture and urban planning push the educator to test new analytical tools which allow spatial application of various strategical analyses on different scale. Design education in architecture and urban planning is the keystone of design profession that contribute to shaping the built environment of the future of our cities. The design studio is a platform for interaction, creative exploration, and knowledge acquisition. Experimental learning and innovative teaching practices are among the learning methods to adopt and to adapt while centralizing on the practical engagement of student capability for better learning outcome. For this reason, the study suggested an urban modeling application of location intelligence tool, CartoDB, and how such a tool could provide architects and planners with both theoretical database and practical platform to implement proposed strategy. CartoDB is used in this study as a user experience focused online location intelligence platform application that enables spatial analysis without having to learn coding or complex modeling software. The platform provides a wide range of analytical tools and allow appraisal of cities' current condition, along with specific strategy, methods and approaches for mapping and highlighting the different aspects of life in order to develop exercises in macro planning issues which are capable to respond to the needs of today's phenomenon. Learning intelligence is a type of training program based on a strategic learning that is tightly connected to reporting and analyzing by defining learning goals and understanding all the different ways of linking learning and training activity to those goals. This method facilitates the process of virtual learning by assigning a wide set of database to students as well as allocating a practical mapping platform. Therefore, it creates a flexible location solution which may be used as a comprehensive platform where students and professionals can get the required data, integrate it, manage it, and run user-side analysis and design custom map on a single platform instead of the traditional method of collecting geographical information such as coordinate and other databases, and then apply the proposal into a different platform. The rich capability of this tool have allowed the student to perform a variety of analyses for the design studio with the following objective: to provide a better knowledge of the use of technology, to support spatial land planning by using a new analysis tool, to influence decision-making from the student in regard to the problematic of their own cities. A total of 45 cities were investigated, which were mainly located in 3 continents: Africa, Asia, with the majority number of cities, and Europe. And you can see the variety of cities going from Minsk to Osmaniye, to Diyarbakir, to Fethiye, to Abuja, to Cologne. So the criteria is to introduce the student to different contexts, spatial and physical contexts related either to a water body, sea, river, lakes, or a hinterland, or sometimes we find ourselves in special conditions. CartoDB is a powerful sharing platform. Students were only sharing their idea about their own city condition in the studio with their peers, but also they were trying to understand what other friends were doing. And at the same time, they were uploading this online, so sharing it online. Of course, a list of mapping analyses were offered to them, but they had the freedom to select and choose from different tools in order to define their own strategy in relation to the needs of their own cities. The cities that have been selected to present you today vary in geographical location and therefore have very interesting identity distinction, leading to different scenarios. From London, UK, Nicosia, Cyprus, Izmir, Turkey, Alexandria, Egypt, Sparta, Sana'a, Shahba in Syria, Antakya in Turkey, and Minsk. The analysis has highlighted the value of each of them using the CartoDB method to formulate related strategy in order to finalize a short, medium, and long-term master plan. The first scenario we will look at are a couple of examples of city in relation to coast and port. Izmir is a metropolitan city on the Aegean Sea with a main port of export. The analysis in here was more focusing on a density study in regards to the unpopulated port area and over-densified highland area. The next case of Alexandria city is a city of high importance to the national economy of Egypt, as it is the second largest city and was once the capital. The main factor here selected by the researcher was to understand and analyze the potential of green spaces in relation to the coastal line. In regards to rivers, London was selected as a megacity. It is the capital of England and the largest city in the UK. Land use analysis showed that even though many businesses and banks are based in the city, the worker population greatly outnumber the resident population that we can see clearly in this map. Other analyses of different layers, circulation, green, connectivity, were trying to expand, link, and balance both sides of the river. On the other hand, Antakya in Turkey, main focus was on how the river, the important river, was given its strength, weaknesses, and opportunity and threat. In the case of Minsk, the capital city of Belarus, the analysis concentrated on the urban growth that have kept a very strong linear centrality of the river within the core of the city. If we look at the hinterland cities now, Nicosia, as one of our main important case study, is the last divided capital city in the world, as you may all know, and the largest city on the island of Cyprus. The capital city is currently divided with a buffer zone implemented by the United Nations. The analysis here try to understand the balance between the north and the south regarding its circulation network. The political situation of, excuse me, of these divisions show clearly this discontinuity, and therefore the proposed strategy were targeting new transversal connectors through the creation of commercial corridor. On the other hand, the city of Sparta, the city of roses, the analysis focus here on the compactness of the city as being a more car-oriented city. Now, another very interesting case study is the city of Sana'a. Sana'a is the capital of Yemen and is distinguished as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities that is mostly known for its old core, which has been listed as the UNESCO World Heritage since 1986. At this time of the study, Sana'a was under threat, and therefore the mapping focused on a damage analysis study to propose strategy focusing on an emergency evacuation scheme for the community within the limit of Sana'a city. The intention here was to deliver a detailed analysis and appraisal of Sana'a situation using CartoDB through the understanding of its strength, weaknesses, and opportunity and trend, then suggest responsive strategy per the needs of the phenomenon. In conclusion, an attempt has been made in this design studio to explore some of the prospects that CartoDB can offer in urban and regional planning education. Students have developed several methods of knowledge acquisition for the built environment of their own home city. Analyzing this trend through the elaboration of sustainable urban development strategy and final proposal of master plan, it was possible to see an outline of some of the best practice and guidelines while introducing CartoDB into our design studio research. The method of documentation and assessment of social, cultural, economic, environmental, and spatial processes were fundamentals for an integrated approach to urban regeneration for the 45 case study. Through the formulation of SWOT analysis organized with CartoDB tool, the proposed strategy and master plan were very responsible to the complex challenges of the development of today's urban environment. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, thank you. So we can have the next one. Presentation. Who is the next one? Yeah, what was it, Mehmet Ali Ak? Mehmet Ali Ak?
Yes.
Hi. I previously uploaded my presentation to YouTube.
Yeah. You are here. I was
started the
looking for you if you were
sharing
here.
my screen with your
But
presentation.
Dr. Hussam can share it also.
Yes, I'm trying to share.
So Mehmet Ali is here. I couldn't see under which name.
So I think this is the efficiency of urban open and green
Yes.
spaces in
Yes.
context,
Yeah, this one.
development and climate change. Okay.
Hi, I am Mehmet Ali. I am doing my master's degree at İzmir Democracy University Department of Landscape Architecture. Today I will be presenting to you about my study on urban green areas I examined within the scope of sustainable urban development plan, development and climate change. The material of studies in urban green areas, which are important residents of the cities. The method of the study consists of the stages and examining and evaluating the findings obtained through national and international literature review. Under this heading, let's first take a look at what climate change is and it is because climate change, as the United Nations says, is change in the natural climate that occur as a result of human activities. Based of this definition, it is possible to say the biggest share in climate change is in cities. Cities are the main cause of climate change due to use of renewable energy resources and resulting increase in the greenhouse gas. At the same time, cities are exposed to effect of climate change. Therefore, cities are very important combating climate change. In this context, it is important for cities to be sustainable to combat climate change. For this, it is necessary to adopt sustainability first and then to frame what urban sustainability should be. In her book, Science Spring, published in 1962, Rachel Carson mentions the use of chemicals that become widespread with industrializations and the disruptions of the ecological balance due to the release of the death chemicals to the nature. Thus we can define sustainability as establishing the balance based on economical, sociological, and ecological basis, and ensuring the continuity of this balance. Sustainable city is a city model in which ecological balance is established and the quality of life is increased in the both social and economic terms, and success is achieved with the climate change adaptation and mitigation process. Sustainable cities can be created by redefining and planning the functionalities and spatial qualities of land use. Thus, the importance of urban green areas that support sustainability area dimensions in a city with activities such as redefining and planning of land uses come to the fore. Because urban green areas, urban green space are areas that offer ecosystem services with their ecological, economic, and social benefits. Carbon capture and storage, improving air quality, reducing the urban heat island effect, reduces energy consumption, supporting human health with recreational activities, windy groundwater, surface water, providing biodiversity, increasing the value of nearby lands and residents. For this green infrastructure system should be established, as can be seen in the figure. The green infrastructure system is an integrated urban green space system consisting of center, connection point, and corridors. For example, the corridor can be a stream or forest city road. For that reason, all urban green areas which have many different functions, from single tree in the city urban forest constitute the element of green infrastructure. For this reason, it is necessary to plan green space management, especially in sustainable cities. In this context, you can see a developed proposal table. While this table suggests planning in order to obtain better efficiency from urban green spaces, it also reveals the need to integrate urban green spaces with the other areas in the city. In the second table, we can see sustainability city metrics prepared according to Turgaj 2019. In table created as a result of the examination of the international sustainable cities metric. You see the criteria for adaptation, climate change, air quality, biodiversity, sustainable land use, and water management and social justice. These criteria also define the ecosystem services provided by urban green areas. Therefore, urban green area spaces are indispensable areas for sustainability city due to ecosystem services they provide. As a result, when we consider urban green spaces and sustainability city criteria together, a sustainable city and urban green areas are a combination cluster. The urban green areas cluster includes all the social and economical needs of the city, especially ecological ones. By increasing the number of green areas in the sustainable city terms of climate change, while increasing air quality, biodiversity, sustainable land use and water efficiency in cities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, dear Mehmet Ali Ak. Thank you, great work, great presentation. Thank you. The next one will be, no, we just saw this one, Hisham.
The next one.
The cool island effect of green spaces in hot and humid cities.
Hi.
Where are you here?
Hello.
Elif? Anisha?
Yes. Do you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
I am Elif. I am a PhD student. Today I will tell you about my work titled The Cool Island Effects of Green Spaces in Head and Humid Cities, the case study of Copenhagen. 55% of the population in the world lives in cities. Our world is faced with environmental problems in the face of rapid population increase. One of the most important of these problems is global climate change. The destruction of natural surfaces and the construction of concrete surfaces instead of them trigger global climate change, and as a result of climate change, temperatures increase and natural disasters such as extreme weather events, floods, and drought occur. As a result of the changes, heat stress occurs on people, causing people to lose their lives due to various disasters and these disasters. Heat waves caused the deaths of 70,000 people in Urek in 2003 and 55,000 in Russia in 2010. The high mortality rates reveal that the issue should be handled within the context of disaster. Each city has its own unique climate character due to its geographical location and topography. Therefore, the climate characters of each city should be revised and problem points should be determined. With the increase in urbanization, the natural vegetation, which is permeable and moist, is replaced by impermeable and dry urban areas, creating urban heat islands. Urban cold islands. In the studies to reduce urban heat islands, urban cold islands are of great interest because they are both cost-effective and environmentally friendly. Urban cold islands are urban areas that have a lower temperature than the surrounding temperature, or even the power to cool their surroundings to a certain extent. Green areas, parks, water surfaces show a cold island effect. The cooling density is defined by the difference between the maximum temperature of the urban area and the minimum temperature of the green area. The cooling distance is defined by the distance from the edge of the cooled island to the point of the urban area where the cooling effect results. The cooling effects of urban cooled islands vary depending on their shape, size, impermeable surface proportions, and the morphology of the city. The aim of the study is to determine the cold island densities of urban green areas and forest areas, and to reveal the relationship between urban morphology. Study area. In the study, the cooled island potential of Antalya city where air temperature and humidity are very high were investigated. Method. In the study, firstly, a database was created, the satellite images were processed, and surface temperatures were determined. Then, green areas and texture types were determined and classified. The minimum working scale was determined, zones were created around the green areas. And finally, the relationship between texture types and cooled islands was evaluated by statistical analysis. Determination of surface temperature. Surface temperatures were determined from 8 satellite images for the years 2018 to 2019. In order to determine the surface temperatures, radiance and reflectance transformation were made, NVI and emissivity were calculated, and surface temperatures were determined as a result of these. Texture classes. In this study, the climate-based classification method developed by Stewart and al., which is currently used in the literature, was used. In the city of Antalya, we see that there are general optimized buildings, and the supercity building increase as you move away from the city center. Green areas, on the other hand, are classified according to the density, size, usage type, and cover type, considering the green area classification created by Kroll et al. However, 2 new classes have been created for spread and mixed areas, which are the vegetation of the city of Antalya, which are not included in this classification. Investigations were made on the selected 15 green areas. Testing hypothesis. 500 meters buffer zones have been created for green areas and 100 meters for green playgrounds. Correlation analysis was performed to understand the relationship between surface temperature and distance. Innovations were conducted to find out whether there is any difference between textures. Finally, scatter plots were created to determine the cooling density and distance. Results. According to our results, it seems that green areas have a maximum impact distance of 300 pictometers, and the forest areas a maximum of 500 meters. When the texture types are compared, it is seen that the open design areas benefit better from the cooling effects of the cooled islands compared to the compact areas. Scrap areas, it can be said that scrap areas affect up to 300 meters, and when the cooling distance and density are examined, the most advantageous texture type is the open medialized texture type. Forest areas, it is seen that forest areas have an impact up to 500 meters. Mixed areas, there was no significant relationship between the distance and the surface temperature. This situation showed that the green area is affected by the large green areas around it and the coast. Citrus gardens, the first and second zones are affected by the coast. When we examine the third zone, we see that the citrus garden has an effect up to 300 meters. Cemetery, although it is smaller than many green areas examined in size, it is seen that it has an effect up to the 300 meters. Because it is a region covered with dense and adult trees, large urban areas. It affects up to a maximum of 300 meters. The presence of the more than one cooled island in the region affects all areas. Green playgrounds. 4 different green playgrounds from 4 different texture types have been selected. Green playgrounds affects up to 80 meters. Conclusions. When the cooling distance and density of green areas were examined, it was observed that script areas had less effect since their tree-shade ratio was low. However, green areas such as forest, cemetery areas, and citrus gardens with a high tree-shade ratio had a higher effect. When the capacity of texture types to take advantage of cooled islands was examined, it was determined that sparsely built areas and open mineralized areas constituted the texture groups that mostly benefited from the cooling effect of green areas in both seasons. In conclusion, urban cooled islands and the cooling effect they create are of great importance in providing climate comfort in our cities. However, the effect capacity of cold islands is related to both the cooled islands design and the design of its environment. Therefore, urban climate should be discussed basically within the framework of climate-sensitive planning and design approach with solution proposals covering the whole city. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sina.
Yes, I think we are having our what was it, round table.
Yes.
And we finished with the first round, yes. So if the audience have some questions, maybe we can start with the audience and we can ask our own questions. The audience should have some questions for us because we are not going to ask our own question for the first presentation, then for the second two, please. Or you can write your question in the chat group if you would like. No questions? Okay.
I mean, the two presentations were on discussing the topic of climate change, more or less.
And green
so it is a very,
area.
Yeah.
So
it is a very valid topic nowadays to discuss, even sometimes away from these two articles. It's only I think this is why we are all here to discuss solutions and find potentials in our cities. So not particular questions. Sometimes if any of the audience have some experience to share with us and share their knowledge would be great.
So we can discuss. Mehmet Ali, are you here?
There is Neshat want to ask, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question was to Mr. Mehmet Ali. Is he there?
That's what I was asking. Mehmet Ali, are you here? Mehmet Ali Ak?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nishat has a question for you.
Kindly, can you tell me if your study was focused on city level?
Mehmet Ali, did you make your study on a city level?
Yes. Okay, yes.
Yeah, by green infrastructures, do you particularly emphasize on green corridors, or there is some more on it?
Mehmet Ali?
No, green corridor and green areas.
Yeah. Do you prefer the location on the city fringe or the edge of the city, or in core urban areas also?
I think he has.
Can you again?
I can explain. Is your case study on the fringe of the city, which means outside of the city, or is it based in the core area of the city? And which city, by the way? Did you understand the question? Fringe of the city means outside of the border of the city. Mehmet Ali? Because I have another question also. Mehmet Ali?
Sorry, in the city center, green areas.
In the city center only. Yes, Nishat, you have something else?
No, I got my answer.
Okay. So actually, Rachel Carson in, when was it, 62, was already aware of all this problem. And so today, like Dr. Hussam said, we are still, this is very interesting topic, yeah? And we are still trying to balance, yes, between this, to ensure that we can make this balance. So I was wondering about the little graph you proposed to us with the corridors and the hubs, and then corridors and hubs. What is this? Is this a proposal that you are trying to achieve, or a framework? I don't know. What is it? Mehmet Ali? In my opinion, I mean, I don't know if we are concentrating only in the corridors, will mean linear, dynamic, circulation, mixture of biodiversity and human and everything. But in my opinion, if we try to balance and to create a better sustainable green open space, maybe we need to start at a much smaller scale, which means apply some kind of pocket parks, you know, very, very small pocket park at neighborhood scale. So which start already trying to find. So when we come to the diagram with the line of corridors and the hubs, along this line of corridors, we will have small, like tubercles, yeah, which are feeding the corridor before we get to the hub, or around the hub, these little elements which are very small scale, but which are very successful in increasing, you know, the level of, you know, better air quality and reducing the negative aspect of the climate change. It can really help very, very well in achieving a better future in your research. Yeah, this is just a comment. Dr. Hisham, you have something to add? Or?
Yes, I mean, in the second presentation with Ali, I think his name, I think this is a research done, Mehmet Ali.
Mehmet Ali is the
right?
first one.
Okay, no, regarding, yes, exactly. I mean, we were the first one, but he's the second. He's the first of the two. Mehmet Aliak, I think it's a research related. I'm not sure if it's a master's or which is a very interesting
master study.
An interesting always theme to tackle. You know, nowadays we are living in these very difficult environmental conditions all over the world with different situations, different contexts. But I felt that the study was a bit general in terms, because when we talk about environmental climate change, we need to be focused on what factors exactly we can tackle in each city. So what is so special in your city that is actually causing the global warming, climate change, or CO2 emissions, and so on. So touching only green, I mean, it requires a lot of layers of analysis to understand how to locate even the green in your city, because I think reducing, first of all, reducing the CO2 emission is a priority before providing green. So to understand this in the first place, and then go to provide green, because green is not only a public space, because green would balance even the CO2 emission in the city. If we cannot reduce the number of cars, then we can increase greenery in the city with certain amount that balances the CO2 emission. So these points, I think, if you want to focus on green, you need really to understand the layers of what is causing the climate change in your particular area. This is my only comment to Mehmet Ali. If you want Dr. Hasina to go to the third, or you want me to...
Do we have a question for the last presentation of the first round about the cold island? No. Anyone? No? No question? How are we doing with time? I think we can move to the second round, yeah? Okay, so with...
Yeah, if you would like.
Who will be the first? Can you open? Let me check. I think it's Nishat, yes?
Yeah, both of me and Dr. Roy is here, so you can play the video.
Exactly, yes.
Great.
Dr. Hisham, can you share? Yes, thank you.
Sharing now. So it's the paper entitled Urban Agriculture in the Neighborhoods of Kulna, right? Okay.
Yes.
Hello everyone, it's Nisha Tasni Maria from Bangladesh. Today I'm going to share with you our experience from the research on urban agriculture in the neighborhoods of Kulna towards biophilic urbanism. Along with me, this research is co-authored by Dr. Shilpi Roy. The cities of developing countries are replacing farming lands to build urban infrastructures. For example, if we look at the condition of Dhaka city, which is the capital of Bangladesh, the amount of green space has reduced dramatically within a 20 years gap. Even the urban greens are being sacrificed to facilitate smooth transport. But this kind of uncontrolled urbanization is giving birth to a lot of issues like environmental degradation, temperature rise, pollution, reduction of food production, and so on. Among the notions of city management, the concept of biophilic urbanism aims to achieve regenerative sustainability by incorporating people with nature and economy. As this concept can bring sustainability in urban areas, many developed countries have adopted this concept to overcome urban crises. One of the good examples can be the city of Singapore, which have successfully incorporated biophilic urbanism. Since the concept of biophilic urbanism has emerged, numerous studies have been conducted to explore its pros and cons. According to the scholars, this concept can bring economic feasibility, social stability, and ecological protection in a row. But what is limiting the acceptance of this concept is in developing countries is that it lacks short-term economic return. But if we dig into the concept, we can see that among different elements of biophilic urbanism in different scales, only elements of urban agriculture provide short-term economic return, like pot plant in building scale, community farm in neighborhood scale, and green corridor in city scale. Thus, to inquire the applicability of this concept in developing countries, this research aims to explore the scope of urban agriculture in urban neighborhoods of Khulna for assuring biophilic urbanism. To achieve this target, in this research, we explored residents' perspective and existing practices of urban agriculture in urban neighborhoods of Khulna. We also investigated supportive national and local regulatory frameworks that can encourage urban agriculture as well as biophilic urbanism. Now let me introduce the concept of biophilic urbanism and biophilic city very briefly. The main target of biophilic urbanism actually is to insert nature into built environment purposely and systematically to provide citizens with access to nature. This city management technique encourages residents in outdoor activities and treats environmental resources as assets. Biophilic cities consist of 4 dimensions that provide the measure to judge a city with the lens of biophilic urbanism. While indicators provide the quality of biophilic cities, the variables declare the main concepts of those indicators. Elements of biophilic cities are the guidelines to achieve the qualities of biophilic cities. And finally, the forms are the end products that through which small doses of nature can be injected into the built environment at 3 different scales. Among the forms of urban agriculture like street trees, rain garden, community garden create different elements of biophilic cities like green verges. The elements can achieve the indicators of biophilic cities, and in the end, conceptually, by adopting urban agriculture, we can achieve 4 dimensions as well as the ultimate target of biophilic urbanism. The data for this study was conducted using these 5 tools sequentially. Mapping and visual observation helped us to identify the existing practices in the neighborhoods. Systematic review was conducted with 4 residents of the study neighborhood. For systematic review, we have selected 22 regulatory frameworks from national and local level. These documents included different national visions, policy documents, and local plans. Also, 5 key informant interviews were conducted with practitioners and policymakers from national and local level. One of the most recent planned residential neighborhood from the 3rd largest city of Bangladesh, which is Khulna, was selected as the study neighborhood of the research. As organic neighborhoods of developing countries offer a little opportunity to incorporate any form of interventions, the study was conducted on a planned neighborhood to investigate existing practices that the planned neighborhood can offer and to identify the scope of further investigations. Now let's move to the findings of the research. While exploring the citizens' perspective, the findings of the research revealed that about 90% of the respondents are aware about the interrelationship of human and nature. They express that nature provides them with different physical and mental benefits along with goods. Even some of them also acknowledge the necessity of greenery in mitigating hazardous events. But their knowledge is very much limited about the elements of public cities. They only know about some common elements like pot plant, roadside plantation, and so on. The investigation of citizens' activities unfolds that the residents are also very much willing to participate in outdoor spaces. About 60% of the adults and 70% of the children of the study area spend time outside regularly. Some even arrange their home with facilities of parks. But they are very much disappointed with the existing facilities of the open space and parks in their neighborhood. They spend a very insignificant time outside as they don't feel like visiting the park with poor facilities. From the interviews conducted with the residents, it was highlighted that 95% of the residents plant trees as they got food from these trees. The unprivileged people can arrange meal in the days or in which they are in need. Also, a major portion of the residents are voluntarily engaged in nature restoration that indicates their willingness to have nature around them. If we look into the existing condition of the study area, in the first two maps, we can see that there is no existing walking trail, community garden, or even ecological connection in the neighborhood. However, this neighborhood has the potential to increase the amount of greenery in different forms of urban green, island, green bird, and green roof, which is visible in the third map. While exploring the existing condition, we came to know that the amount of land that is conserved as park and playground in this neighborhood is really insignificant. Even the condition of the park is we can see from the picture that the fence of the park is broken and it offers no facility for recreation. Most of the residents are interested in green designs in form of home gardening. Throughout the neighborhood, plantation was visible in form of social and agricultural forestry. Now let's see if the concept of hydrophilic urbanism in form of urban agriculture is supported in the regulatory frameworks of Bangladesh or not. Among the regulatory frameworks, some restricted the formal intervention in green space by declaring this kind of space as formal space. Also, the statute presented in the slide denies the need of green space in core urban areas. However, some regulations provide flexibility by incorporating urban agriculture in city center. Protection of environmental and biodiversity is frequently declared in different regulatory frameworks that indicates the importance provided on it. Some statutes emphasized on restoration of public parks and encouraged green development as well as urban agriculture. While some statutes indirectly indicates the importance of greeneries in improving quality of life, on the other hand, some directly encourages social and agricultural forestry in urban areas. Some statutes also appreciated institutional support of agricultural activities within neighborhoods by encouraging citizens' participation and assures local people's participation and attachment with the space by including local people in community garden development plans. Now let's see what the research suggests overall to incorporate urban agriculture in neighborhoods to achieve hydrophilic urbanism. The residents are cautious about the importance of nature. Also, they are willing to embrace urban agriculture in more organized manner. But as it requires land security and permission to perform agricultural practice in public space, government and non-government organizational support will appreciate them to heavily engaged in this kind of activities. Findings from the regulatory framework suggest political will towards biophilic urbanism, but the national level policies are too broad to apply to local level, and local regulations are less explicit. Effective implementation of this concept thus needs institutional support. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with. Stay connected and don't forget to share your views with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nisha. That was a very, very interesting presentation. Thank you to Dr. Roy also. Thank you. Very interesting. Okay. Next one is Aparna, I think. Yes? Aparna,
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
here?
I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you.
You were here the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aparna Rajivan.
I'm going to present my paper on spatial sustainability as a contextual tool to code emerging urban patterns of cities. So sustainability, the ability to exist constantly or the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level has three domains of space: social, economic, and environmental. And the aspect of space comes under the third domain on environmental, which focuses on the geometric and the configurational ordering of space within the city. And it is also dealt with the spatial patterning of the cities. The concern of the 20th century cities is that wholeness doesn't exist in newer developments, because each time an architect, urban designer, or urban planner tries to put his design or intervention into an urban system, they tend to grow as parts and are not in respect with any of its existing counterparts. There exists a relationship between the spatial components of the urban system, and it is essential to evaluate if the city as a whole has preserved that spatial structure. Modern streets and developments tend to dominate and fracture the organic spatial structure of the cities. Cities have to change, but the change has to be analogous to what is existing. Christopher Alexander, through his new theory of urban design, has put forth 7 rules of growth for cities, any increment into the urban system must have to follow. So now the research question is that, are the existing fabrics of the city spatially sustainable? If not, to conclude on the parameters leading to spatial sustainability of the city as a whole by deriving the same from its older fabrics. The research gap is that there are studies available on reversing the decline of an urban fabric due to low spatial sustainability, but there are none on planning the newer developments considering the same. The spatial configurations are directly or indirectly related to the cultural living patterns within a city. That is, the physical formation of this space is directly linked to the social experience of the human, and the ordering of the relationship, how the space is configured between people and the space is to be studied, and the structuring of the social activities within the physical environment is important to have high levels of spatial sustainability. Spatial sustainability, as explained by Bill Hillier, in the case of London, he explained it through 2 major parameters which can increase the sustainability levels, that is through pervasive centrality and through fuzzy boundaries. So pervasive centrality is that any time an urban economic generator or a development generator is put into the urban grid, it will have to spread widely throughout an area. The function will have to pervade through the urban system. Otherwise, it tends to stop, and this will make the urban components exist as part. And also in the case of fuzzy boundaries, that is, urban areas are created through spatial differentiation, because where each time an urban district or an urban grid is put into the urban system, there are well-defined boundaries which shouldn't be there, and a high inter-accessibility levels should be maintained. And he put forth certain solutions for this, like grid intensification. And case studies have been referred mainly on urban campings or urban villages in Indonesia. The social spatial sustainability was interrogated how the space evolved over time, and the cultural, economic, and the other drivers which are causing to increase the spatial sustainability is studied, and how the people had rearranged their space to increase their spatial sustainability levels. And also in the case of key squares and Bosphorus in Turkey, the cultural and spatial sustainability was studied, and because the value of the spatial values were getting lower, and then they brought in certain parameters, they brought in certain designs through parameters like like diversity, accessibility, comfort, and culture. And the third case study was on Jeddah's historic core in Saudi Arabia. So this particular urban core was losing its identity and also was getting isolated from the rest of the city. Had major roads connecting. So what were the reasons for its lower spatial sustainability levels were studied. Next is, so from the literature and the case studies, there were parameters identified that would increase the spatial sustainability of an urban fabric, and they were grouped as spatial, social, and functional parameters, and they can be studied using space syntax and spatial cognition. So mixed methods are used in this research, and my aim was to code the urban patterns of the city for sustainable spatial developments by defining the existing spatial functions, patterns, and configurations. So initially it was the selection of a primary investigation area, and I chose the city of Coimbatore in India. And the next step was to identify the fabrics, to identify sample fabrics, which I can study the configurations. And it was these parameters from the older urban core and the newer urban core were studied. That is from the commercial business districts, and the parameters were tested on them in a quantitative and qualitative way using space syntax and spatial cognition methods. And then the next step was to delineate identifying sustainable configurations within this urban fabrics, and also to code the fabrics based on these identified configurations, and also to devise a framework to develop spatially sustainable newer urban fabrics within other new cities as well. So in the primary investigation area, as mentioned, the Coimbatore in the country of India. So the reason for choosing this city was that it has three commercial business districts which are functioning till date, that has been developed since 1900s. So the first two formed CBDs of the city has been chosen to make a comparative analysis on what is sustainable there spatially. And so the first city was the first fabric was the older CBD. It's called as Town Hall, and the one marked in yellow is the sample fabric which I had taken from this CBD. And in this CBD, there is the central commercial district, commercial mayor street, which is also the nerve center of the district passing through. And also there are the secondary streets on either side of this major commercial street. And these are certain photographs of how the area looks like. And next is the newer CBD. So this was in a much planned way. Rather, the other older CBD was developed in a haphazard way, whereas this was in a much planned way with a central powerhouse or a substation, and then the roads radiating from this particular place and the blocks placed across. The next stage was the analysis of the fabrics based on the spatial parameters. So the first one was the geographical setting and connectivity. That is the reason for the settlements or the developments for the fabric. That is the location, topography, and climatic features. So in the case of the older city core and the newer city was identified, and a newly developed, the inference was that a newly developing fabric should have a geographic or strategic argument for its existing, without which the fabric will fail to justify the function in the urban system. The next was the urban pattern. That is the way how different functions and elements of the settlement form are distributed and mixed together spatially. So in the older city core, it was studied that the blocks or the residential and the commercial units had come up first, and then the street system formed, and hence it was developed in a very much irregular way, leading to lower sustainability levels. Whereas in the case of the newer city core, the development was in a much planned way, and then they had developed the street networks first, and then the blocks were placed, which led to higher sustainability levels. So the next parameters were to be studied by space syntax, that is the global and the local integration, and software depth map was used to generate maps. So the global integration, that is how is the internal to external connection happening within the fabric. That is how each street within the existing fabric is connected to the streets outside the fabric is called as global integration, and it was studied for older and the newer fabrics. And the local integration is how the streets within the selected fabric is connected amongst each other within the fabric. So it was studied that the global and the local integration levels are to be higher for high sustainability levels. And the next one was intelligibility. So this parameter can be identified by the correlation between the local and the global integration. So here in the case of older city core, it was seen that the system, as the system grows, the intelligibility tends to decrease. So higher intelligibility levels are to be maintained maintained. So for that, we need higher global and local integration levels. So that was the inference. And the other parameters, that is the pervasive centrality and the fuzzy boundaries. So pervasive centrality is that how closer are we to a small local center and not far from the much larger one. So such areas were marked or mapped, and it was seen that these kind of centers are important because they tend the system to be more closer and also help the system become or grow as a whole rather than as a part. So the function or the pattern of the fabric should pervade through the urban grid and shouldn't be stopped by non-harmonious increments. So these non-harmonious increments can be termed as fuzzy boundaries. So the absence of fuzzy boundaries is very much essential so that we maintain high spatial sustainable levels within a city. The next was the spatial configurations, that is the physical formation of the space to understand the space, to understand the social logic of the settlement and the structuring of the social activities within the physical environment. And it was much of a morphological analysis. And in the case of the older city, it was seen that there were smaller street networks because they were developed in a much haphazard way, and then importance was given to the buildings. And so they had these streets with these shops, small shops on either side of the streets, and the people used to live behind their own shops so that there were no separate land uses. It was in a mixed way, and then they couldn't grow horizontally because there was no space or no setbacks for the buildings to grow. And they tried growing vertically, and also they started spilling out activities into the streets. And also there were smaller areas with smaller street networks, and everybody wanted a frontage for their shops. And so what happened was the spaces or the buildings started growing longitudinally in an elongated way so that people could, majority of the shops can get frontage. Whereas in the case of the newer city core, there were larger shop area, there were larger frontage, and there were setbacks left so that even we can have vegetation. Whereas in the case of the older city core, there were absence of trees or any kind of plantations because of lack of space. And also here the arrangement of space was in a much better way. So the spatial configurations are very much important for us, or for a city to become spatially sustainable, or for a fabric. And so based on the analysis, codes were derived for the selected fabrics. And the first one was the geographical and historical setting. That is, the spatial spirit has to be maintained and any increment should be analogous to the surroundings. And the second code was the urban pattern. That is, the street networks to be designed first and then the blocks, and to achieve intelligibility, because any increment to the urban system should contribute to a harmonious growth, create more sub-centers, and be part of the whole, and should not exist as a part, and should not fracture the urban system mainly. And also the global and the local integration has to be studied, because anytime we try to keep an commercial or a major establishment within a city, we try to keep them on the primary roads. But rather than that, activities are to be placed in highly integrated streets. Otherwise, they become segregated from the system, because rather than placing on the primary roads, we should study the intelligible streets and then place them in such a way. And also in the case of residential units, they try to become or grow as part, and because they are, the activity levels are much lower. So inducing activities in residential areas are also important. And next was the code was the pervasive centrality. That is, the function of the centrality should pervade throughout the urban grid. So that is, each time we put a development generator into an urban system, before the function pervasiveness stop, or before the fading distance, another new center should be put, so that everything exists as a whole, or they are all linked rather than acting as parts. And next is grid intensification. Each time we put an urban generator, urban economic generator within an urban system, they try to get swallowed by larger blocks or larger urban grids. So reducing the scale of the grids is very much important. So the pervasive capacity of these generators are higher. And also the social and the functional aspects are also to be studied, because the spaces are to be created based on the occupation of the people living there, the cultural living patterns of the people, and the provision for the expansion of the spaces horizontally and vertically are also to be considered while designing spaces, so that they increase the spatial sustainability levels within the cities. The future scope of this research is that the codes delineated can be used for developing newer CBDs in the case of the city of Coimbatore, and then the same framework can be used for developing generic codes which can be followed to derive spatial sustainability in other cities as well. So these are the references, and thank you for listening.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Very elaborate study. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will discuss it later. We have some questions. Yes. Do we have any question on the chat? No. Okay. I think we are in the last one, Dr. Hussam. Yes.
Yes. If you just give me a second to share it.
Yes.
Because this one was not on.
Urban growth model, UGM in Algeria, in the Algerian urban planning practice. Yes. Prof. Laghrib, Fouad, you are here, yes?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Sorry. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
It's coming. Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm very delighted to participate in the 4th edition of the International Conference on Contemporary Affairs on Architecture and Urbanism. Our presentation is entitled Introducing Urban Growth Models in the Algerian Urban Planning Practice, Advantages and Drawbacks. Despite the degree of maturity of the literature, which has made it possible to considerably improve the predictive capacity of urban growth models over the past years, the place of these models in the process of territorial planning and decision-making in Algeria is still lagging. Algerian cities are facing major problems. At the forefront of them, the urban sprawl. However, planning actors do not have relevant tools to effectively understand, monitor, and predict its spatial evolution in the future. The main objectives of this paper are to present the advantages and drawbacks of using urban growth models, and how such tools may be applied in the Algerian urban planning practice. 2008 is a remarkable year in the history of urbanization. In this year, the world's urban population exceeded its rural population for the first time in history. The urbanization rate exceeded 50%. That is, more people nowadays live in cities than in rural areas. The urban population has multiplied by 11, while the world population has only multiplied by 4. In 2018, 55% of the world population lives in urban areas, which is expected to rise to 68% by 2050, with almost 90% of the increase concentrated in Asia and Africa. This population growth has caused a major urban expansion at the expense of surrounding farmlands and rich agricultural areas, such the case of Biskra city in Algeria, where the palm grove was destroyed by urban sprawl. Algeria has experienced high population growth after the independence of the country in 1962. The urban population increased from 33% in 1962 to 73% in 2020, growing at an average annual rate of 1.3%. This growth caused a significant and controlled extension. Algerian cities were growing in the absence of a clear urban growth policy and without adequate control. Algerian urban planning practice is divided into strategic guidance tools, which includes the SNAT, STRAT, and PAU, and regulatory planning instruments, including DO and POS. The master plan for development and town planning though is the major urban planning tool in the Algerian urban practice. Algerian cities have undergone extreme changes. Urban planning has never followed the desired urbanization, and most of the outlined objectives have not been achieved. This is the result of an accelerated spatial dynamics which is not accompanied by appropriate instrumentation in terms of urban planning in order to control and master its growth. It is indisputable that the existing urban planning instruments in Algeria are necessary, but they remain, however, unable of fully playing the role assigned to. The main instrument of Algerian urban practice is the DO, which is an instrument for spatial planning and urban management. The Master Plan for Development and Urban Planning is an instrument for spatial planning and urban management. It shall lay down the basic guidelines for the urban development, taking account of the SNAT, the National Territorial Planning Scheme, and the SNAT, Regional Territorial Planning Scheme, and the PAU, which is the District Land Use. It defines the terms of reference of the land use plan, which is the land use plan. The master plan is a guide for management and forecasting for local decision makers. It determines the general use of land, forecasting future urbanization and its rules, which is the main objective of the master plan. It is a long-term planning instrument as it foresees future urbanization, 15 to 20 years. The master plan divides the city into areas. These areas are determined as follows: urbanized areas, areas to be urbanized, future urbanization areas, and non-urbanizable areas. These constraints appear in terms of the DO has shown its limitation and is constantly putting constraints on local governments, managers, and decision makers. These constraints appear in terms of difficulties in accessing and sharing data, manual processing, archiving problems, controlling the incoherent growth, waste of precious time, and scaling problems. The Master Plan for Development and Town Planning has several existing failures, namely the long periods of development and approval of the Master Plan have contributed to putting these instruments into outdated documents and out of step with reality. Non-compliance of land use with planning documents. The existing master plan are now documents and the existing master plan are raw documents that do not go beyond simple spatial representation and do not incorporate any socio-economic approach. Most of the master plan outlined objectives have not been achieved. Prospective studies of urbanization in Algeria are based on trend scenarios, based on a demographic approach and a statistical projection of the population. The in-depth reflection on the tools of urban planning by the traditional instruments reveals the importance and the need to introduce new digital technologies, namely geomatics techniques, by going from a simple classic and standard planning toward a new vision of territorial intelligence, including remote sensing, the implementation of geographical databases, and geographic information systems. Geographic information system is described as all those disciplines attempting to develop a powerful set of tools for collecting, storing, retrieving, transforming analyzing and visualizing spatial data from the real world. It is used to support decision making. Remote sensing technique and the availability of satellite imagery and the temporal frequency has greatly enhanced the potential of monitoring urban growth, urban land use dynamics, landscape patterns analysis, and urbanization. Many urban growth models were developed and applied. They vary regarding their methodologies and principles and address different urban problems. An urban growth model is a mathematical abstraction of the real world that can replicate a previous status and predict future scenarios that involve economics, geography, sociology, and statistics. Urban models have been used to predict future changes, as well in identifying development trends, describing and assessing future development impacts, and exploring the potential impacts of different policies. Each of these models has advantages and limitations. This table shows three major groups of urban growth models, including the land use transportation LUT models, cellular automata based models, and agent-based models. The LUT models is focused on mimicking socioeconomic activities, whereas cellular automata-based models are primarily developed for a particular land use. The focus of the agent-based models falls between these two objectives. These models vary in terms of modeling mechanisms, data requirements, and application scales. The following table provides an analysis of the components of the urban growth model groups. The LUT models uses process-driven mechanisms based on structural and reduced form models, while the cellular automata-based models uses data-driven mechanisms based on statistical methods such as logistic regression, expert system, or non-linear methods through data mining. The agent-based models uses the hybrid mechanisms. The application of both LUT and agent-based models is limited to a relatively small scale within a city or community, and they required socioeconomic data inputs, while the cellular automata-based models were developed for local scale and macro scale modeling. It uses spatial variables. Taking into account the noted limitation of the actual Algerian urban practice, the use of UGMs would be efficient in the absence of updated data and unreliable statistics. Introducing urban growth models in the Algerian urban planning practice will greatly enhance the potential for monitoring urban growth and urban land use dynamics and urban sprawl. The application of urban growth models will make possible the study of the occupation and land use in less time, at lower cost, and with great accuracy. However, the implementation of these methods encounters a number of challenges, such as the creation of updated databases, reliable statistics, well-trained and skilled employees, software availability, and performant hardware. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. That was very interesting constant and proposal about the urban practice in Algeria. Very interesting, very nice. Thank you very much. I think we have finished our second round. So we pass to the questions. Yes. Do we have any question from the audience? before we start? Any questions? Yeah. So I will start with Nishat and Dr. Roy. That was very, very nice research, actually. I like the scale, you know, passing from the building scale to the neighborhood scale. And so things start incrementally, slowly, and move on. But the most important for me, the best achieved goal of the whole study of all is the consciousness of the people who admitted and are aware of what difference it's going to make in the future if they adopt this kind of biophilic urbanism. So, and if they started at a very, very interesting, I will call it home gardening. Yeah, you call it home gardening. Then you have the building, the home gardening. Sometimes it's just your balcony, sometimes it's a roof, terrace, and then your neighborhood, which makes the community works together, you know, and join effort together to produce something, or you do that, we do that. So community effort are joined here for a better result. And then to the city scale, where you look at where to put them in the fringes and everything. So for me, most important is the awareness, the consciousness, and the willingness. But I have a question. I couldn't understand why people did not want to go to the parks anymore.
Actually, the condition of the park available in that study neighborhood was very poor. I have actually presented a picture that explains the condition of the park is very poor. Even the fence is broken. There is no facility provided where they can actually
but the park
relax.
Yes, but the park is an urban space. It's a space for relaxation, for promenade, for exercise, you know.
Yeah.
The function of the urban park and the function of urban agriculture or urban gardening or is another dimension. They're completely different, because here we have a task, we want to achieve something. Whereas the park, we go and we empty our head. We go just to relax. So maybe from the part of the decision maker, whatever the council at the level of the neighborhood, they should refurbish better the parks for a healthy use, you know, or recreational use. So very, very interesting study. I really enjoyed it. Yes. Any other question? Any other question? Anyone? Hussam, Dr. Hussam, you have something to say for the first one?
Yes. I was wondering about the population of the city. Can you give us an idea about the population of the city and the density? Nisha, yeah.
Dr. Roy is speaking, but she's muted.
Yes. We have worked on the third largest city of Bangladesh, third largest in terms of population, not in terms of the size of the city. Currently, the city population is about 12 lakhs. So it's 0.12. It's not actually a big city.
1.2 million.
Yes, 1.2 million. And density is about 2,000, slightly more than 2,000 per square kilometer.
Per square kilometer.
Oh,
yes, square kilometer. So density is not as high as like the capital city, but it is important to note that our study area is
compacted,
a planned residential area. So density is quite low in that area in compared to the organically developed neighborhoods. And in our city and most of the cities in Bangladesh, about 97% neighborhoods are organically formed. Only 3 or less than 3% neighborhoods are actually planned neighborhoods. And in organically neighborhoods, developed neighborhoods, there are actually not much space. For example, spaces are not reserved along the roads, or there are not any median ways And also, it is really difficult to get any empty plots or vacant plots. Whereas in planned residential neighborhoods, still you will find that there are many empty plots. Buyers actually have bought those plots probably 20 years back, but still they haven't actually constructed any building or anything like that. And also roads are quite wide in compared to the organically developed neighborhoods. So that is why we picked up a planned residential neighborhoods to explore the possibilities. And the findings are actually fascinating. So very soon, Maria and myself, both of us, we are working in a large-scale consortium called HSLC, Sustainable, Healthy, and Learning Citizen Neighborhoods. And as a part of our project, since it's focused on healthy city and sustainable city and neighborhoods, we are planning to explore the possibility of applying this concept in low-income neighborhoods. Those are organically developed, they have a space constraint, they have food insecurity. So we will develop some idea how we can introduce this concept. Because from the findings of Nirola, we have got that there is a role of NGOs and other investors, because government has some form of regulations, but in reality, there are very little applications of those in neighborhood scales. So we want to try how it works.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. Yeah, my question was just to understand the application of these proposals in the area, even in terms of the resources available, such as water, for example, or fertilizers. So I wonder if these resources are available.
Currently, the urban greens in that neighborhood is about 14%. But we have found out that still they have practice of home gardening, community gardening, and social gardening. These are the existing practices. So based on these practices, if we explore the available spaces, we found that we can actually rise up to 68% from 14. If just only give them the plants and some tools and some fertilizers, it's possible. So it's not that cost-intensive interventions are required, because communities are willing and they are actually aware about the implications and impacts of urban agriculture and urban green. So it's not that cost-intensive interventions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Hasina, jumping to the second paper,
Yeah, you can. Aparna, paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Aparna paper, I think it's an excellent study on the cities. Probably I missed only one part when you jumped over Jeddah, but overall it was a very excellent study. I was missing only the land use analysis. I don't know if you have it or you presented, because the land use analysis in such studies would provide us with a better understanding of people's movement in the city. Because when you analyze the city with these elements or these drivers that you try to analyze through the syntax study, it would give us probably the movement of vehicles more than pedestrian. And so maybe this is the only thing that I was hoping to see, to have a comprehensive study, especially when you try to reflect even the results on the block, the size of the block of the neighborhood, and the fading distance and so on. So you try to cover so many aspects, which is a very excellent approach. But it was the only layer that I was missing: the people, the human layer in the city, movement in terms of movement, and that would be understood through land use analysis.
But there was also this cultural mapping at the same time as the syntax analysis. The cultural mapping could not show us the social indicator.
cultural, I tried studying it in a morphological way. So how I had taken two fabrics of CBDs, the central business districts, and that was the one reason which I left out the land use thing. And culture, how people of various cultures are arranging their blocks within the urban system. So that was studied. But yes, as ma'am told, I didn't study the, how they behave within the urban system is missing. I tried to study it in a much morphological way on arrangement of the places or the spatial configurations by different cultural groups.
Okay, okay. So the selection of the two case studies, Istanbul and Saudi Arabia, how did they help you?
Mixed methods were used. So one of them was space syntax to study certain parameters like global and local integration. Okay. And the city of Jeddah. So Jeddah. There, yeah, there. Yes, so their central old city was, getting away from the remaining developments, and it was in a much unstructured way. So they had used, Bill Hillier has used space syntax to study the relation between the old and the new city. So yeah, so the configurations were much analyzed through space syntax as well than cognition. So that helped me in studying how space syntax can be used to study the spatial sustainability of a place.
Okay, nice, very nice work. So you came up with 7 codes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
In total, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Is the study still on the way, Karian? Or is the study?
Pardon, ma'am?
Your study is completed, or are you still working on it?
I have done this as a part of my dissertation. So thesis will be carried on design interventions based on the codes. So how can I apply the codes to derive designs would be done in the thesis.
Very nice, very nice. Good luck with it. Very nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? No? Okay, so we have the last presentation with Mr. Tanrib that explained to us the actually the failure of the PDO, which is the main master plan of Algeria, which is territorial scale, city scale. So which means that we have a lot of incoherences in it, and the application over the year has not been successful. So in your paper, you are proposing to make new modern digital technology applications such as the automata and the GIS and all those, to achieve at another scale, at city scale or at the community scale, a better sustainable future for our cities in Algeria, which are actually the biggest failure ever. So we have a site plan, a master plan that show the urbanized area, the non-urbanized area, the future urbanized area. And then we have the post, which is actually the land use, is the plan d'occupation au sol, what we call it, like how much you're going to use on the land. But this was like a vision years ago that is not achieved, that has no short, middle, and long-term strategies actually. So if we aim at applying these strategies at a very different periods, yeah, and see if in the short term it is not working, I mean we have to tackle something else, and we have to look at some other dimension of the city development. But this has not been done. This is due to mismanagement, bureaucracy, blah blah blah. The negative aspects of it are immense, in the elaboration of this master plan. So, and it was also Mr. Larry didn't talk about the ZACA, what they used to call the ZACA. The zone, what was it? The touristic zone also, which is completely also separated from the development. So basically today it's a failure, it's a big failure, but thanks God we have a lot of academicians thinking about this and trying to provide new techniques, new way to do it, but also we always still need in such a government the support and the budget, basically the support, technical support, the intellectual support, the software support. We need all. So we need to form the people to apply and to give enough budget if we are aiming to achieve a better sustainable future for our city. Mr. Taglid, maybe you can add something to complete my maybe you can say something else. Mr. Taglid, do you have anything to complete my vision?
Yes, madam. This is the yes.
We can hear you.
This is a small part of an ongoing research project, which is not done yet, concerning the failures of the master plan. The master plan in Algeria. Through the solution proposed here is the use of new tools, new geometric tools to forecast future urbanization in Algeria, because the forecasted the most of the master plan outlined objectives have not been achieved in short and long term and the main problem is the perspective studies and the forecasting studies of urbanization in Algeria is based only on demographic approach. They don't take in consideration other variables, and which is very possible when we use the new urban growth models based on cellular automata and agent based and the other models. There is a lot of models, of course, but we need to choose the right models to use in our urban planning practice. Of course, we should use other variables like such as socioeconomic variables and urban policy variables to specific to the Algerian urban practice.
Yes,
Donc,
absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very interesting. Each one of them were amazing, very valuable. Wish you good luck with the rest, all of you. And I think we should close this this session because I think we are a little bit late. So we can move to the next session, also very important, still dealing with urban studies. So thank you very much, guys. And,
thank you, Hasina. Thank you, Hussam.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, rest of the participants.
Thank you. So we give the floor to the next friend. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Hasina, for chairing this session. the next session, Sustainability and Urban Design, Multidisciplinary Studies, chaired by Associate Professor Dr. Silvia Covarino, who is a professor of Architecture and Urban Design and Planning in the German University in Cairo, and co-chaired by Dr. Hulia Göksen, who's an assistant professor in Mimar Sinan Fine Arts University in Istanbul, Turkey. We apologize for taking over time. We took your time, but the floor is yours, Dr. Silvia.
Welcome to everyone. Don't worry, thank you so much. Sorry I missed part of the discussion today. It's very interesting and vibrant, the conversation. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation and to the coordinator and the organization of the university, to Antani University, and also to my co-chair, Dr. Julia.
Thank you. Hello.
And well, the time running, Dr. Hussein already gave introduction about us, very brief. The topic is here. I know everybody is very tired because we are going to close the day, and you know probably you are very full, a lot of information. Had quickly a brief summary and understanding of the different proposals. All of them are really interesting and running from different topics. I think we can have a very good interaction with Dr. Julia about the topics, because what I understand from the brief summary of the abstract now is touching the topics of the COVID and thinking about the city, not clear exactly the scale we discussed. Then we are going through the aspect is touching the playground and another needs, another age, and then the larger scale of the housing model. Then we will go to the interesting issue about the access and the new projects for the city. Then we jump to Cairo, another context from Turkey, from Egypt. Then we will have an experience of the rebranding the city and the case of Ankara, the issue of the identity. And the last will be something regarding the ecological aspect in Azerbaijan. And we're moving a bit from the Middle East to the extremely. Well, just one thing. So I would like to share the screen and to remind to you, are you able to see the PDF for everybody? Sorry, can you give me the feedback?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Well, if I not remember on the bad way, there is the first presenter, Anna Bordalo, and the presentation is not available by the link, and I think so is with us. Please, can you reply if you are around, if you are connected, because I cannot automatically connect with your presentation and the video. And I understood the yellow highlight you present by yourself. Please, there is anybody there can reply, or we are going to skip on the second one, Zaina and Nilay. How is the situation? No one replying? Maybe let's Uzam, what is your opinion? Sorry, because you're more expertise. You're running from this morning. There is no responding, no feedback.
If the authors are not here and we don't have their presentation, probably we just move on. And at the end of the clock, we can ask again if they are here.
Yes, of course. We're going to give the floor now, Julia. I think so is your opinion too. But let's move to Ramadan City in the high of the physical children. And the presenters are Zaina Kadami and Nilhan Saad Gulmet. You're welcome. I'm going to run with the presentation. Are you around to discuss after? I don't know.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, you are welcome. I'm going to open the link.
Okay.
The YouTube running or not?
Hi, everyone.
Is visible?
And I'm today with Dr. Milad.
No, it's not running. I think you shared only the PDF.
Now?
No, I think you need to stop share. Yes, now it's coming.
Okay. I'm going to put the full screen and let's enjoy the presentation around the 12 minutes.
About children. So, children in their spatial experience rely on the environment as a factor and stimulator to interact. This accordingly.
Sorry for the interruption. The volume is at the maximum of the level. I don't know if you are able to hear very well, probably depending on the recording.
Can we just make sure about something, that you are sharing the computer sound? If you can stop sharing the screen.
I'm in the maximum in my laptop and the maximum with the video.
Yes. No, we have something to check. If you can stop sharing the screen, please.
Okay, one
stop
second.
sharing and on Zoom. Yes.
Okay. How to stop?
On Zoom page, you stop, or yes, it's usually on the top. There is a bar on the top to stop sharing.
Okay, come on, done. Sorry, found it.
Now, if you can share again, click on the share button, but don't select a window. Don't select a window yet. There is in the bottom left corner, there is a small box. You can check if the sound is checked. Can you see?
Okay, sharing the sound.
Sharing the sound.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, it's okay. Let's try. I'm really sorry for the first presenter. It's not going to affect your discussion or evaluation. Don't worry. Let's try.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zaina Qadamani, and I'm today with Dr. Gomez. We want to talk about Ramallah City in the eyes of physically disabled children. So, children in their spatial experience rely on the environment as a factor and stimulator to interact. This accordingly plays a critical role in their well-being and development. The house, school, and playground are main environments in children's lives where they can find rich opportunities to carry out several activities and communicate with different people. However, disabled children can't achieve the same spatial experience. The lack of a free movement, in fact, shrinks the accessibility of engaging various possible chances to interact and explore the surrounding environment. Ramallah City, which is located in Palestine, continuously spends effort to protect the rights of disabled people in general and children in particular. However, because of the Israeli occupation under Palestine, there are many challenges in this regard. Therefore, the aim of this presentation is to investigate the special experience of physically disabled children in Ramallah, and this will be achieved through the analysis of their drawings and narratives. Therefore, it was important at first to understand how this art can work efficiently, as well as how it can answer the question of this research. Basically, we concentrate on how the child develops the perception toward himself and the space around him from an artistic point of view. Depending on that, we come up with the structure of the interview. We can have in-depth interview that will be conducted with children and will have two main parts, the drawing and narrative. At first, there will be general questions to break the ice with the child. After that, the child is asked about the first place, which is here the house, about his preferred spot in the house, as well as his preferred or favorite activity he usually does in his house. Depending on these information, the child will be asked to draw himself while he's doing the activity and in the spot that he mentioned. At the end, we're gonna have 3 drawings from each child. We analyze them according to the survey we have prepared before. Depend on the analysis above, the special experience of children will be evaluated in terms of 3 scales: the accessibility, movability, and usability. The first child in this study is Kilwa girl. She's 14 years old, and before 2 years, she has been diagnosed with poliomyelitis, which has affected her lower limbs, particularly her legs. The girl in her first drawing, she depicts herself in the middle of the page while she's sitting on her bed and watching her favorite anime movies. We can see that there is no inanimate other object related to the bedroom, and there is also no ground line. This probably denotes to the lack of interaction between the girl and the environment around her. We can also notice the details in her body. It might reflect her tremendous thoughts up in her mind and the concerns she's always thinking of. Maybe This is also indicates that she's listening carefully to what's happening around her, but at the same time, she prefers to protect herself within her secure zone. In the second drawing, she depicts herself while she's sitting on a bench with her friends in the schoolyard. Here, she again clearly draw herself with very precise details on her body, but still she doesn't reflect any facial expressions. The other human figures, as we can see here, related to her friends, they are described as small stars. Still, the girl has a conservative relationship with this place, and even she's not interested to communicate or to release her thoughts to the outer place. There are clear ground lines here, as we can see, that are described as a step just before reaching the seat here. She greatly seeks to put herself in equilibrium in this position, and maybe she wants to reveal her high concerns and challenges she encountered in this context. So again, she wants to secure or to protect herself in this secure place. In the last drawing, she represents herself while she's looking at the fountain in a public park in Ramallah, and here she's taking a photo with her mobile phone. It's interesting here how she gives a balance in details between her figure and the context around her. This probably reveals her comfortability in this context and reveals her willingness to be more exposed to the outer environment. Also, we can notice how she's standing just at the same line or at the same level of the ground line and associated with the fence around the fountain. In fact, she exaggerates the height of this fence in her composition, and this indicates to the importance of this element in her connection with this place. The second case here is Masha Gay. She's 7 years old and she had cerebral palsy due to early birth. In her first drawing, she illustrates herself while she's in her bedroom. There are furniture pieces related to the bedroom, as we can see here. And we can also notice that there's no ground line. This gives a first
I think there's
Dr.
a
Sylvia,
problem.
we lost the screen. I think you stopped sharing by mistake. And you are muted, we don't hear you. Dr. Sylvia, we lost the...
No, I try to...
She greatly seeks to put herself in equilibrium in this position, and maybe she wants to reveal her high concerns and challenges she encountered in this context. So again, she wants to secure or to protect herself in this secure place. In the last drawing, she represents herself while she's looking at the fountain in a public park in Ramallah, and here she's taking a photo with her mobile phone. It's interesting here how she gives a balance in details between her figure and the context around her. This probably reveals her comfortability in this context and reveals her willingness to be more exposed to the outer environment. Also, we can notice how she's standing just at the same line or at the same level of the ground line and associated with the fence around the fountain. In fact, she exaggerates the height of this fence in her composition, and this indicates to the importance of this element in her connection with this place. The second case here is Masha Gay. She's 7 years old and she had cerebral palsy due to early birth. In her first drawing, she illustrates herself while she's in her bedroom. There are furniture pieces related to the bedroom, as we can see here. And we can also notice that there's no ground line. This gives a first impression that she has big control over herself in this place. Also, it's interesting how she concentrates on her hand. which might infer maybe to her high dependence on them in her life. Another important issue to discuss here is the girl describes her favorite activity in the house as she likes to clean and organize the shelves with her mother. So she gets inspired actually by this activity to create her own artistic technique in order to indicate her special experience. So we can see here how she divides the elements, for example, this element into parts and give each one a separate color. This, for example, is fully divided in color. However, the wardrobe is partially colored and maybe it indicates to less spatial connection, maybe because she can't reach all the shelves. In the second drawing, at first we can notice very small compositions, which perhaps indicate to her weaknesses in her understanding the school. However, she's trying to control the place through the transition elements, which are here the doors. She creates a spatial reference here from the environment itself in order to feel the place. Also, we can observe how she repeats her artistic technique in order to indicate her range of capability while interacting with this place. In the last drawing, Masha Gers depicts herself as a tiny figure, as we can see here, between the figure of her mother and sister. There is no ground line or any other inanimate object related to the context. So this is perhaps lead to think of her weaknesses in this place and her less ability to control herself without others' help. It's also interesting how she exaggerates the size of her mother's hand. We can see that to reveal that she relies on her mother as a link between her and the place around her. It's interesting also how she uses again the color schema she creates before in order to reveal another sense of movement and action, as we can see here. The last case is Fortnite Boy. He's 13 years old and he has cerebral palsy, but with more severe case. Fortnite Boy described the house in his first drawing in two main areas. The upper one, which reflects the living room, and the lower one, which describes the bedroom. It's interesting how he doesn't draw any ground line or even any separate line to identify each area specifically. So this might indicate to his inability to control completely the environment. However, the centrality of his figure here and the big eyes perhaps lead to think that he's aware of what's around him, or in other words, he wants to put himself in a spot where he can increase his control over himself in this place, since he can't do that physically. Adding to that, we can notice how he repeats the human figure in different situations. So this gives a sense of confirmation. He wants to unfold his intention to identify himself in different areas and his ability to adapt himself in various conditions. The second drawing for Fortnite Boy is about the school. So again, he gives the human figure at the center of the page and he concentrates on the eyes and hair. In fact, he has a strong desire to settle himself in a place where he can absorb from the place around him in order to be able to control himself in this place. In turn, we can see in the other part of the drawing, the staircase. The child here, he folds this element and give it another color, as well as he depicts a messy composition, as we can see here at the lower part of the stair. This is probably reveals a high concern to the child because, as he says, it is a must to wait for all students to pass the stair to be able to safely use it, particularly in the lower part where there is no railing. In the last drawing, we can see two parts, the sitting area and the swimming pool. The boy for the first time illustrates a ground line which describes the difference in level between both areas. This probably indicates to more perceptual sensitivity towards the place. The child again tries to illustrate himself in the middle of the paper, which is here as he's swimming in the pool. He depicts the border of the pool with different red color and gives blue a stroke to indicate the water. This is perhaps the most important spot to him in this place. However, he still has some concerns and wants to reveal his adaptation with the place in other conditions. So it's interesting how he folds the other seating area on the left side of the paper. The child here possibly indicates his feeling of authority and trust, particularly because he can see his brother and friend. They are sitting at the nearest table where they always will help him if there's some urgent condition. Depend on the analysis, each child has presented a different way of dealing and interacting with the place. But what I want to stress on here is, although some children have highly accessibility to enter the places, they can't get the maximum of their potentials in their spatial experience, which is obvious in the case of Kilwagir. Also, we can notice how Fortnite Boy has obstacles to access most of the places, but he always seeks to exploit his limited capabilities to control the places around him. And lastly, Masha Gur greatly depends on her mother to achieve a convenient spatial experience and proper integration with the environment. Thank you.
Unmute myself. Thank you so much. I think so we are going to carry on presentation by presentation, and then at the end we are going to give you the time for the discussion, right? What's up here? I'm right? Hello? Thank you so much, Eli.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And Zaina, I think so we will have a question for you also from my side and from Julia. We'll discuss after.
Yes.
Now we are going to carry on the next one, and then you are going to share by yourself the screen.
Yes,
okay.
I will share. Okay.
You're welcome. The next presentation is replanning of Istanbul in the 21st century and planning the future city, Zadid, Kartal project, and Kenyan Church Image project. Sorry for my pronunciation. I forgot something on the Turkish phonetics. The floor is yours. Take care about the time and please carry on. Go on.
Okay.
You have any problem to share the screen? No, you are allowed, right?
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, yes, okay.
It's okay. Okay, hello to everybody. First of all, I would like to thanks to everybody who planning this wonderful meeting conference.
Sorry, Julia, please put the full screen. Will be better.
Full screen.
More easy for us. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
I couldn't find it. Okay. Okay. It's okay? Okay. First of all, I would like to thanks to everybody to arrange this conference, actually. And today I will present to you about Istanbul, future planning of the Istanbul city. And I will concentrate about with two important projects. It's actually this project is competition projects, and one held in Zaha Hadid in Kartal region, another one Kenyang's Küçükçekmece project. Istanbul city started to develop and grow rapidly with the mass inner migration seen in the post-Prost period, and in fact, the massive inner migration led to rapid transformation and the metropolitan of the city in the 1950s. The city entered even a more difficult period with the increasing housing problem in the 1970s, and the first planning large-scale settlements actually started with the improvement of slum areas in the 1980s. After the 20s, it's turned into gentrification implementation, mainly focused in the city centers with the emerged earthquake problem and future projects outside the city. Today, the planning process of the city continues through these two main specific paths and planning implementation. The development of the Istanbul city is now more and more problematic, and problems are more visible with the housing and climate concerns, with the population of nearly 15 million, and urban sprawl has already gone far beyond the old historical centers. The city almost bordered or based on green areas, forest areas, and water basins, especially where these two phenomena intersect, housing and green areas. The certain urban reality that made clear necessity of the urban and residential planning based on green design or ecological design or sustainable design, which includes these future planning theories. Actually, the urban planning world in the beginning of the 21st century freed itself from the old explanatory models whose limit that we know, and the city's planning dynamics radically changed and new design paradigms developed in urban planning. In the end of the 20th century, many cities, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Mumbai, Calcutta, Shanghai, and Beijing have grown to become endless urban landscapes as a new types of megacities, which express an impossibility of orderly planning and strategic regulation. The overpopulated cities started to develop countryside and outside of the city centers, so new housing plannings became a trait of green areas, forests, and existing urban ecosystems. The solution is the cities should be planned innovative residential areas that can be integrated with green areas and existing ecosystems abandoned in the traditional housing planning systems and models. Those new planning ideas emerged in the 21st century, focused on climate-based concerns. In the 1992, the Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro city in Brazil by the United Nations, debates focused on sustainable planning were later formulated as Agenda 21. Later, the book of an eco-cities are human settlements modeled on the self-sustaining, resilient structure and function of the natural ecosystems as defined by the buildings. In Istanbul, in the 20s, some remarkable projects and competitions were held in terms of planning in the Istanbul city, some regions, in Küçükçekmece and Kartal regions, and Kenyang's project is about the Küçükçekmece, and Zaha Hadid's projects about Kartal, a gentrification project. While Zaha Hadid's project is an urban scale parametric computational design, but Kenyang's project is draw attention as an eco-design project, planned example eco-city near Küçükçekmece region, Istanbul. This is the view of the Kenyang's eco-city planning, master plan in Küçükçekmece region. And actually, Küçükçekmece region is placed in the far western end of the Istanbul city, and it draws attention which designers also, beside with Kenyang, MRVD, and from Netherlands also Kenga Kumo were participated the projects. Let's see the Kenyang's project in Küçükçekmece region. It's actually, we say it's an eco-city project, and there is also a lake in the area, and so this project planned around this existing lake natural ecosystem. And at the end of the 20th century, the Istanbul city with the nearly 15 million population already went far beyond its borders, and Istanbul grown to be as a metropolitan city. Now we see the Küçükçekmece area again, and this is the existing lake, and surrounding of the Küçükçekmece lake actually partly occupied by the buildings and multi-story apartments and some slum building and upper class garden city residence. It's mixed use actually. We can see nearly every class people in this area. Unfortunately, the pollution seen on the area in this lake, and also some fish death in recently. And the planning concepts such as eco-city or sustainable and or resiliency have emerged a solution to the rapidly increasing problems of the cities with the development of urban planning techniques after the 1980s. So this Kenyan project is appear as an important example for the future planning of the Istanbul city, especially planning Küçükçekmece region. And this is the area again. We will see the lake. This is actually this area where the lake and the Marmara Sea connect. We can partly ground in here, and but one side in the lake on the right and one side on the Marmara Sea actually. And this is the project from the Kenyan. And this is Eco City, and it's arranged with we can see the project is actually low-rise housing areas and a marina, and also shopping malls, and even one high-rise office building. Another view we see in the Kenyan's Küçükçekmece project, the project planned with the mainly low-rise, and but we see some of the high-rise building also, including a marina and low-rise housing areas. As one of the important lands of the Küçükçekmece lake or lagoon placed in the far eastern axis of the city, actually known as a natural ecosystem. So that's why you see the Kenyans is designed again as a natural ecosystem again, with he reflect in his project. It's a widespread trend has been observed in the growing number of eco-cities developed over the past 2 decades that claim to combat our current global climate change challenge. So many of the cities are found to established in isolation from the other existing urban centers due to the nature of urbans. And although this part of the city not developed with the buildings for many years, but it is still a proper project approach designing a region as an ecosystem worth protecting actually. And although the planning is with the eco city concept suitable for the nature.
Sorry, Julia,
okay.
I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Try to manage the time because we are late with the schedule. And
okay.
I don't want to stress you. I don't want to change the way of the discussion.
Okay.
It's very interesting thing.
I would like to present a little bit the Zaha Hadid project also. It's a gentrification.
No, I'm not going to stop you. Just to say consider. That's it.
Okay, thank you. This is a gentrification project actually. It's the Kartal region, again near the Marmara Sea, but this is a huge area, as you see, but designed with a parametric architecture. And so we see in the problem, especially one of the main problem of the Istanbul city is 1999, the earthquake actually is significant by the planning process of the Istanbul city. And we see a governmental company, TOKİ, known as a TOKİ, is made a leadership about to make a gentrification project in the city actually. And this process actually started with the private contractors and concentrated in the city centers, but in the countryside and mostly we see Toki as a governmental company dominates this area and construct affordable houses also. And we see the Zaha Hadid project is an urban scale gentrification project, and while Ken Young's project seems to focus more on the solution of green design and eco-city planning, and it offers more innovative planning models. And Zaha Hadid's planning also based on parametric architecture and reflect her style. In this case, they present different planning approach between the two, maybe both produce innovative and modern, but different approach that we see. This is the project of the Zaha Hadid, and we see the existing parcel around the project area and newly designed parcel, parametric parcels by the Zaha Hadid project. And in 1910, the project competitions, it was a competition, actually was won by Zaha Hadid to be implemented in the very wide area in the Kartal region. And it's densely project, it's commercial, residential, and industrial urban fabric in we see the shore of the Marmara Sea. Again, we see the parametric planning approach of the Zaha Hadid, and if you compare with the surrounding area, and we see the parcels not matched in the existing parcels actually, and with the parametric projects, and it's totally different parcel shape and dimension we can see in here. This is the 3-dimension view of the project, and we can see the housing blocks. On the right, existing housing blocks, and on the left, Zaha Hadid's blocks. It's very different, as you see in here. But however, the main problem is what here, the project stalled, canceled, actually, because of the problem and some difficulties of the implementation, mostly bureaucratic and legal. And so, including competing with the stakeholders and actually landowners, and its problem with the arranging the parcel dimension with the existing one. So it created a project's implementation. On conclusion, and that we see in the contrast of the Ken Young's projects, Zaha Hadid's Kartal projects depend on planning theory, focusing gentrification existing industrial zone. And as usual, she always ignored the idea of green design. We knew from her project actually, and she ignored always and excluded the green areas always from her project as usual. And if you compare finally the Zaha Hadid gentrification project in Kartal region, Istanbul, the main theme is depend on defining blocks by parametric architecture, the expression of topography and blocks according to digitalized drawing technologies, the less green theme and planning and green areas within the project, and unrealistic nature of the approach of the project and its elements, poor land and its surroundings to establish synergetic relationship, and some difficulties with implementation and especially with the landowners, and unrealistic nature of the project and its elements for poor establishment of the future developments. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the very interesting point of reflection, and we will discuss, especially from the last presentation, very nice. It is a conclusion, like matrix for the previous one, also for you. I think so it would be nice also for the participant to get an idea, no? How it's going, by the keyword and the important topics. Well, we'll discuss later. Thank you, Julia, as a co-chair at the same time as a participant. Now come back with me. And let's go with the next one. I don't know if the author are present in the discussion. Sorry, welcome to Salvatore Polverino. You are with us?
Yes.
You are
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, benvenuto. I think you understand Italian very well. Well, if you prefer, shall I carry on with the link, or you prefer to share with your, because I have your project available on the link. Shall I go by the link?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I hope I'm not going to have a mistake again. No.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank first the organization.
In second. Okay, the link is visible for everyone. Shall I put on the larger screen? It's okay? Salvatore?
Yes.
Okay, come on, let's go. 11
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank first the organization for hosting us in this virtual space and all the attendees who are following. My name is Salvatore Polverino, member of the Order of Architects of Napoli. My background consists of built engineering in conjunction with the two specializations in harbors and GIS science. Between December and January 2020, I was interrogated at Trace Support for a closed hiring. After this job interview,
Excuse me for the interruption. The audio is working well, or you have any difficulty? Because I think so it's the maximum I can able to manage. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Continued my visiting to Austria and Slovenia by train in order to observe the environment according with my knowledge that was acquired for this institutional test. In that occasion, I decided to write down an article that could support any research on the subject of harbors, in particular for the development of the Trans-European Transport Network. The backed-up informations were plenty, and due to the historical moment of COVID-19 SARS and to the conclusion of the same year of the Interreg Italy.
Are there any problems?
We don't, in fact, see the presentation.
All the attendees who are following, my name is Salvatore Polverino, member of the Order of Architects of Napoli. My background consists of built engineering in conjunction network. The backed-up informations were plenty, and due to the historical moment of COVID-19 SARS and to the conclusion of the same year of the Interreg Italy Slovenia, I thought that it was convenient to write down an article on this competition. Thyssen Corp reports have aimed to build a secondary track system to fulfill the European Sustainability Plan and to adhere to the Silk Road model. The research started with the gathering of articles written by the Professor Buffon, whose articles described the upper Adriatic region several years ago. I said before, the economy of 2020 changed the prices and volumes, so that at the end, I compared the prices of different services offered by the two ports. The cross-border Adriatic macro region was gradually modeled after the reigns of the Second World War with the clearance of the United Nations of Trieste as independent state by the splitting in two zones, Zone A under the protectorate of Anglo-American forces, Zone B under the control of the Yugoslavian army. Accordingly, the port of Trieste benefited of the Annex 8 as a custom-free port obtained during the Treaty of Paris. The Memorandum of Understanding of London was indeed crucial. It granted to Koper the activation of a Yugoslav Foreign Affairs Cabin called the Informal Bureau in order to get independence from the original Moscow Bureau. The Treaty of Osimo, which declared the renunciation of Italian sovereignty over Zambia and the Trieste common market, giving Belgrade full advantage of expansion of copper. Their border areas were not solved despite of the institution of a new interstate treaty in 1976, a mixed Italian-Yugoslav Chamber of Commerce, a joint committee for water economy uses and regimes regulation. A first loan of 25 million ECU pre-euro currency, the Alps Adriatic Working Community and the diplomatic effort of President Markovic to transform the Alps Adriatic Forum into the FARE in 1980. The conversion was gradually established and undermined the financial stability before the common foreign and security policy in 1992. The relationship between Trieste and Koper can be resumed as follows. The Petersburg tasks that garrisoned the Adriatic Sea, because Slovenia was penalized under a trade embargo, finally resolved with the Treaty of Amsterdam and Lisbon, the Rambouillet Agreement, which also interested the cabin of direction of Slovenia as part of the Yugoslavia bloc under the International Monetary Fund, the free trade granted by PSA for Western Balkans due to their likelihood with Central European countries, the 2000 community assistance for reconstruction with the designation of a three borders region, a modern diplomacy framework started in early 2006, CART, that it was confirmed with the conversion of the Alps Adriatic Working Community into the Adriatic Union Euro region, the doubling of the existing railroad between Divaca and Koper, and the unwillingness to link directly Divaca with Trieste. Despite of the same railway voltage, the national efforts were afterwards addressed to a series of infrastructures as follows. Finally, a 6-year Interreg program Italy-Slovenia to achieve a smart, sustainable and inclusive growth and the independent and national answers to COVID-19 agent. The 10th aims to link secondary industrial districts with the core system and beyond the peri-urban zoning. The border communities interested indeed the Zaule industrial district of Trieste that was penalized by an antiquated electrified railway. The closest grand runway is the Television Tunnel A23 with Austria. Quantitative output here is clearly visible. The two ports offer a different strategy. The Slovenian counterpart is able to offer cheaper alternatives within the same range of services. that are merely convenient than the Italian tariffs. Vessel companies prefer, however, the free port regime of Trieste, thanks to its infrastructures and port dues, in particular for building materials, minerals, and oils. The annex has reduced Trieste costs of many container operations as follows, in particular for the transshipment. Among the handling of some are the containers operations. We have an exception. It regards the refrigerant service. This is more convenient at Koper. The custom fees are, as said before, also embedded to the annex report condition. The gateways of Koper are interested by the cross-border community of Gorizia and Nova Gorizia for Slovenia. Special in industrial and economic zone. The Tarvisio Tunnel. The Caravan Tunnel that I crossed by train, and I experienced an obsolescence. In fact, for Caravanche and the Tarvisio tunnels, the trains have to stop, and they need to be trained by diesel locomotives and waiting for the new convoy. Likewise happens for the Maribor junction, because the Austrian railway system requires different voltage. For Ljubljana, we have many bottlenecks. They are undermined by the difficult conjunction between Divača and Ljubljana, and they support the industrial district of the capital and the largest shopping center of Europe. This infrastructure it continues, however, with the projection hottest junction with Croatia. And finally, here we are confirmed that the Divača Koper part of the 2TDK in double infrastructure railway is undermined by many issues. The geomorphology requires attention. The BIM definition plan is time by time supported and confronted with many difficulties. From our financial point of view, we conclude that despite of the crude oil drop and hyperinflation of products that might happen a few times, the mutual European plans finally are converging into the common CEF TENT network, capable of cutting off the 60% of bottlenecks as part of the corridor D. Thank you very much for your attention, and goodbye.
Thank you so much for your work and presentation, and very interesting. We are moving on a very, very large scale, and how the territory has been affected by the economical, let's say, vision and transformation, and how
Buonasera
also...
a tutti e benvenuti a questo incontro preparatorio della gita online a Napoli del 27-28 maggio.
Something running in Zoom. Well, move to the next participation, but I mean, there is now a stop with the question and answer. We are going to continue the presentation, or we are going to have a brief discussion because we missed one paper, the first one. Usam, what is your suggestion? We are going to carry on with presentation and then we have a round discussion together.
It's up to you as chair and co-chair of the session. You can manage. But if, for the
last call for the first one, Anna Bordalo.
For the first paper, it's too late.
No, but also
the first paper is too late to take it.
I cannot see on the list.
Yes, yes.
Okay, from my side, we can stop and have a brief discussion. Julia, what is your opinion?
I actually find very interesting all the presentation, and first of all, I would like to thanks to everybody this interesting presentation, and each of the presentation was different but interesting subject actually, and we traveled very different dimensions. It's a small scale and large scale and city scale. It's very interesting actually, and some kind of we see in psychological side of the city planning, and looking we learned how to looking a child eye to the city and city life also. It was very interesting for me, and my side, my presentation is about eco cities, and for some of the example of the future planning of the Istanbul cities, and between two important prominent architects such as Ken Young and Zaha Hadid, and they brought different ideas actually, and so finally we see in the I find also very interesting Salvatore's presentation. It's I knew the city Ljubljana. It's interesting actually, but thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. I like something from Nilay presentation, and I really like the sensitive approach on the very sensitive topics and special needs. And it's very difficult to match the presentation on the change of the transformation in Istanbul until the new Silk Road. But I think so it's very important as a designer and architect of reflection over how it's happening also in a small scale. Because this way to go to the trend, to go to the news, sometimes we really forgot the basic needs, and basically we are to respond with our design, with our changing the city to the needs of everyone. I have a question, if it's possible, for Nilay. I really like the work, and just how was because you have a kind of evaluation at the end, okay, medium, high, if I'm not wrong, and you summarize. Two questions. The first one, how was the interaction? Because you present also such drawing, okay? Did you work with in this participatory process to address them a bit, or was it totally? The survey you get include in your survey. How was the interaction with the graphic representation from the participant, let's say? And now you use it. If you prepare them, if you address them, or was simply spontaneous graphic representation. And the second one, the criteria. How you define medium, high. This was very spontaneous and any reference, just to open the discussion. Thank you so much, Nilay.
Thank you very much. In fact, Zaina lives in Ramallah, and she is the one who research, and she found the kids. It was also a very hard process, as you can assume, especially in pandemic times. Also convincing the families. Also, she made interviews with the caregivers sometimes, or the family members. I think her thoughts will be more insightful about the process. So I give the word to Zaina first.
Yes. Hi. For the first question, it was really hard at first to deal with children. As Dr. Nilay said, we have also to convince their parents, caregivers, and because of the pandemic, it was really hard because they have already weak immune system. So yes. But I concentrate on the disabled children who has the ability to catch the paper and colors at first, so they can give me what I want. And as I explained during the presentation, there is a process. We start to break the ice with them, to ask them some general questions about their hobbies, about very general things. And of course, to concentrate on the things that related to their spatial experience or their connection with some spaces or objects, how they deal with them during their daily life. So
this is very clear. I mean, the perception from them, but for sure, the three worker coming out is a result of a long process to integrate with them, a long selection, and then involve them and consider on the same level. I know quite well the participatory design, what is it, but it's a very sensitive topic. Congratulations for the attention on, let's say, marginal and exclusion sometimes is coming out of the trend of the new, of the carry on the global scale where we are. And about the criteria of the evaluation, was the method to work to define high, medium, means did you work also maybe with some facilitator from the community? I mean, it's not only you and the kids, but maybe you had some connection with some organization there, was helping you or not?
Shall I continue, or do you want to talk something?
Yeah, because we have to run with the time. Try to summarize also.
Okay. This is in fact an extraction of a master's thesis. So we have a very long work on how to understand their drawing and how to use it as a research method. So this is not a random evaluation, let's say. We take into consideration the artistic expressions, as well as the narratives they talk about, the stories they talk about. So when we combine them together, we can find these evaluations. For example, there is some critical or key elements in the contents, like the ground line, or the if it's settle, if they if the child is settle the object in the ground line or not. For example, the other human figures, how they relate themselves to these components. So from this point, we can make this evaluation, in fact.
Okay, very clear from my side. I don't know if there are other questions from the chat. I don't think so, directed to you. And there is anyone is interested to open more the discussion on these topics. And Julia, what do you think about the first presentation? If you want to conclude the question open for them.
Yeah, I think it will be better to conclude. I think it's too late for everybody. I don't know. So thank you very much. It's very interesting actually, and so I wonder about just how she decide the design with ground or not. What is the how she decide that? What is the reflect of when she design a ground or not? I wonder about that. Because the insecurity, I think, insecurity. She afraid something.
Partially, but also this is about, I think, placing himself or herself, or this also about her perception, and this includes this issue of feeling secure or feeling kind of belonged to that space also. But I also need to maybe add that there is an extensive survey about how to read these drawings. I think that was the most challenging part, how to interpret. Ground line is one of the most important issues here. Maybe Zaina wants to elaborate on the importance of the ground line. This is about how the child somehow finds a way to relate himself, herself with the environment, feeling attached, feeling belong.
Okay. Yeah, sounds interesting. Okay, thank you.
There's another brief question from the chat. Dear Zaina, what about the color the children use in the drawing? But I think you already, Zaina, responding on the way you select the drawing and touching the graphically the detail and probably responding to the contents of your work. Well, two questions in the chat for the previous presentation. I don't know if there is it clear directly already Julia was writing on the chat, because I'm really sorry, but we had to beat run in the time. But congratulations to Julia presentation and congratulations to Salvatore for the very interesting overview of what we are going on as a second connection between west and east of the global scale in transportation. Anyway, stay here because we will have the final discussion. Now, regarding the next presentation, we are in Heliopolis under Flyers activity as a cooperative with the neighborhood interest in relation to the landscape architecture parameters. I don't know if Soa and Haber are here. So, yes, I'm here. Okay, shall I go with the sharing the screen with your video?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, we'll try.
Hello, my name is Sarah. The paper title is the office under flyovers activities. The office under flyovers activities as cooperative with neighborhoods' interest in relation to landscape architecture parameters. As shown on this figure, the surrounding of in Heliopolis context segregated by the newly constructed bridges. Based on the structure, the research structures consists of different parts, introduction about the research problems, and based on the background of literatures of what are the lost spaces and how to deal with these spaces to create a successful public space by using mixed methods in analyzing the current condition of the selected case study, and also to investigate how to integrate the vision of the development scheme with the surrounding. In recent years, we suffer from rapid increase of urbanization, population, and traffic conjunctions that lead to the creation of elevated highways as a solution of these problems, especially in the cities with high traffic density in Egypt, that result in lost spaces under flyovers, which has a negative impact on the surrounding environment. So recently, the adaptation of the approach of utilizing and the development of lost spaces under flyovers takes place. So in Egypt, we started to apply this approach to many of the constructed new bridges in the development scheme. So this research will discuss the development of these spaces in Heliopolis district suburb, which has a unique value and the characteristics. So the research aims to explore the diverse and conflict of users' experience and investigate how these spaces reconnect to this flat community, and also draw the attention to how to integrate and degrade the relation between neighborhood needs, government division, and the context surrounding the environment to achieve the successful space under flyovers. To achieve these objectives, there are three main questions, which are how these spaces affect the context of its unique value, and how the space users with different ages and social classes cope with this development, and finally, what are the principles of landscape architecture and guidelines that should be used to create a relevant neighborhood in the spaces under flyovers. So the research should discuss a lot of series of social space, public spaces, and urban design principles of what makes the urban public space successful, and finding out the cause and solutions for the debate of how to create the best communities, and also how to understanding the landscape elements principles, with referring to many scholars' views for identifying the factor of the contemporary landscape in the surrounding environment. Based on all of this, we will create, or we will classify the criteria of evaluation, the transformation of these spaces into traffic value by enhancing the accessibility and linked social environmental value through improving air quality and create a clean environment. Social value by the effect of social life and the feel of comfort and secure in the space. Aesthetic values that reflect the image of the city, then the economic value of youth based on uses and activities in the space. The research methods used mixed methods, including spatial analysis and perception studies through the interviews and the questionnaires. Firstly, we're starting with spatial analysis of the current condition of the spaces and their flyover. Of the selected case study of Abu Bakr Siddiq flyover, or as it's called, Mahkama Square Bridge, which is located in a primary traffic movement in Heliopolis Center, as a corridor that links between different districts, and it's one of the first bridges that apply on its approach of utilizing the spaces under flyovers and the green. It's a gray structure based on the urban context map as shown. It's located with mixed use land clusters of residential apartments with different social classes, commercial activities, public services, and even the governmental facilities. Beside all these activities, the vehicular circulation and the traffic is being most dynamic and dominating on the urban landscape. So it leads to a segregation of the space, the landscape space of the spaces into two parts. On its both side of baseline, as mentioned above, by its layout and function. The first part, which is located near to Heliopolis Family Court, which is a landmark in the space with a distance of few meters, which is more community oriented. From an analysis, we found that the percentage of built up activities of food court, restrooms, and the parking areas is high compared with the percentage of green open spaces. So this section showing the relation between Heliopolis Court, our Heliopolis urban landscape, and the landscape of spaces under flyovers to show the direct relation between two spaces, and found that, which means how these activities affected with the function of the surrounding environment. Secondly, which is directly, second part, or part two, which is directly located with different recreational and entertainment activities of land surrounding land use, as shown surrounded with a Nasr Club, sporting club, and mixed use on the other side. And as the activities located in the middle of the space under flyovers, so it's surrounding with a circulation path on its both sides in ground level. So these activities, the percentage of activities of restaurants, cafes, parking areas is low dense compared with part one. In this section, showing the relation between residential zone and shops to the spaces and the flyover itself. We found that residential zone is not affected its personalization and private directly, but it's affected visual and noise with the visual and the noise disturbance. But the spaces in the urban landscape around the flyovers are become hard to personalize as spaces under the elevated highways overlooking to those spaces. Secondly, the perception studies, which discuss the target groups that use the spaces under flyovers, resulted is high percentage of the people that use the spaces are visitors, which is they are not care or not affected with its impact due to the frequently of visiting of the spaces. Although the percentage of residents that use the spaces is low, they are mostly affected. In addition to interview results with workers and shop owners, they mentioned that they use the space as a transition hub in one of the most important approaching roads, and also analyzing the satisfaction of with these uses and activities under flyovers, and the results found that most of the people use the spaces satisfied with it are the users, but the residents that uses these spaces are normally, some are normally satisfied and another are not satisfied and didn't accept the idea of these spaces because of their interruption to urban fabric and the image of the Heliopolis district. And also evaluating the aesthetic value of these spaces, finding that its average answer is satisfied with the image of the spaces under flyovers in Heliopolis context. As mentioned in interviews, yes, the space is good, but we need to be more clean and add more visual elements. We found from this analysis three main categorization of issues: social, infrastructural, policies or guidelines. Social, that based on caused because of the interruption of residential social life and the change in the type of the users to the space. Infrastructures that affect the image of the city with unique urban fabric and cause environmental issues, and also policies caused because of lack of management, lack of organization, lack of or poor of landscape design. We found that from according to professionals and expertise, found these issues occurred due to there is no guidelines that focusing on design or guidelines that focusing on utilizing of these spaces as the availability of guidelines for street designs, design guidelines. This diagram showing the percentage of the positive and negative impacts of spaces under Abu Bakr Siddiq flyover in the surrounding context. 56% of the people reviewed that it has a negative impact, and behind the percentage of 42 that evaluate it has a positive impact on the surrounding environment. Finally, from all of this, overall, the concept of the development and utilizing the spaces under flyovers in the urban context is a good idea to transform these lost spaces into a great urban public spaces with uses and activities such as commercial, educational, culture, recreational activities. All of these based on the relation between three main factors or three main factors, which are users and neighborhood needs, and to be satisfied with their experience inside the space. and also with the urban context of the surrounding environment and its background, the urban fabric, and the characteristics to promote the different type of movement in the space, and also the government development vision to be integrated with to cope with policymakers as urban planners, landscape architects, highways engineers. The importance of this relation is to create guidelines to design the spaces under flyovers to enhance the quality of life in the urban context with special value as Heliopolis district. Thanks for listening.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I think so it's a very interesting case to reflect over the urban transformation. And congratulations for the graphic. I really like the way you present, you highlight all the process, and the way you were working on the mapping also had a very, very interesting. Well, through the time we must run because we must be there for the final online connection with all the participants of the conference. The next contribution, new urban landscape and urban image. Assistant Professor Zeynep Eraydin, you are with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you are welcome. Shall I run with the sharing my screen with the link? Your video is available, okay? Just one second.
Please, thank you.
We are moving in the scale of the Cape Town of Ankara and Turkey. Let's see the presentation.
Including languages or cultural values are strong. In the second part of the psychological process, we have spatial behavior.
I think so. Now everything is okay. Let's go.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee of the conference. Afterwards, I wish everyone a productive conference. My name is Zeynep Eraydin from TED University. Today, I will talk about the image of the city in place branding processes. More specifically, I will discuss place branding strategies from a perspective of environmental psychology by presenting the case of Ankara. So I will discuss on the one hand, place branding approach and its effects on urban environment, and on the other side, people's perception of their city and their evaluations of these new urban landscapes proposed by branding strategies. Ankara, the capital of Turkey, was chosen as the main study area in order to discuss the main topic. The reason behind this selection is that starting from 2007, decision makers have recently put the place branding on the top of urban development agenda. Within this perspective, in line with the different branding images developed for the city, many changes and transformations have been experienced in the urban space and are still being partially experienced. In the first part, I intend to discuss the concept of urban image and its transformation to brand image with place branding approach. The concept of urban image was first coined in 1960s by Kevin Lynch. He explained the term urban image as the mental representation of the city, which is formed through direct sensory interaction and indirect information interpreted through observer's value system and stored in memory. It is formed within a cyclical and psychological relationship between man and environment. In this interaction, the urban environment suggests distinctions and relations, and a human being select, organize, and endow with meaning. This is a goal-oriented process that a person intends to collect information from environment and responds to his or her needs. In the first part of the cyclical process, we have sensation, perception, and cognition. In the first step, people collect the data from environment by using their senses. In the second and third stages, which are perception and cognition, people organize the data collected according to their personal qualifications and endow with meaning according to their memories or cultural values or so on. In the second part of the cyclical process, we have spatial behavior and affective responses. Spatial behavior is simply movement pattern directed by the first step. The affective response, on the other hand, is about emotional reaction of the observer. Here we can talk about interpretation and preferences. By 1970s, Pocock and Hudson extended Lynch's approaches and proposed two aspects of urban image. Their categorization of the aspects of urban image as designative and appraisal has been one leading proposal in urban studies. In this proposal, designative aspect is related with the structure of the environment, the elements of Lynch analysis and their interrelation, and the concept of legibility as well. The appraisive aspect, on the other hand, is related with the meaning attached to the environment by observer. It is concerned observer's thoughts and feelings and also imageability of the environment. In the beginning of 1990s, a new approach has completely affected the concept of urban image. It was the place branding approach, and it started to affect urban development strategies and put urban image at the center. Due to this approach, cities need to design an urban image to be in the global competition and to attract investments and people. So the needs and perceptions of outsiders became more important than one of inhabitants, and the urban image became something designed by policymakers. In this sense, architecture and urban design are the main tools for branding and thus transforming physical environment. In architectural scale, most commonly signature buildings are mostly preferred for an attractive image. Here is a signature building can be defined as distinctive element in the city. They can be distinctive regarding its form, function, or it can be designed by a very famous architect. It is more or less same in urban scale. Here we can talk about flagship projects, which can be designed for a district or a new and attractive public space or etc. Especially in the last decade, it became possible to observe the spatial reflections of branding strategies on urban environments. From that time on, it is discussed positive and negative aspects and effects of this approach. This study basically questions this difference between two images. In order to find out this difference, a research was conducted in the city of Ankara. Ankara has a branding history starting from 2007. From that time on, different branding images and strategies were proposed for the city. With all these brand images suggested for the city, this is a project about the future of the city have been suggested without a very detailed studies. Although each brand image has different effects of the city, the most significant effect began to be with the image of the shopping paradise proposed in 2012. To summarize the entire history of branding, while there were no serious suggestions or more disruptive proposals in the existing area of the city, including the historical areas, many new urban landscapes were proposed in other areas. Among these suggestions, a new and modern center, a number of shopping malls, and luxury-gated communities or multi-purpose areas were prominent suggestions. The research is developed into two phases. The first phase is based on an extensive survey conducted in Ankara in 2014. In this stage, it was asked people to draw a mental map first and then write down names of places then they think about Ankara with reasons. In the second phase of the research, it aims to update the data and figure out the changes and impacts of new interventions based on previously designed brand images. This second phase was conducted in 2019, right before the pandemic process, and it was asked people to evaluate recent new landscapes which were developed through branding strategies. The map on the left shows the designative aspects and the right shows the appraisal aspects of inhabitants' image of Ankara. The first map is obtained through sketch maps and the second one is obtained through verbal interviews. When we read these two maps together, some parts of the city with its elements are mentioned in both maps and their interrelation shows that they construct stronger image of the city. It is the main historical corridor of the city along with the Atatürk Boulevard, including the main centers, Ulus, Kızılay, and Tunalı. It is the most legible and imageable part of the city that people can perceive the urban elements both separately and as a whole. And also, there are the 5 elements with meanings attached to them. On the other side, there are some elements which are visible in the designated map but absent in the appraisal map. These are mostly the shopping malls, which have been introduced as the elements of brand image of Ankara. Here you can see the reasons behind their answers for the evaluations of the image elements of Ankara that we see on the map. It is clearly seen that people mentioned the importance of symbolic and historical values of those elements. They also gave importance to the memory of the city. Secondly, they mentioned the importance of public space and public uses in urban environments. To summarize this research, it can be clearly seen that Some elements of brand image are legible for people living in the city, but none of them has a distinctive meaning for them. We can also say the image of the city does not match with the brand image designed by policymakers. Although a new urban branding strategy and brand image were not introduced after 2014, previously pursued strategies continue to find a place in the urban environment. Here you can see the list of these new urban landscapes. The most important implemented project here, which was declared as an element of branding the city, is Wonderland Eurasia, but known as Anka Park Amusement Park. It is located on the Atatürk Forest Farm, which is an historical green area actually. Its construction finished in 2019, but it is not open to the public use now. When we look at the findings, we see that most of them were evaluated as negative. In other words, people thought that these three new urban landscapes of Anka Park, Çukurambar, and Merkez Ankara had negative impacts on urban image of the city. On the other hand, interestingly, shopping centers, which were previously evaluated negatively, were described as having a positive contribution to the city image in the study conducted in 2019. The reason behind this positive evaluation laid under the transformation of malls, especially since 2015, a structural transformation process has begun to seen in some existing shopping centers. The existing closed architectural structures have turned into a more open form that relates to the street with a new arrangement made on the facades. On the other hand, in some newly built shopping centers, a new architectural language has developed, which is mostly related to the outside, sometimes including the street. Their evolution was positively evaluated by the participants by putting the vitality they brought to the city. This situation can be considered as an indicator of how important the relationship between the street and people stands. To conclude, the findings of survey points that the brand image of Ankara proposed by branding strategies does not overlap or match with the inhabitants' image in their mind. It is necessary to return to the answer given by the respondents regarding the meaning and image in order to eliminate this difference and to develop an image for cities that will include both inhabitants and outsiders. At this point, two important issues arise. The first is urban identity and accumulated urban image, and the other is the existence of public space that will support public life in the city. Although these two issues are not new issues, their prominence in the survey study can be interpreted as an indicator of how much they still need to be taken into account in the city proposals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting. I was thinking when I was reading your abstract about Kevin Lynch, and this came out very clear with a good method and very good graphic. The way you align the concept, very minimal. I have a feeling to match your, in the final discussion, your work with the work of Istanbul. There are some common points on the way to have a look on the globalization and the competition between the cities.
Yes.
We have to really run to the time. I'm really sorry. I'd like to give many more comments, but let's see to keep some space before the final conclusion. The next presentation, the impact of ecological factor in tourism in Azerbaijan. Hi Gul Aslani and Mahir Mizeni. Sorry for my wrong pronunciation. Are you here? You are. Can you unmute? Okay. We cannot hear you.
Sorry?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you.
Well, your video is available. Shall I carry on?
Yes.
Okay, I will share the screen. And I hope will be not very long because we are very... Okay. Let's go. 10 minutes.
Gül Hasanli. I am a PhD student in the Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction. My topic is about the impact of ecological factors on tourism in Azerbaijan. Motivation factors of tourism development. Tourism is considered one of the main and most profitable sectors of the global economy of the 21st century. It is developing dynamically and plays an important role in the socio-economic development of the state. Tourism is not only an indicator of social welfare in society, but also a source of income, new jobs, modern infrastructure, and protection of historical and cultural monuments. The environment is being increasingly recognized as a key factor in tourism. In the last decade of the 20th century, it was noted that tourism depends ultimately upon the environment, as it's a major tourist attraction itself, or as the context in which tourism activity takes place. However, tourism-environment relationships are complex. The relationship of tourism with the environment involves many activities that can have adverse environmental effects. Many of these impacts are linked with the construction of general infrastructures such as roads and airports and tourism facilities including resorts, hotels, restaurants, shops, golf courses, and marinas. The negative impacts of tourism development can gradually destroy the environmental resources on which it depends. On the other hand, tourism has potential to create beneficial effects on the environment by contributing to environmental protection and conservation. With good environmental planning and management, natural areas tourism can make a major contribution to conservation, but if poorly managed, the tourism industry will damage precisely those areas with the greatest conservation value. Some aspects of investigation. The state of modern tourism in Azerbaijan is described. The tourist resources of Sheikh-Zaqatala region of Azerbaijan are presented. The uniqueness of natural and geographical condition of domestic and international tourism in the region is substantiation. The role and place of tourism in the development of national economy are considered. The tourism potential of the region is characterized. The ways of tourism development are determined. Presents environmental problems that hinder the development of tourism in the region and also notes the importance of a comprehensive consideration of the issue in the post-war period after the liberation of the territories occupied by Armenia. Sheikh-Zaqatala region of Azerbaijan. Located along with one of the two highways that connect Baku and Tbilisi, the Sheikh-Zaqatala region has long been a hotbed of regional Azerbaijani culture with more than 100 ancient fortresses, palaces, mausoleums, mosques, towers, and hotels. If regional tourism can work in Azerbaijan, the Sheikh-Zaqatala region will be its epicenter. Currently, recreational tourism enterprises operate in Gabala, Sheikh-Zaqatala, and the region lie along the International Tourism Road, the terminal in Baku, Tbilisi, and Batumi, Georgia. Although Sheikh-Zaqatala offers unique nature, culture, and heritage, a classic formula for tourism development, the region lacks the necessary human capital for a profitable, sustainable, and thriving tourism sector. This skill set deficit adversely affects the profitability and competitiveness of the region's plethora of small and medium-sized tourism enterprises. This tourism potential assessment provides a deeper understanding of community dynamics in Sheikh-Zaqatala and offers new approaches for future tourism development. Natural resources of Sheikh-Zaqatala region. Azerbaijan, located at the border of two great cultures, Europe and Asia, attracts the attention of local and foreign tourists. The northwestern part of the Azerbaijan, Sheikh-Zaqatala region is a rather developed tourism zone, which is extremely favorable for construction of sanatoriums, watering houses of tourism complexes. A landscape in which areas alternate from deciduous forests of mountainous zones, from flowering meadows to turbulent rivers, the absence of large enterprises that pollute nature are attractive for tourism. Environmental issue. It's necessary to note some environmental problems that need to be addressed. The ecology of Azerbaijan, including air pollution, is associated with the development of oil and mineral deposits, operations of petrochemical and chemical industries, as well as the mass destruction of flora and fauna, natural resources, culture, and historical heritage in the territories of Azerbaijan previously occupied by Armenia, including production of large-scale fires in the occupied territories, which have become one of the biggest environmental problems for the country. Deposits of polymetallic ores in Azerbaijan act as natural resources of environmental contamination with the nucleides. They are concentrated mainly in the northeast of the country, the Belakan district, where geological prospecting wells were drilled during the 1960s and 1970s and not proper road transportation. It includes the heavy metal pollution of soil and vegetation along the road. An even greater threat and danger of power plant located in the Tar River Arax in the border zone to Azerbaijan. Shakit-Zagatala region is assessed as a region with a high potential coefficient in the impact on the economic development among the regions of the Republic due to the tourism resources. Covering the administrative economic region is the Caucasian Mountain, has a total area of 8.96 thousand square kilometers, as a population of 626.7 thousand men. This table 1, represents the tourism data for Sheki-Zaqatala region. And the figure 2 represents the administration district for Sheki-Zaqatala region. In this slide, we can see the two tables. First one, the number of tourist complexes by the year. The second table, the number of tourists by the year. And figure 2 shows the new transport communication linked Nakhchivan with the West. In this work, tourism resources are analyzed and the unique use of nature and geographical condition of tourism in the Sheki-Zaqatala region of Azerbaijan is substantiated. The role and place of tourism in the development of the national economy, as well as the tourism potential of the region, are identified. The base of tourism development are determined. It first analyzed the opening of new corridor linking Nakhchivan with the western regions of Azerbaijan, and according with Turkey with Central Asia, which will affect regional development, including opening up wide opportunities for the development of tourism in the region. The necessity of developing a new strategy for the development of urban planning, organization, and improving the design of recreation and tourism complexes is shown. An integration approach is required in solving the tasks. Conclusion. The development of a new strategy for the development of urban planning, organization of recreation, and the tourism complexes in the region is an important task today. It's also necessary to determine the ways to improve the design of tourist zones and recreation complexes in the region for the next 5 years, taking into account the post-war situation in the Republic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm really sorry I was skipping a bit in some part because we had to really run by the time. Well, again, my feeling for your contribution is to match with the case of the New Silk Road and the border communication. There are many aspects you have in common. Well, I really would like to check by the chat if there are any important questions, because we have a really few minutes to discuss together. Please, so Julia, back to me to highlight the important aspect. Unfortunately, we missed one of the contributions because the first author apparently disappeared. I don't know if there is any emergency or important issue, and we missed one topics to highlight together. But in general, it's a very, very interesting session with a lot of point of reflection over. Also from you as an author, would be nice to have a kind of interaction between your presentation and the comparison with the other work, because this is the reason to participate in a conference, not to only come and highlight your work and your result, but the interaction and the comparison with the circuit we are virtually, unfortunately, through the COVID circumstance. I don't think so. There are some compliments, some reference here, some many thank you, but I do not see any particular question. If I'm right, Julia, can you check by the chat also? I don't think.
Yeah, I would like to add a few sentences, if you let me allow. And thank you very much for all the participants here. They are all very well prepared, actually, and their presentation is very, very, very good. And thank you very much for first one, Soha Hussein. I'm really interested in your subject, your presentation, because of my students in the project. They are working in the New York High Line. They are making a project just in the High Line of the New York. And so I'm really interested in your presentation. It's interesting, actually. And second one, Zeynep Eray'dı. Thank you very much. I know Ankara very well, and I think there is a displacement with the shopping access in the Ankara city. And once time in the city center, and we see such as streets in the Tunali Hilmi or something, and that later we see it's in the outer skirts of the city, in many of the shopping mall, and they design and construct on that area. And I think actually I find interesting, and so it is nearly a similar design style. I mean, it's if I check design style, maybe I'm not sure it's fit to Ankara. It's Ankara, interesting city, actually designed by Herman Jansen in the early Republican era, and so it's interesting. So it's discussable how it's fit the earlier period and today Ankara, if you think about on the context of the whole period. And so it's interesting, and I think today is architectural design. It goes a very different direction. I mean, it's very different direction, and it's very different. And so I'm not sure it's actually fit for the Ankara city's vision, actually. So, and finally, I would like to add a few words about Azerbaijan. It's interesting, actually, for me. I wonder about what is the contribution with the Zaha Hadid's project in the Azerbaijan tourism, and do you have any idea about that? I really wonder about that. Okay, it's offline. Okay, thank you very much. If anyone wanted to say something about this subject.
Well, I think so. All the presentation really give us a possibility to think in different scale and to have a look at the coming future, because branding the city, reimagining the city, the urban transformation, the sensitive approach to the special needs, and we missed the first presentation. Also have a look at this issue to globalize, okay, and the losing of identity and the losing of the connection with the locals, with the territory. I mean, this is open a very large chapter. At the same time, like the case of the large connection with the two sides of the global scale, the mobility, the case of branding East and West, of course, and this is coming to remark the whole Silk Road. I mean, there are many issues are coming also to looking at the past and looking at the future and the way we are going to touch. And the last presentation, Azerbaijan, of course, the reflection of the effect I really like, because when I was reading the abstract, I was a bit confused, and now it is more clear, because it's starting with the provocation of the tourism effect, but then touching all the environmental issue in the territory, and this is a very, very important. I think so. The research can really be developed on a many deep way, and to touch all the aspects, how it can be an effect on the territory, on the city, on the identity. And the last image we closed, as Julia, you comment, how is, with all the respect, with an amazing research work that I did, and it's touching also you present in Istanbul, no? Because the philosophy and the language of the object is coming from the sculpture, from the aesthetic, as is not touching the environmental aspect at all. Anyway, thank you to everyone. I'm so sorry for some mistake on the presentation of the video running by the time. But already Urash reminded me we must be there for the conclusion. And please also stay tuned if there is any interaction between this discussion, because network is very important also. Hussam Hussein, you want to conclude anything?
Thank you. Thank you very much to Dr. Sylvia, Dr. Olia for moderating, for chairing this session. It was a wonderful session. Thanks to all the authors here for the wonderful work, the very well prepared presentations and researches. It was very glad to meet new faces, and of course towards probably better collaborations and more collaborations in the future. We are almost 30 minutes late on time. And actually, by the time we close this meeting, everyone here all the authors will receive their certificates by email. And in a minute, directly, we will go actually to the gala dinner. It's not, it's a virtual dinner. We can eat together, but virtually. So we will meet there directly in a minute.
Sorry, just to clarify. Usama, I have to close we have to come out and connect everybody in the link, isn't it? Okay, thank you to everybody. Great opportunity to be there.
Okay, thank you.
You may find the link in
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may find the link actually at the end of the program, or it was sent to you now directly also via email. So here is the link to go to the closing session. Thank you very much to everyone again, and see you in a short time, very short time.
Okay, hope so. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you. We will talk.
Thank you.
Your message. Okay, we'll talk in the coming week. Bye-bye.
Waiting you, Istanbul. Okay.
I really miss Istanbul. I was there every time. I don't touch this point.
Okay. Waiting you, Istanbul.
Bye-bye.
See you.
We are saying bye, but only for a minute, because after a minute we will meet again. So, but in a different virtual meeting.
Okay. Thank you.